After a 3-month Cold War with my childhood friend, I posted on my social media, "I'm married. From now on, I'm officially licensed to be in this role." Everyone in my friend group went crazy with congratulations. They said our childhood sweetheart romance had finally progressed from school uniforms to a wedding dress. While the chat was buzzing with excitement, I added a stunning, mature professor to the group. "Don't get the wrong idea. She's actually my wife." The lively group chat instantly fell silent. 3 days ago, while tidying up our marital home, I accidentally broke the cup that her white moonlight had given her. I hesitated for a moment, then took a picture of the shattered porcelain pieces and sent it to my fiancé, Luo Yuding. Luo Yuding replied to my message, "Wait at home." I looked at the wound on my hand, still bleeding. I hadn't expected it to be so deep. If I had known, I wouldn't have rushed to pick up the pieces. 15 minutes later, Luo Yuding returned. Seeing the broken pieces on the floor, her face darkened. "Lucian, what did you do?" Facing Luo Yuding, my voice softened unconsciously. "I'm sorry. I accidentally knocked it off, and it fell." Luo Yuding's chest rose and fell sharply. Her breathing quickened. Suppressing her anger, she pointed at the shattered pieces on the floor. Her tone was icy. "Pick it up." I could tell she was furious. I hadn't expected her to be so angry. Over a cup from her ex. I opened my palm, showing her the wound. "I just cut my hand. I'll go get a bandage first." She didn't even look at me. Her voice remained cold. "I told you to pick it up. Did you not hear me?" I held Luo Yuding's hand, which was hanging at her side. "I'm sorry. I'll buy you a new one, okay?" Luo Yuding shook off my hand. "Lucian, you're not usually careless. Did you do this on purpose?" Hearing this, my heart ached. A flood of emotions surged within me. "It's just a cup. Is it really worth getting mad at me over?" Hearing these words, Luo Yuding couldn't suppress the anger in her heart. "A cup? You say it so lightly. Do you know what this cup?" She stopped mid-sentence. "Pick it up and glue it back together." When she said this, it felt like all the blood in my body had turned cold. So, I wasn't even as important as a cup from her ex. I silently looked at her. "Because this was a gift from your ex, is that it? We're about to get married. Are you planning to keep his things and look at them forever?" I didn't just break a cup. I broke the connection between you and him. "And that's why you're angry at me." Before I could finish speaking, a crisp slap echoed in the air. Luo Yuding slapped me hard across the face. My head snapped to the side. My mind went blank. A buzzing sound filled my ears. The temperature around Luo Yuding seemed to drop to freezing. Her hand trembled slightly, numb from the impact. She growled, "Get out." I looked at her, full of disappointment. "Luo Yuding, did I do something wrong?" After saying that, I turned and left. Luo Yuding crouched down and picked up the shards of white porcelain. She noticed her hand, the one that had slapped me, was still tingling. A wave of frustration hit her. She suddenly hurled the shards she had picked up onto the floor. The already broken porcelain shattered into even smaller pieces. I ran outside. In my haste, I tripped and fell. My hands and knees hit the ground, scraping and bleeding. I quickly got up. Right now, all I wanted was to leave this place as fast as possible. I brushed past a tall, elegant woman. In a hurry, I left. The woman had witnessed the entire scene. She looked down and noticed a key lying on the ground. She was about to call out to me, but when she turned her head, I was already driving away. Only the tail lights remained in sight. I arrived home. Standing at the door, I searched through all my pockets. The key was nowhere to be found. I leaned against the door. The left side of my face still hurt, but my heart hurt even more. After a moment, I decided to go back and look for the key. Maybe I dropped it when I fell earlier. As I stepped out of the apartment complex gate, a woman suddenly stopped me in my tracks. I didn't even see clearly what she looked like. My voice was hoarse as I muttered, "I don't need any sales pitches." I was about to walk around her when she reached out. "You dropped something on West Road," she said. Lying in her palm was a key. I finally stopped and looked at the woman in front of me. She was stunning, even more beautiful than Luo Yuding. Tall and slender, with a cold demeanor, the elegant and intellectual type. Her gaze lingered on my face. When she saw my face, for a split second, she seemed taken aback. I took the key from her hand, mumbling, "Thanks, thank you. Sorry to trouble you." As I spoke, I took out my phone. "Let me send you some postage money." She waved her hand. "No need. We were just strangers passing by." She seemed to realize staring at me was impolite. She quickly averted her gaze. Then she turned and left. Meanwhile, I spent the next 2 days in bed. I didn't touch my phone for 2 days either. On the third afternoon, the doorbell rang. I lay in bed, completely drained of energy. Forcing myself up, I went to open the door. As soon as I opened it, my best friend Jiangyu stood there. He was about to say something, but when he saw how worn out I looked, how pale my face was, he frowned and asked with concern, "What happened to you?" I silently stepped aside, but I didn't answer his question. Jiangyu didn't push for an answer. He walked in and made me a bowl of noodles. After I finished eating, he asked again, "What really happened?" I looked at him sadly and said, "It was Luo Yuding. I went to her place. I accidentally broke a cup that her ex gave her. She slapped me." Jiangyu froze. We all grew up together. No matter what, she would never hit you, right? I was silent for a while before saying, "She really did." Hearing this, Jiangyu's anger flared instantly. "I heard you two were getting married. Probably getting the marriage certificate soon too. And now it's come to this." As he spoke, he noticed the scrapes on my knees. "What happened to you?" I lay on the couch sideways, closed my eyes, and muttered, "I just tripped." After I fell asleep, Jiangyu quietly left my place. Then, he made a call to Chu Warner. A short while later, Jiangyu arrived at Hepburn Bar. He walked in, grabbed a bottle of red wine from the counter, and strode into the private room. He was a regular here, so the staff all recognized him. Seeing his stormy expression, no one dared to stop him. Jiangyu kicked open the private room door. He hurled the bottle of red wine toward the floor near Luo Yuding. The glass shattered upon impact. Pieces flew everywhere. Chu quickly stepped in, blocking the space between Jiangyu and Luo Yuding. "What's going on? Why are you so pissed off today?" Jiangyu glared fiercely at Luo Yuding. "You're asking me what's wrong? Ask her." Luo Yuding downed the rest of the wine in her glass, her right hand clenched into a fist, knuckles turning white. The memory of hitting Lucian was still painfully clear. Chu turned to Luo Yuding. "You really hit Lucian. No wonder you've been drinking with me for the past 2 days." The 4 of them had been childhood friends. They were all raised well by their families. "How is she?" Luo Yuding slowly loosened her right hand. With a weak voice, she asked, "Is he okay?" Jiangyu shot her a glare. "Why don't you go check for yourself?" Luo Yuding closed her eyes slowly. "Let him cool off." "I need to cool off too. I'll go see him later." Jiangyu let out a short, cold laugh, then nodded, "Fine." With that, he turned and left. As he walked out of the private room, he glanced at Chu. Chu swallowed hard, then said to Luo Yuding, "I'm leaving. Otherwise, Jiangyu would be mad at me." When I woke up, a delicious aroma filled the air. I heard noises from the kitchen. Maybe Jiangyu had come over. Chu Warner was placing the final dish, a steamed fish, on the table. "Xian, you're awake." I rubbed my sore, swollen eyes. "Warner, you're here too?" Chu Warner glanced at my slightly swollen face, thinking to herself how ruthless Luo Yuding had been. But she didn't bring up anything about her. She chuckled softly. "If I didn't come, I'd be afraid Jiangyu would poison you." Throughout the meal, I was the only one eating seriously. Chu Warner and Jiangyu barely took a few bites. They just kept watching me. After finishing the meal, I took out a small blue velvet box. I placed it beside Chu Warner's hand. "Can you guys return Luo Jia's engagement bracelet to her?" Looking at the bracelet, Chu asked, "You've loved her for so many years. Can you really just let go like this?" Hearing this, I touched the left side of my face. "I can't." But she slapped me awake. If it weren't for that slap, I could have still convinced myself. It was just a cup. But that slap, it shattered all the attraction I had for her. Jiangyu and Chu were my best friends, but this was something they couldn't interfere with. After they left, I shut the door, taking a deep breath. I picked up my phone and plugged it into charge. Jiangyu had sent me a bunch of messages. Other than him, there were also messages from the cafe staff. My finger hovered over a pinned contact at the top. "Dear wife." It even had 2 little heart emojis. Luo Yuding hadn't sent me a single message. The more I looked at that contact name, the more ironic it felt. I immediately clicked delete contact. Then I went to my study. I gathered all the photos related to Luo Yuding. I hadn't expected that I had kept so many things. The next morning, I headed straight to the cafe. After graduation, I opened a cozy and stylish cafe. Since I woke up early, I brought breakfast for all the staff. When I showed up at the cafe after 3 days, the staff were pleasantly surprised. They all greeted me cheerfully, "Boss, where have you been these past 2 days? We sent you messages, but you didn't reply." I joked. I was busy breaking up with my girlfriend. The staff were stunned for a moment. Not long ago, the boss had said he'd bring them wedding candies, but they kept quiet. One of the male employees grinned at me, "Boss, cheer up. Today is Wednesday. That gorgeous woman might drop by again. Seeing a beauty adds years to your life." I chuckled. "What beauty? Why are you all so fixated on her?" The other employees also joined in excitedly, telling me about an incredibly beautiful woman who came to the cafe 3 times a week, always arriving precisely at 8 a.m., and she always came on Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. That piqued my curiosity. What kind of woman left such an impression on them? I was curious, but not particularly interested. I ordered a cup of coffee and found a seat in the corner. I gazed out the window at the pedestrians passing by. Then, I spotted a familiar woman. Just then, a staff member placed my coffee on the table. He also glanced outside, suddenly getting excited. "Boss, look. Quick, look. Isn't she gorgeous?" Hearing that, I was slightly stunned. It was her, the woman who returned my keys that day. That day, she had only said, "We were just strangers passing by." But since we met again, maybe it was fate. Thinking that, I told the staff, "Send her a cup of coffee on me." One of the employees smirked mischievously, leaning down a whisper in my ear, "Boss, you're being quite bold." I sighed helplessly. Just then, I saw her walk through the door. I immediately got up and followed behind her, just as she finished ordering and was about to scan her payment code. I stepped in first and scanned mine on the payment terminal. Payment successful. The staff, seeing it was me, their boss, held back their laughter and pretended nothing happened. They simply said, "Please wait a moment." The woman hesitated slightly, still holding her phone. She turned to glance at the man standing beside her. It was me. I smiled slightly. "We meet again. Thanks for bringing me my keys that day." After saying that, she returned to her seat. I truly appreciated her. On one of my worst days, she had shown me the kindness of a stranger. Her gaze followed me until I sat down. Then the voice of the barista called her attention. "Miss, here's your coffee." She took her coffee and walked over to my table. Before she could speak, I said, "Don't even think about paying me back." She smiled slightly. "Thanks for the coffee." With that, she turned and left. The afternoon was busy. I spent the entire time working. The cafe closed at 9 p.m. Just as I was tidying up, someone walked in. "Sorry, we're closing for the night." I looked up, and my whole body tensed. It was Luo Yuding. She held a small blue velvet box in her hand. It was the one I had asked Chua to return to her. Luo Yuding's expression was icy. Her eyes locked onto mine. I forced myself to stay calm. Slowly, I placed the cup I was holding into the cabinet. She slammed the box onto the counter. "Lucian, what do you mean by returning this to me?" I replied coldly. "What do you think? I don't want to marry you anymore." A shadow flickered across Luo Yuding's face. "You're making a fuss over something this small. Lucian, when did you become so unreasonable?" I wasn't sure if she was finally revealing her true self, or if she was just speaking out of frustration. But at this moment, I couldn't care less about her words, and even less to deeply understand her words. "Is this a small matter? Then tell me, what is a big matter?" The more I spoke, the more I lost control of my emotions. My feelings for her were worthless. In the end, she still called it all trivial. Looking at Luo Yuding's face, so dark it could drip water, I let out a sneer. I grabbed the small blue box on the table and forcefully threw it out the door. Staring at Luo Yuding, I pointed at the door and shouted, "Get out! Get out of here!" A woman who was just about to enter the cafe stopped in her tracks. She actually froze at the doorway, and Luo Yuding, who had never been told to leave before, was so enraged she lost her composure. Gritting her teeth, she said coldly, "I came all this way just to check on your injury. I must be a damn fool." After saying that, she turned and left the cafe without looking back. At the entrance, she picked up the small blue box and threw it into the trash can. The woman still standing at the door once again witnessed something about me. The last time she saw me was when I lost my keys. This time, it was another fight with my girlfriend. Or maybe I should say, ex-girlfriend. The woman slowly walked in. Excuse me, still have coffee? Before she could finish her sentence, she saw me sitting there, silently lowering my head. She was just about to say something, when suddenly my gaze became resolute. Smiling, I asked her what she would like to drink. A deep, pleasant female voice replied, "A cup of cappuccino." I shook my head at the woman in front of me. "There's no cappuccino left." After saying that, I pulled out the packets of instant coffee from the drawer. "There are only the packets of instant coffee left. If you want, I can make it for you." The woman looked at the instant coffee in my hand and nodded slightly. I made her a cup of instant coffee and even took out a piece of cake I had planned to bring home. I shared half with her. "Why are you still out so late?" She took a sip of coffee and said, "I just got off work, feeling a bit exhausted. Thought I'd take a chance and see if you guys were still open." She paused for a moment, then continued, "I really like the coffee at your shop." Hearing that, I smiled. "Thank you for liking it." Then, shifting the conversation, I asked, "I never asked, what's your last name?" Xia Yushin traced a character on the table with her finger. That's how I learned her surname. I told her mine in return. "My surname is Liu." "Miss Xia, do you always work this late at night?" Xia Yushin took a sip of the instant coffee and shook her head slightly. "Something came up at work unexpectedly today." I rubbed my neck, wondering if she found the instant coffee unpalatable. Seeing that she finished her coffee, I took the cup and washed it. When I returned, she had already cleaned up the cake box on the table. Just as I was about to say I was closing up, Xia Yushin suddenly asked, "How much do I owe you?" I smiled. "It's just a cup of instant coffee. It's on the house." She frowned, pointing at the half-eaten cake. "And the cake?" Seeing her serious expression, I responded solemnly, "It's my treat. I really appreciated you bringing me my keys last time. I was feeling really down that day. You reminded me that kindness can come from a stranger." That was the only thing worth being happy about that day. A stranger's kindness. Xia Yushin didn't think today counted as being strangers anymore. I locked the shop's door. Xia Yushin threw the trash into the bin. Inside was the blue velvet box. But she didn't say a word about it. I looked at Xia Yushin and asked, "Miss Xia, how are you getting home?" Xia Yushin pressed a car key. Across the street, the lights of a Xiaomi sedan flashed twice. "My car's over there." I nodded and waved at her. "Drive safe." Before leaving, Xia Yushin stood by her car door. She looked at me and said 2 sentences. "Don't lose yourself over a relationship. Love isn't everything in life." She hadn't planned on saying it. Besides, she knew I probably wouldn't listen. But today, she just couldn't help herself. I went back from the cafe and took a shower. Exhausted, I lay on my bed and took out my phone for a glance. Jiangyu had sent me 7 or 8 messages, about half an hour ago. There were also missed calls. I leaned on the bed and called Jiangyu back. Jiangyu's concerned voice came through. "Hey. Where are you? Did Luo Yuding come to apologize to you?" Thinking about tonight's events, I scoffed. "Apologize? Her? She came to pick a fight. She said hitting me was nothing. She called me unreasonable. We're completely done." Jiangyu was stunned that Luo Yuding would say something like that. She always seemed so cold and indifferent. But when it came to her ex, she was impulsive and reckless. Jiangyu shook his head and asked, "Are you okay, though?" I couldn't quite describe how I felt. I felt pathetic for liking her for so many years. I should have been heartbroken. But Miss Xia's arrival had interrupted my sadness. Even though she saw me at my lowest, she never mentioned it. As expected, when you're feeling down, having someone to talk to helps. It stops you from overthinking. "I'm fine." The harder she tries to hurt me, the faster I wake up. Maybe after a few more times, I'll be completely indifferent. Jiangyu chuckled over the phone. "I knew once you made up your mind, you wouldn't change it." After a few more words, we hung up. I pressed my ear a few times, suddenly remembering I hadn't taken my medication today. I immediately got up and poured myself a cup of warm water. Meanwhile, at Hepburn Bar, Chu patted her good friend on the back. "Weren't you going to apologize? Did she and not forgive you?" Luo Yuding down drink after drink. Chu stopped her. "Hey, don't just drink. Tell me what happened. Let me have a laugh." Luo Yuding ignored her sarcastic remarks and said flatly, I went to ask him why he returned the gift. If he had just said something soft like before, would I have been so angry to say things I shouldn't have? She even told me to get out. Chua looked at her, speechless. You hit him. And you still expect him to speak softly to you? I think Xian has spoiled you too much. You didn't even try to win him back. And now this? Chua knew Luo Yuding was just venting her anger. But the fact was, she had actually laid hands on him. Lu Xian and Jiang Yu were the same kind of people. Both were reckless. One wore his emotions on his face. The other hid them in his heart. Either way, they both made one mistake too many and got themselves out of the game. Luo Yuding, face flushed, muttered, I thought after a few days, he'd calm down. I thought we could make up today. I was even planning to go get our marriage certificate. Guess I'll have to delay that plan. Hearing this, Chua burst out laughing. Oh, come on. His face was still red from when you hit him. Forget marriage. You should be glad he didn't dump you on the spot. Luo Yuding shook her head. He won't. I know how much he likes me. Hearing that, Chua was completely speechless. Sometimes she really couldn't stand Luo Yuding. There was also something about Luo Yuding that she didn't know. It wasn't a big deal, but it was hurtful. If the day ever came when Lu Xian no longer loved Luo Yuding, then he would tell her. The next morning at 8 a.m., I arrived at the cafe early. I wanted to keep myself busy. Otherwise, I just overthink things. One of the female employees grinned at me, boss. That beautiful lady yesterday, wasn't she stunning? Another girl chimed in. And the boss even paid for her order. Looks like she's won his approval. I didn't bother explaining. Then I suddenly remembered. Miss Xia came to the cafe every Wednesday, Thursday, and Saturday, and today just happened to be Thursday. I leaned against the counter and looked at them, saying, since you all say so, I guess I'll treat her to another cup of coffee today. Hearing that, the employees all got excited. We want one too. Yeah, we never get this kind of treatment. Being in this lively atmosphere lifted my mood. I shrugged nonchalantly and joked, you guys make coffee every day. Don't you drink it as much as you want? A few employees pouted and said, we don't want coffee. Boss, you're playing favorites. Hearing that, I laughed and said, got it. I'll buy you all afternoon tea later. Listening to their playful praise, I found myself in a really good mood. Honestly, just the fact that she returned my keys and kept me company last night was enough for me to be grateful to Miss Xia. Buying her a cup of coffee? I was more than happy to do it. After chatting with them, I went to the storage room to organize the newly delivered stock. At exactly 8:20, Xia Yushin arrived at the cafe. After placing her order, she pulled up her payment code. The employee chuckled. Today's coffee is on the boss. Xia Yushin instinctively glanced over at the table where I had sat last night. So, he's the owner of the cafe. Another barista, who had been making coffee nearby, leaned in. Smirking, she said, even our boss acknowledges your good looks. Still, Xia Yushin kept her payment code displayed. Thank you for the kind gesture, but I insist on paying. The barista waved a hand. Talk to our boss about it next time, when he's here. Xia Yushin sighed, letting out a quiet breath. Was this compensation for last night's drama? Now she owed him a cup of coffee. Holding her coffee, she walked toward the same table from last night. She sat there for about 5 minutes. It almost seemed like she was waiting for someone, but she didn't wait long. Soon, she left. I had been busy in the storage room until 10 a.m. Feeling a bit exhausted, I returned to the front. One of the employees mentioned, that beauty from yesterday. She actually sat in the cafe for a few minutes this morning. Right in that spot. She pointed towards the corner seat. Then she chuckled mischievously, boss. Was she waiting for you? I followed her gaze in the direction she pointed. It was the seat I had sat in yesterday. I smirked but didn't say anything. I took a few sips from my cup of water. Outside, the garbage collectors were emptying the trash cans. I suddenly thought of last night. Luo Yuding had thrown the bracelet into the trash. Last night, I even considered, if she had really come back at midnight to retrieve it, would she have kept pestering me for longer? But I knew Luo Yuding would never do such a thing. This time, during our argument, I had brought up her ex. Now she thought she was the one who had been wronged. She was probably still waiting for me to apologize. I chuckled. It's just a woman. Letting go is all that matters. Miss Xia was right. Love isn't everything. Over the next few days, I kept myself busy at the cafe. It was exhausting, but fulfilling. Occasionally, I would think about Luo Yuding. But she hadn't shown up in days. It was as if she had vanished. My heart had finally settled down. It was much easier than I expected. Back when we were together, I used to think I couldn't live without her. But looking back now, that wasn't true at all. At 9 p.m., the cafe was already empty. I turned off the lights and prepared to head home early. Just as I was about to lock the door, a familiar voice came from behind. "Are you off work?" I turned around and saw a woman standing there. "Good evening, Miss Xia." Xia Yushin smiled. "Good evening, Mr. Lu." Then she raised a cake towards me. I looked at it with curiosity. "This is..." Xia Yushin chuckled. "You wouldn't take my money, so I thought I'd buy you a cake instead." Of course, she knew that I had simply appreciated her small acts of kindness. But by now, she felt a little embarrassed always receiving things. I smiled as well. "Thank you, Miss Xia. Now we're even. Next time, I'll have to charge you." After receiving the cake, I suddenly wanted to take back my words. What's the point of keeping things separate? This black swan cake is worth at least 10 drinks. So I decided to share it right away. "Would you like to come in?" Xia Yushin didn't refuse. She politely said, "Then I'll trouble you." I turned on the light, opened the package in my hands, and brewed 2 cups of freshly arrived floral tea. I placed one beside Xia Yushin. Then, I opened the cake box. I didn't even know where to start cutting the swan. Seeing me hesitating over the swan, Xia Yushin said, "Let me do it." Then she took the knife from my hand. With swift movements, she cut and plated the pieces. As she was cutting the cake, I asked, "Just got off work?" Xia Yushin shook her head. "No. I had no classes this afternoon." I took a bite of the cake, and hearing that, looked at her. "So, did you come all the way just to bring me this cake?" Xia Yushin pursed her lips. Her heart conflicted. Even though she didn't want to admit it, it was indeed true. After a few seconds, she nodded. "If I didn't bring you something, I wouldn't feel right." I felt deeply apologetic. "I'm sorry. I didn't know you thought that way." Xia Yushin quickly shook her head. "No need to apologize. I already ate your cake that day. Giving you one in return is only fair." I was speechless for a moment. Then, suddenly, I changed the topic. "Miss Xia, are you a teacher?" She nodded and replied, "Yes. A university professor." I nodded. "No wonder you give off such a familiar feeling." Xia Yushin looked at me, puzzled. I quickly explained, "My father is also a university professor. At first glance, people think he's strict because of his aura. But in reality, he's quite kind. And you're quite gentle too. Just a little distant in appearance." As we talked, I finished the cake on my plate. I was so full that I couldn't even take a sip of tea. Xia Yushin was still thinking about my impression of her, barely touching the cake in front of her. I lowered my head and covered my mouth as I yawned. Seeing this, Xia Yushin spoke up, "I'll clean up the table." After tidying up, she took the remaining cake with her when she left. I got into my car, rolled down the window, and waved at Xia Yushin across the street. "Goodbye, Miss Xia." Xia Yushin replied, "Goodbye. Overall, today was pretty good. If only I hadn't run into Luo Yuding outside the neighborhood tonight, it would have been even better." Just as I was signaling to turn into the neighborhood, Luo Yuding appeared in front of my car. I hit the brakes and pulled over. I opened the door and got out. We stood by the roadside like that, seeing how calm I was today. Not as irritable as last time. Luo Yuding let out a sigh of relief. "Why are you back so late?" Her tone was calm. Nothing like someone who just had a fight. For a moment, it felt like we had gone back to before. But I couldn't pretend nothing had happened. "Just got off work." Luo Yuding reached out to hold my hand, but I avoided her. She sensed my distance, but she just thought I was being sulky. She didn't take it seriously. "Didn't you used to get off work by 9 at the latest? Why are you only getting home at 10 now?" I answered stiffly. A friend came by and stayed at the shop for a bit. We chatted for a while. Luo Yuding was now completely at ease. She thought I had calmed down. A smile appeared on her face. She knew Luo Xin loved her deeply. Even if there were conflicts, they wouldn't last long. Besides, she knew her limits. It's just a little argument. She pointed toward the building where I lived. Let's not stand here talking. Come inside for a bit. We're about to get our marriage certificate soon. I was thinking we could get it done in the next few days. Then there'd be no more need for separation. I followed her gesture, then looked up in that direction. After a few seconds, I looked away, my gaze finally landing on Luo Yuding. Forget it, Luo Yuding. For a moment, she was stunned. We're getting married soon. What do you mean by that? I looked at Luo Yuding and calmly spoke. I already told you last time. I don't want to marry you anymore. Besides, didn't you throw the bracelet into the trash yourself? Since that's the case, why did you even come here today? Hearing this, Luo Yuding slightly parted her lips. Her brows furrowed. You didn't pick up the bracelet. I looked at her in disbelief. You threw it away. Why would I pick it back up? That's ridiculous. If you have nothing else to say, I'm leaving. Just as I was about to leave, Luo Yuding grabbed my wrist. Her eyes darkened. There's no point in making such a big deal out of this. After saying that, her sharp gaze locked onto me. I raised my left hand and aimed a slap at Luo Yuding's face. She reacted quickly, pulling her hand back and stepping away. I only managed to graze her face slightly. Luo Yuding's expression turned ice cold. You want to hit me? I let out a cold laugh. Didn't I miss? Last time, your slap landed just fine. Do you really think after all this, we could still be together? Why do you keep clinging to this? Luo Yuding said righteously. Wasn't it you who broke my cup first? Hearing this, I had nothing left to say. I was completely disappointed in Luo Yuding. I couldn't find any words. I felt both ridiculous and sad for ever loving someone like this. In the end, I just asked, do you really not understand? I don't want to talk to you anymore. Get lost. Don't show up in front of me again. If you're so nostalgic, go and keep reminiscing about your ex. Not just your ex, your ex-ex. With that, I went home. I lay on my bed. The bedroom was eerily silent. For the first time, I had nothing to say to Luo Yuding. I didn't even want to argue with her. Did she really not understand? No, that wasn't it. I knew her too well. Everything she said to me, it was like a carefully planned negotiation. She avoided the important parts, exaggerating trivial details instead. Luo Yuding knew exactly where she was wrong. She just refused to admit it. She was waiting for me to give in first, so she could bring it up later. But this time, she was wrong. Laying a hand on me was my bottom line. No matter what she did, it was meaningless now. I stood by the window, staring into the suffocating darkness outside. At least the moon was high in the sky. It didn't brighten much. But somehow, my heart felt a little lighter. The next morning, I didn't go to the cafe. I had trouble sleeping and only woke up at 10. I was woken up by a phone call. Half asleep, I reached for my phone. Squinting, I answered the call. It was Jiangyu. Hey, you're still not up. The past few days, I heard you've been at the cafe early in the morning. Busy all day. Jinjae didn't see you at the shop today. I turned over in bed. I slept in today, so I didn't go. Jiangyu suspected I was feeling down. Maybe because of Luo Yuding again, but she didn't want to ask directly, so she probed instead. Do you want me to bring you lunch? I immediately refused. No need. Hearing that, Jiangyu said, then come out. Let's have lunch together. A new restaurant just opened. Let's go and eat for free. I agreed, all right. I got up immediately and hung up the phone. After freshening up and changing clothes, I grabbed my car keys and headed to the address Jiangyu gave me. When I arrived, Jiangyu and Chuo were already waiting at the entrance. I greeted them both. Jiangyu looked at me and asked, why did you wake up at 10? Didn't sleep well last night. I sighed. I was too angry to sleep. After we sat down in a private room, the manager gave me a once-over. Did Tinking go to see you last night? I nodded and rubbed my temples, replying, just seeing her gives me a headache. I don't want to say another word to her. She doesn't understand human words. Chuo chuckled. Well, she's still waiting for you to love her again. Jiangyu frowned. Ignore her. Chuo sighed. By the way, when you went to see the doctor before, did your mom know? I shook my head. I didn't go to my mom's hospital. I didn't want them to know. Chuo asked again. What if your parents ask? About you and Luo Yuding? Hearing that, I thought for a moment and said, I'll deal with it when it happens. Chuo lowered her head. Uncle Lu and Aunt Shen are extremely satisfied. with Luo Yuding as their daughter-in-law. Lu Xian, you're going to have a tough battle ahead. Back then, when Chua heard from Jiangyu that Luo Yuding hit Xian over a broken cup, she thought, is her brain really only filled with that cup? Was it really worth it? I kept eating and changed the subject. Let's not talk about her. Aren't you too busy today? If not, let's go shopping after lunch. Both of them said they weren't busy. We called it shopping. But honestly, they just didn't want to leave me alone. In the end, they stuffed my trunk full of things. Before heading home, I happened to pass by University Town. My parents' house was nearby. I drove the car directly into the community. Before getting out of the car, I called my dad. When the call connected, I first said, "Dad, are you home yet? I'm downstairs in the community. I want to have sweet and sour ribs and crispy pork tonight." My dad, Lu Qiaming, replied helplessly, "I'm afraid that won't happen tonight. I have a dinner gathering with some old friends tonight, but, Xian, your mom and I will eat sweet and sour ribs and crispy pork on your behalf." I was speechless. I want to eat too. Lu Qiaming smiled helplessly. All right, I'll make it for you next time. It's already late in the evening. Cook something for yourself. I hung up the phone. Right after that, I received a money transfer from my dear dad. The transfer note said, "Sweet and sour ribs, crispy pork." Of course, I gladly accepted it. I drove out of the community gate. Coincidentally, I passed by Jiang University's entrance. I suddenly noticed a few handsome guys and pretty girls walking out of the school gate. I couldn't help but park my car diagonally across from the gate. I rolled down the window, resting both arms on the car window. I looked out. Looking at handsome guys and pretty girls really improves my mood. It was already past 4 p.m. I had been watching for about 7 or 8 minutes. Wave after wave of students kept coming out. Suddenly, some memories from my own university days resurfaced. I was completely absorbed in my thoughts. Then, a familiar voice came from beside me. "Mr. Lu." Hearing this, I quickly turned my head toward the woman standing in front of my car. It was Miss Xia. I was stunned for a moment and withdrew my arms from the car window. "Miss Xia, what a coincidence. What are you doing here?" I was about to head back from Xiaoyu Mountain, and I happened to see this car looking familiar. Then I checked the license plate and realized it was you. Xia Yushin pointed at Jiang University. "I work here." I turned my head to look at the school gate. "Just wandering around Jiang University, is that it?" She looked at me with some confusion. "Why are you hanging around here?" I suddenly felt awkward. Should I tell her that I was looking at the handsome guys and pretty girls at their school? I chose to phrase it differently. "My parents' house is nearby. I was passing by and saw these students looking full of energy. So I took a few more glances." Xia Yushin followed my gaze. Right at the school gate, a male student who looked like he hadn't fully woken up walked out. "I see." I nodded. "That's right." Xia Yushin kept looking at the school gate. "They do look quite energetic." Then, her tone shifted. "Are you going to your parents' house?" I shook my head. "My parents went out for dinner. I'm going home to cook for myself." I paused, then slowly looked at Xia Yushin. "Miss Xia, would you like to have dinner together?" Xia Yushin pursed her lips and stayed silent for 2 seconds. "My car is just ahead. I'll follow you in a bit." As soon as I finished speaking, suddenly, 2 or 3 mixed male and female voices rang out. "Goodbye, Professor," they said. I turned my head to look at the students outside the car window. At that moment, those 3 students also looked back at me. I suddenly felt a little awkward. Their eyes were so clear. There was even a bit of reverence in them. Xia Yushin nodded at them, then waved her hand and said, "Goodbye," as I started the car to leave. Those 3 students were still smiling and waving at me. I forced a polite smile. Just before I left, I overheard their conversation. "This one's good looking, that one's good looking." I slowed down deliberately. Xia Yushin noticed her car appearing in my rearview mirror. Only then did I speed up. I had been too busy feeling awkward earlier. Did the students call her Professor? I looked ahead, feeling a bit surprised. Did I hear that wrong? Miss Xiao looks about the same age as me. At only 26 years old, she became a professor at such a young age. My dad only became a professor at 32, and I already thought that was incredible. Is Miss Xiao really that amazing? Or perhaps she's actually a woman in her 30s. But just doesn't look like it. I'll look up young professors at Jiang University tonight. Such shocking news would surely be widely reported by the school. It shouldn't be hard to find information on her. I chose a Chinese restaurant I often visited before. I've always thought their sweet and sour ribs were very authentic. I parked the car in the parking lot, got out, and waited for Miss Xia. Xia Yushin stepped out of the car, glanced at the restaurant's name, then heard me ask if this place was okay. She nodded and said yes. Then we walked into the restaurant side by side. The waiter led us to a window seat. Respectfully, she handed us a tablet to order food. I introduced Xia Yushin to their sweet and sour ribs and crispy pork, saying they were both excellent. As I spoke, I selected those two dishes on the tablet. After choosing for dishes I liked, I put down the tablet and let Xia Yushin pick a few. She quickly selected her favorites, then put down the tablet. The waiter recorded everything, told us to wait a moment, then left. I suddenly felt that Miss Xia wasn't pretentious at all. She's pragmatic. She just does what needs to be done and doesn't say unnecessary words. Thinking about this, I asked her, earlier, at your school's entrance, I heard people calling you professor. Xia Yushin did not avoid the topic. Yes, I got promoted last year, she replied calmly. That truly exceeded my expectations. It was dinner time. People were coming and going, and the restaurant was getting livelier. After the waiter brought all the dishes, I told her, try their sweet and sour ribs. They're really delicious. Hearing this, Xia Yushin picked up her chopsticks. She picked up a piece of rib and put it in her mouth. After tasting it, she nodded. It's pretty good. I then pointed to the plate of crispy pork. And this crispy pork. Xia Yushin's chopsticks moved toward the crispy pork. She took a bite. Again, she nodded. Also pretty good. Getting her approval, I smiled in satisfaction. I think so too. Then I lowered my head and focused on eating. During the meal, we didn't talk much. We just exchanged a few words occasionally. Miss Xia isn't talkative, but she never makes things awkward, so eating together wasn't uncomfortable at all. After dinner, we got up and walked to the counter. Xia Yushin was about to take out her phone first, but I stopped her. Smiling, I said, this meal is on my dad. After saying that, I handed over the payment code. After successfully paying, we walked out of the restaurant. I glanced at Xia Yushin, afraid she might be upset, so I explained to her, today, I was supposed to have dinner at my parents' house, but they went out for a gathering and sent me money instead, so I just used it for this meal. Since I ate too, consider it you keeping me company. Oh, by the way, thanks for the cake yesterday. Xia Yushin smiled gently. Then I should thank you for treating me to dinner today. You're welcome. I'm in a pretty good mood now. Not as down as last night. I checked the time. It was 7 p.m. Miss Xia, you should head home and rest early. Xia Yushin nodded. Okay, take care on your way back. I got in the car and waved at her. She only got into her car after watching me drive away. Just moments ago, she had the feeling someone was watching them. She turned her head and looked at the woman standing not far away. She looked familiar. She was in the cafe before. The woman who had a conflict with Mr. Liu. She seemed to be an ex-girlfriend. Xia Yushin just glanced at her, started the car, and left, her expression dark. Luo Yuding had come for dinner with friends, and as soon as she got out of the car, she saw me walking out of the restaurant with a woman she had never seen before. Although the two of us didn't do anything inappropriate, she still felt annoyed. How did she not know I had such a friend? And that we even had dinner together? A friend standing nearby sighed in disbelief. How long have you been standing here watching? That's your fiancée. If you see her having dinner with someone, why not just go ask her? It's not like she would ignore you. That sentence struck a nerve with Luo Yuding. Shut up. Mind your own business. Her friend shrugged helplessly, as if she had been scolded for no reason. Luo Yuding took out her phone and called Chua. She got straight to the point. Has she met any new women recently? A particularly good-looking one. Chua chuckled. Luo Yuding, are you overthinking things again? What woman? There's no such thing. He was just out eating with us today. If he's not at the restaurant, he's either working or sleeping at home. Where would he find the time to meet some woman? Luo Yuding interrupted. I saw it. Chua snorted. You saw him having dinner with a woman? He can eat with whoever he wants. That's a completely normal thing, unless you saw them going home together. Well, no. Luo Yudin admitted, her tone less harsh. So who upset you today? You're acting like you're on fire. Chu half joked, you are. Thinking of how Luo Yudin got upset over a cup, she didn't even yell at her, which was already impressive, and now she's here asking who made her mad. However, it was quite rare for Lu Xian to have dinner with a woman. But she also knew that their relationship was definitely purely platonic. Still, at least it could make Luo Yudin angry. Luo Yudin instantly became irritated. Alright, I'm hanging up. The call on Chu's side was disconnected. She immediately sent Jiang Yu a message. Lu Xian was seen having dinner with a woman by Luo Yudin. Wouldn't that piss her off to death? Jiang Yu smiled and replied, serves her right. I can already imagine Luo Yudin's gloomy face. After returning home, I took a shower. I had just lain down on the bed, when suddenly my phone lit up with a call. It was an unfamiliar number, but my first instinct was that it was Luo Yudin. At this point, I had nothing left to say to Luo Yudin. So in the end, arguments really did lead only to silence. Even cold disappointment. Answering her calls would only upset myself further. Yet the number kept calling nonstop. I neither answered nor hung up. Instead, I sent Chu a message. Can you tell Luo Yudin to stop calling me? I don't want to talk to her. Originally, I wanted Jiang Yu to tell Luo Yudin, but I was worried Jiang Yu might act impulsively. So I decided to let Chu tell her instead. Chu happily replied, this is hilarious. She's probably calling to question why you were having dinner with another woman. Serves her right if she's furious. I stared at the message Chu had sent for a while. How did Luo Yudin know I had dinner with someone else? So I asked, how did she find out? Chu replied, no idea. But when she asked me, it was around 7. She probably ran into you during dinner time. Around 7. That was exactly when Miss Xia and I came out of the restaurant. Maybe she had seen us. If not for Luo Yudin's prideful personality, and the fact that we just argued and she was waiting for me to apologize first, she probably would have rushed over to question me. I replied to Chu, tell her to stop calling. Chu replied, got it. After exiting the chat screen, I was about to put down my phone and turn off the lights to sleep. Suddenly, I remembered something about Miss Xia. I opened the search page and typed in Jiang University Xia. As soon as I searched for Miss Xia, a name immediately popped up, Xia Yushin. I clicked into it, just from a side profile photo. I was certain it was Miss Xia. The school column had an article about her, the youngest professor in the Chinese department, judging by the age listed. She should be 28 this year. But after scrolling for a long time, I still couldn't find a front-facing photo. Most were side views or back views. There wasn't much personal information, mostly just her works, academic papers and publications. I softened my voice and quietly repeated, Xia Yushin. Just like the person herself, the name felt full of depth, a truly outstanding person. Although we'd already met several times, we hadn't even exchanged names before. Still, she could be considered a friend I met by chance. After reading through Miss Xia's column, I turned off my phone, afraid of being disturbed by calls. I switched my phone to silent mode. Only then did I go to sleep. The next morning, when I woke up, I got up and made an exquisite breakfast. Only after eating did I head to the cafe. When I arrived at the cafe, I found Jiang Yu there too. I naturally sat across from him. Morning, Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu pushed a breakfast plate in front of me. I thought, you'd come to the shop early this morning. Even though I'd already eaten breakfast, I still took a couple bites of the breakfast Jiang Yu brought. Jiang Yu straightened his body and rested both hands on the table. Then he said, so yesterday, weren't my parents out having dinner together? I heard that at the table. Uncle Lu brought up you and Luo Yudin getting your marriage certificate and getting married. Jiang Yu knew that Luo Yudin's parents like Lu Xian very much. Likewise, my parents also like Luo Yudin very much. Now that something like this happened, it's pretty awkward. Hearing that, I waved my hand. That's Luo Yudin's fault. They can't pin the blame on me. We'll talk about it if they ask. Jiang Yu slowly nodded, then suddenly seemed to remember something. When I came at 8 this morning, I was getting ready to clean that table. As he spoke, he pointed toward the table by the window in the corner. I followed the direction he pointed. That was the seat I usually sat in. He continued, guess what happened? There was this incredibly beautiful woman, holding a coffee and sitting at that table. I have to say, she was seriously gorgeous. I'm not exaggerating at all. She had the kind of elegant face That looked super intelligent, but she only sat there for 5 minutes. Exactly 5 minutes. Then she left. The moment I heard his description, I immediately knew who it was. Miss Xiao. Jiang Yu looked at me in shock. You two know each other? I nodded, and casually told Jiang Yu how I met her. At that time, I ran out of Luo Yuding's house, tripped at the entrance, and lost my keys. You have no idea how desperate I felt back then. Then she brought them to me. I offered to pay for the delivery, but she refused. Though maybe she saw me getting hit and thought I was pitiful, so she brought them over. I paused for a moment before continuing. What's even more embarrassing is, later on, Luo Yuding came to the cafe one night looking for me. We ended up arguing, and she saw me lose control of my emotions again. Hearing that, Jiang Yu laughed out loud. Then you two really are fated. I let out a sigh. I haven't been this miserable in years. And somehow she happened to witness it every time. Just thinking about it is embarrassing. But we only met by chance anyway. So, what if she saw it? She wouldn't go around telling others. Besides, I treated her to coffee and dinner. She definitely wouldn't tell anyone. Jiang Yu teased me a few more times, then finally left. He went to the company, and I got up to walk Jiang Yu to his car. Only after watching the car drive away did I return to the cafe to keep working. At noon during lunch, my dad called me. I picked up lazily, and heard him say from the other end, "Son, are you coming home for dinner tonight? I made sweet and sour ribs, and your mom made crispy pork. Want some?" The very first thought that popped into my mind was yes, but then I remembered how my parents had brushed me off yesterday, even joking that they did it on my behalf. So I swallowed the words back down. I already ate a lot last night, so I won't eat today. You and Mom can help me eat it. I don't need to eat it anyway. Hearing that, Dad lowered his voice and said, "Our son's personality really is just like yours." Mom rolled her eyes at him, and Dad continued asking me, "You're really not eating? We just bought the ingredients this morning." Hearing that, I stubbornly replied, "Not eating. I ate too much yesterday." Dad deliberately let out a sigh. "All right then, son, get back to work." I'm hanging up, as Dad moved the phone away from his ear. He said to Mom, "Let's make grilled steak tonight too. I'll bring back a tomahawk steak after work." Suddenly, I wasn't stubborn anymore. I weakly said, "If it's tomahawk steak, grill it a little tender." I had already started making requests. Seeing this, my parents laughed happily. All right, then come home tonight, and we'll make it for you." While despising my own lack of resolve, the smile on my face completely gave me away. After hanging up the phone, I forgot all about everything else. Mainly because the sweet and sour ribs and crispy pork my parents made were just too delicious. Even yesterday's restaurant couldn't compare. At best, it was just a substitute. At 4 in the afternoon, I greeted the staff and left the cafe. I bought some fruit to bring with me. When passing by Jiang University, I turned my head and looked for a few seconds. My parents' house was near Jiang University. After parking the car, I carried the fruit into my parents' house. The moment I entered, I smelled the aroma of steak, mixed with a sweet and sour scent, all my favorite flavors. I walked into the kitchen and greeted my parents. Mom pointed toward the sink. "Jiawen, you're here. Come wash your hands first." I responded and walked over. I washed my hands under the faucet, then dried them and helped carry the dishes to the table. My parents were still busy in the kitchen. Soon, all the dishes were ready. The three of us sat down. I had just picked up my chopsticks when Dad said, "Yesterday, when we went out for dinner, we talked with Uncle Luo and the others about you and Tingting." He continued, "They even said you two were discussing getting your marriage certificate." Hearing that, my hand holding the chopsticks paused. I suddenly remembered that matter. I weakly answered, Mom then asked, "So, have you decided when to get the marriage certificate?" Dad also looked quite happy. "You young people don't need to pick an auspicious date. Once you get the certificate, we'll have to talk with old Luo about the wedding arrangements." Listening to my parents talk about marriage registration and the wedding, I looked up at them. Both of them had smiles on their faces, clearly very satisfied with me marrying Luo Yuding. After all, our families knew each other inside out, and they had watched Luo Yuding grow up. How could they not be satisfied? Seeing my expression, my parents looked a little surprised. "Jiawen, did something happen between you and Tingting?" I pursed my lips. At that moment, I completely lost my appetite. I put down my chopsticks and lowered my head as I replied, "Luo Yuding and I broke up." The moment I finished speaking, my parents were both stunned. Then Mom frowned. "Were you the one who brought it up?" I nodded and looked at her. "Yes, I was the one who brought it up." Hearing that, Mom's expression instantly changed. Dad couldn't help but speak up, "Jiawen, Little arguments between couples are normal. Relationships are built through working through those bumps together. Don't make impulsive decisions out of anger and regret it later. Breaking up over something small is really unnecessary. After speaking, Dad let out a sigh. Hearing that, my throat felt dry. As I replied, I won't regret it. Mom glared at me angrily and said, You won't regret it. What's the point of just saying you won't regret it? I really don't understand. What could possibly have happened between you and Ting Ting to make you break up? You two grew up together. What could she possibly have done to you? You're just stubbornly refusing to let this go. And haven't Uncle Luo and Aunt Zhao always treated you well? What is there to be dissatisfied with about Luo Yuding? At that point, I fell silent. I knew my parents would react strongly when they found out I broke up, but I didn't expect them to scold me like this. Every single sentence made my heart tremble. You didn't even ask anything before blaming me. So, because I won't let this go, I deserve to be hit by her. Is that it? I suddenly remembered the scene of Luo Yuding hitting me that day. And yet my parents still kept praising Luo Yuding. When my parents heard me say I'd been hit, they froze. I quietly looked at them. I only accidentally broke one of her ex's cups. But she actually got angry at me, and even hit me. And she kept coming to find me again and again, saying being hit was no big deal. Saying I kept refusing to let this matter go. If you want me to stay with her because you think it'll be good for me, then you're pushing me straight into hell. After saying that, I stood up, pushed open the door, and ran out of the house. While going down the elevator, I could still hear my parents anxiously calling my name. Dad sighed and held his wife back. He doesn't want to see us right now, so let's not go after him. Mom was so anxious that she started crying, filled with guilt. She blamed herself for praising Luo Yuding so much. Why didn't I ask why they broke up? The more Mom thought about what I had just said, the sadder she became. I really need to ask them how the Luo family raised their daughter. As she spoke, she took out her phone to make a call. Dad stopped her. Isn't the reason Zhao and didn't tell us because he was afraid we'd trouble the Luo family? Let me call Jiangyu first and ask about the situation. The call went through. Dad asked Jiangyu, have time to talk right now? Jiangyu wasn't surprised at all to receive Dad's call. Yes, Uncle Lu. Go ahead. It's about our Lucian and Luo Yuding. Do you know anything? He guessed Jiangyu probably knew something. At yesterday's dinner gathering, when Jiangyu's parents heard them talking about Luo Yuding, their smiles had looked forced. At the time, he hadn't thought much of it, but now it seemed they probably knew something. Jiangyu briefly explained the key points. After finishing, he added, Lucian really loved Luo Yuding. Breaking up already put him in a terrible mood. After these past few days, he's finally managed to regulate his emotions pretty well. Uncle, you and Annie shouldn't scold him anymore. No one feels worse than he does. Hearing that, Dad sighed. Jiangyu immediately understood. All right, Uncle. I'll go check on Xian. You two don't need to worry, Dad hurriedly said. Thank you, Jiangyu. After hanging up, Mom spoke to Dad. I don't care about anything else. But my son cannot suffer grievances for nothing. After saying that, Mom immediately used her phone to call Luo Yuding's mother. Now that Dad understood the situation, he was furious too. He didn't stop his wife at all. Meanwhile, after I came down from the elevator, I opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. Bitterness, grievance, and being misunderstood filled my heart. I didn't understand why things had become like this. Clearly, I hadn't done anything wrong. Yet everyone was blaming me. I rested both hands on the steering wheel, and they were trembling slightly. I could hear car horns ringing in my ears. But I ignored them. After a while, someone suddenly knocked twice on the car window. I turned my head to look. A familiar face appeared before my eyes. It was Xia Yushin. I opened the car door and stepped out. When Xia Yushin saw the redness around my eyes, this was already the third time she had seen me this upset, as if I were about to shatter at any moment. Like a gust of wind could make me disappear. She extended her slender arms and stepped forward to hug me. My whole body stiffened for a moment. I buried my head against her shoulder and sobbed silently. Xia Yushin couldn't help feeling distressed from me. The hand hanging by her side unconsciously tightened, slowly moving toward my back as if wanting to pat me gently. But thinking that we were merely strangers who hadn't even exchanged names, she eventually lowered her hand again. Then she suddenly heard me say, Miss Xia, would you marry me? Yes, I was acting impulsively to get back at Luo Yuding. She always thought that I could never live without her. Her parents kept bringing up marriage registration and constantly praising Luo Yuding. Then I'd just marry someone else instead. If hugging Xia Yushin had already shocked her greatly, then hearing me say those words now made her pupils tremble even more. Xia Yushin stood frozen in place. Only after a long while did she regain her senses. She slowly pulled my hands away, looking at my reddened eyes. She felt a little reluctant to hurt me, but she still spoke in a very serious tone. You can't do this. You can't marry someone you've only met a few times and don't even know the name of just because of a moment of impulse. My mind felt muddled. I couldn't take in anything else. I only knew that Xia Yushin was unwilling. Thinking about it, that was normal. Who would be like me, randomly marrying a stranger for no reason? Sorry for bothering you. I stepped back, wanting to get into the car, but Xia Yushin grabbed my arm. She silently sighed in her heart. How are you supposed to drive in this state? I'll take you home. The meaning Xia Yushin understood from what I had just said was, since you don't want to, then never mind. I'll just ask another stranger whether they want to marry me. I said, thank you, then sat in the passenger seat. Xia Yushin glanced at her own car across the street. Before sitting in the driver's seat of my car, she started the car and drove me home. The last time she delivered my keys, she had remembered the route. My place wasn't very far from the cafe. Then I slowly spoke up. My parents really like Luo Yuding. When we broke up, they didn't even ask why. They just assumed it was my fault. After more than 10 years together, I only broke one cup that her ex gave her, and she made such a huge scene over it. I spoke softly and slowly, simply wanting to let out the frustration in my heart. Otherwise, holding it in felt unbearable. Xia Yushin listened carefully to every word I said. Only after a long while did she speak. Her voice was calm and steady. But you can't use your marriage to get back at someone. You should spend more time understanding a person. To put it bluntly, if you marry someone whose values don't align with yours, you could hang yourself, and they'd still think you're swinging on a swing. Hearing her say that, I thought about it and realized she was right. She parked the car outside the residential complex. Seeing the state I was in, Xia Yushin couldn't help feeling worried. After hesitating for a moment, she said, I'll walk you upstairs. I nodded. We entered together. I changed my shoes and sat on the sofa. My voice was weak and lifeless. Thank you for bringing me back. Xia Yushin's gaze fell on my face. Seeing that I had closed my eyes and seemed to be asleep, the phone in her pocket vibrated. She immediately took it out and answered the call, then went to the balcony to talk. A woman's voice sounded from the other end of the line. Xia Yushin, where are you? Weren't we supposed to have dinner together? Where did you go? I have something to deal with. Go eat by yourself. And my car is parked by the roadside. You can drive it to dinner. After dinner, come pick me up tonight. Before the other person could respond, Xia Yushin added, tell me how much it cost, and I'll transfer the money to you. The person on the other end replied, all right, call me tonight, and I'll come get you. After hanging up, Xia Yushin looked toward me lying on the sofa. She left the balcony and went into the kitchen. After looking through the refrigerator, she took out several ingredients. There was also a bag of ribs in the fresh food compartment, which she took out too. She removed her black trench coat. Just as she was about to place it on the chair, she glanced at me sleeping. She gently draped the coat over me instead. Then she rolled up her shirt sleeves and returned to the kitchen. I probably slept for about 20 minutes, smelling the aroma in the air. I thought Jiang Yu had come over with food. I rubbed my eyes and walked into the kitchen. Before even seeing who it was, I called out. But after realizing it wasn't the two of them, I awkwardly touched the back of my neck. Miss Xia, are you cooking? You're awake. Xia Yushin, who had just finished cooking and was about to leave, had guessed that after being scolded by my parents, I probably hadn't eaten. So, she decided to cook before leaving. She hadn't expected me to wake up so soon. Xia Yushin looked at me and said, I've finished making dinner for you. I'm leaving now. I looked at the dishes on the table. In the center was sweet and sour ribs. A sweet and sour aroma filled the air. Miss Xia, aren't you going to eat? I turned around and looked at Xia Yushin, who was putting on her coat. Xia Yushin's gaze rested on me as she watched me enter the kitchen and take out 2 pairs of chopsticks and 2 bowls. I turned to her and said, time to eat. Xia Yushin paused where she stood. Her deep gaze watched as I neatly arranged the bowls and chopsticks. Only then did she walk toward the table. The ingredients in the fridge. I just picked a few at random. I forced out a smile. Thank you. I was actually planning to cook these dishes tonight anyway. I picked up a piece of ribs and put it in my bowl. The taste was surprisingly good. I couldn't help praising her. Miss Xia, you're actually really good at cooking. Xia Yushin's lips curved into a faint smile that was hard to notice. Maybe because I had shared my worries with Xia Yushin. The heaviness in my heart wasn't as overwhelming anymore. One originally had no appetite, but now I was genuinely hungry. So I ate a little faster than usual. Xia Yushin turned sideways and watched me eat seriously. I sensed her gaze and looked up at her after swallowing the food in my mouth. Blinking my dry eyes, I asked, "Am I eating to fast?" Xia Yushin shook her head, looked away, and lowered her head to continue eating. "It's just that I think you look thinner than the first time I met you. You should eat more." I nodded obediently. "Okay, then I'll eat more. From now on, Luo Yuding would never deserve to make me sad again." Hearing me answer her so seriously, Xia Yushin laughed softly. In the end, I finished the entire plate of sweet and sour ribs she had made. After dinner, I put the bowls and chopsticks into the dishwasher. When I came back, Xia Yushin had already finished wiping the table. She had also placed the vase back in the center of the table, and even adjusted its angle slightly. I thanked Xia Yushin. "Miss Xia, thank you for cooking for me today." Xia Yushin wiped her hands with a tissue. She replied, "You're welcome." Then she looked up at me. "Since you're fine now, I'll head out first." I responded softly, "Be careful on the way home." As I spoke, I prepared to walk her downstairs, but Xia Yushin stopped me. "Get some rest. I can go down myself." She stood in the entryway and paused. Turning around, she said, "Mr. Lu, don't casually ask strange women to marry you in the future. Things like that." I nodded awkwardly. "Got it." Xia Yushin still had many things she wanted to say, but she felt it would be inappropriate. "Then I'm leaving." She opened the door and walked out, then gently closed it behind her. After stepping out of the elevator, she lowered her head and sent an address to a friend, asking them to pick her up. Jiang Yu and Chu brushed past her. Chu suddenly stopped walking. She looked toward Xia Yushin standing outside the residential complex. Jiang Yu followed the direction she was looking. "What are you looking at?" Chu turned back and replied, "That woman has an outstanding figure and temperament." I didn't see her face clearly, but when she walked past me just now, from the side profile alone, I thought she was the woman we saw at the banquet before. Jiang Yu hadn't seen her face at all, so he didn't pay much attention. The two pressed the elevator button and went straight to the 9th floor. After ringing the doorbell, Jiang Yu said, "I wonder if Shin cried himself to sleep." As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened. I opened the door and let them in. "Why did you come over so late?" Chu handed me the takeout she brought and teased, "We were afraid you'd starve to death at home." I accepted it, "Thanks. You still came all the way here this late." I placed the food on the table and poured water for them. Only then did I sit down. Jiang Yu softly asked, "When your dad called me, I told him everything." He felt really guilty. Aunt Shen is usually such a calm person, but when she heard that Luo Yuding hit you, she cried terribly. Honestly, I've never seen Aunt Shen like that before. Chu chimed in, "It's all Luo Yuding's fault." Jiang Yu laughed. "Does Luo Yuding know you're talking about her like this behind her back?" Chu shrugged indifferently. "It's not like I'm bad-mouthing her in public." I chuckled, then said, "I didn't mean to blame my parents. I was just in a bad mood at the time and got emotional." Hearing me say that, they finally felt relieved. Jiang Yu glanced at the time. "It's already 7:30. You should eat first." I waved my hand. "But I've already eaten. I had just finished cleaning up the table 5 minutes before you arrived." Jiang Yu froze for a moment and carefully examined my face. In this situation, there was no way I would have cooked for myself. Not just Jiang Yu. Even Chu felt that something was off. Who was it? For a moment, I didn't know how to explain. After I ran out of my parents' house, Miss Xia drove me home and even cooked for me. With just that one sentence, Jiang Yu and Chu immediately bombarded me with questions. Who is Miss Xia? Why did she drive you home? And why did she cook for you? I looked at them and seriously explained, "She's the one who picked up my keys before and returned them to me that morning. You met her at the cafe." Jiang Yu suddenly changed the subject. "Are you close with her?" I shook my head. "I wouldn't say we're close. We're more like chance acquaintances. We haven't even exchanged names, let alone contact information." Hearing that, Chu seemed to remember something. "The last time Luo Yuding called me, she said you were having dinner with a woman. Was it her too?" I nodded and continued, "That's right. It was her." Because she gave me a cake the day before yesterday. And then yesterday we happened to run into each other outside her university. So I treated her to dinner. At the time, I was leaning against the car window watching the beautiful women outside the university gate. Then she suddenly appeared. She even asked me what I was doing there. I was too embarrassed to tell the truth. It felt like I had been caught red-handed. Jiangyu laughed mercilessly. So what did you say? I scratched my head and said. Of course I gave a positive and uplifting answer. I said I was looking at energetic young students. But then out came someone who looked half asleep. With a blank expression, she said, they do seem pretty energetic. This time even Chu laughed. At that moment, I stared at them expressionlessly. That's a bit too much. Jiangyu cleared his throat, took a deep breath, but still couldn't help laughing again. All right, no more laughing. Then we're heading out. Get some rest early. All right. I walked them downstairs, watched them get into the car, and waved. Drive safely tonight. I picked up my phone and looked at the contact list. Then I called my parents. My mom answered almost instantly. Shen Ling anxiously asked Zhaoen, have you eaten yet? It's Mom's fault. I didn't ask about the whole situation first. It was the first time my mom had ever anxiously explained herself to me like this. I was a little flattered. It's okay. I was just emotionally unstable at the time. So I ran out of the house. I'm really fine. I'm already feeling better now. I've eaten already. Tonight Jiangyu and Chu also brought me food. It's good that you're okay. It's good that you're okay. My mom repeated it twice. The weight in her heart finally lifted. We chatted for quite a while longer. Before finally hanging up, I set my phone aside. Thinking back to my relationship with Luo Yuding, aside from carrying the title of boyfriend and girlfriend, everything else was almost the same as before. Birthday gifts, holiday gifts, but none of the intimacy between lovers. You could say we were the purest couple imaginable. Or maybe we couldn't even be called a couple at all. It was more like we just carried the title of lovers, while she still only treated herself as my older sister. Even after we became lovers, she seemed to naturally enjoy all the kindness I gave her. All of us childhood friends had witnessed Luo Yuding's previous relationship, back when she was with her ex. She wished she could stay glued to her ex 24 hours a day. After recalling all these things about Luo Yuding, I finally felt a little relieved. Being with Luo Yuding was basically asking for suffering. Before it even reached 10 o'clock, I was already sleepy. I turned off the lights and went to sleep. Meanwhile, Xia Yushin lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. In her mind, she replayed everything about how we had met. Although it sounded like a chance encounter, it felt like much more than that. In her mind, she could still see me with reddened eyes, asking whether she would marry me. At that moment, she had almost agreed, but she clearly knew that I had only spoken in the heat of the moment. It seemed more like impulsive revenge. As Xia Yushin thought about it, the more irritated she became. A thought spread wildly through her mind, completely occupying her thoughts. Her life had always been orderly and restrained. Suddenly, she wanted to be impulsive for once. Only after making that decision did she finally fall asleep. After having a nightmare and sleeping less than 3 hours, she woke up again. After getting up, she grabbed her household registration booklet. It was raining heavily today, so she brought an umbrella before heading out. She pushed open the car door and walked along the road under the umbrella, thinking that on a rainy day, Mr. Liu probably wouldn't go out either. If she didn't run into him, then it would prove they were merely strangers passing by. And since they were only chance acquaintances, then she should just let it go. After all, they were only passers-by. This impulsive thought should disappear too. She stood downstairs for who knew how long, thinking through countless words in her heart, completely ignoring the passers-by coming and going. Yet the longer she failed to see me, the stronger the urge became. She raised her eyes and looked at the still gloomy sky. It was almost as if it were reminding her that this impulsive thought should disappear. I hadn't planned to go to the cafe this morning, but since I went to bed early last night, after waking up today, I made myself an elaborate and hearty breakfast. Before putting the breakfast into the oven, I also cleaned up the apartment a little. Then I headed downstairs to throw out the trash. Only after entering the elevator did I realize I hadn't brought an umbrella, but I didn't bother going back for it. Wasn't it just a few steps in the rain? A warrior fears no storm. I walked out of the elevator and headed outside, but my footsteps suddenly paused for a few seconds. I swear I'll never forget this scene. Miss Xia stood in the rain holding a black umbrella. She looked as though she had blended into the rain itself, appearing especially lonely. I hurriedly ran outside and called out to Xia Yushin, Miss Xia. Xia Yushin slightly narrowed her eyes as she looked at me rushing toward her in the rain. I smiled and waved at her, Running through the rain from under the awning, I asked Miss Xia, "Why are you here?" When I saw Xia Yushin, my heart instantly warmed. So early in the morning, why was she standing downstairs at my apartment? Was something wrong? Could it be because of how abruptly I asked yesterday whether she would marry me? Was she worried I might still do something irrational today? So she came over early in the morning? If that was really the case, I thought for a moment before continuing. It's raining outside and pretty cold. Let's head upstairs first. Xia Yushin didn't say anything and followed me into the elevator. Only after we entered did she say, "I came to see you." As soon as she finished speaking, the elevator doors opened. We left the umbrella by the door and entered the apartment. "Thank you for coming so early, Miss Xia. I'm really okay now." She was such a kind person that I felt a little touched. Then I went to get a dry towel from the apartment and handed it to Xia Yushin. "Miss Xia, dry yourself off." Then I continued, "I'm making breakfast. Have you eaten yet?" "I made a lot. Let's eat together." After saying that, I walked into the kitchen and brought out the dishes from the oven. Then I made 2 bowls of wontons and placed them on the table. Xia Yushin glanced at the pan-fried buns on the table, the wontons, baked flatbread, and a plate of fruit. "Let's eat." I handed Xia Yushin a spoon and chopsticks. She reached out to take them and thanked me. I smiled and said, "Miss Xia, I should be thanking you instead. You came all the way here in the rain so early in the morning to see me." Xia Yushin replied stiffly, "But you came downstairs, didn't you?" I looked at her in confusion and asked, "If I hadn't gone downstairs to throw out the trash, would you not have come up?" Xia Yushin nodded and softly asked, "Are you feeling better now?" I smiled. "I'm fine already. I was indeed impulsive yesterday. Everything you said was right. I'm slowly changing that impulsive and rebellious side of myself." Hearing that, Xia Yushin slightly relaxed and then introduced herself to me. "My name is Xia Yushin, a 28-year-old university professor from Yan'an City." She usually only said she was a teacher, so mentioning that she was a university professor today already showed how seriously she took this self-introduction. I curved my lips into a smile. "I already know." Xia Yushin looked at me. "You know who I am. You're the youngest professor in Jiang University's Chinese department. I even read the article your university published specifically about you." I praised sincerely. "Miss Xia, after reading about your past achievements, I think you're truly brilliant. Things like skipping grades and guaranteed admission seem insignificant when it comes to you." Xia Yushin laughed softly. "So that's how it is." I quickly introduced myself as well. "My name is Lu Xian. I'm also from Yan'an City, a 26-year-old coffee shop owner." I guess that's about it. Lu Xian. Xia Yushin silently repeated my name several times in her heart. After breakfast, we sat and chatted for a while. I looked Xia Yushin up and down again and couldn't help asking curiously, "Miss Xia, are you going somewhere today?" Xia Yushin didn't mention her real purpose. She simply started cleaning up the table while asking, "Should all of this be taken to the kitchen?" "No need. I'll do it." I stood up and carried the dishes away. "Thanks." I brought out the lemon water I had prepared earlier that morning and poured a glass for Xia Yushin. Xia Yushin's voice carried a hint of apology. "Sorry for troubling you." Ever since she came in, I had been busy nonstop, making it seem as though she had caused me trouble. I shook my head. "It's not troublesome at all. I'm usually like this at home anyway." Xia Yushin seemed somewhat hesitant. Then she suddenly asked, "Are you clear-headed and rational today?" The abrupt question caught me a little off guard, but I felt that Xia Yushin was concerned about me. And today's Miss Xia seemed somewhat restrained, as if she were holding something back. I looked at her and smiled as I nodded. "Of course. Yesterday, you talked things through with me and even cooked for me. My friends also came by last night, and I called my parents afterward and explained everything clearly. I won't be upset over someone who isn't worth it anymore." After asking that question, Xia Yushin finally felt relieved. Her gaze fell upon my sharp and handsome features. "Mr. Lu, would you marry me?" That was the question I had asked her yesterday, and it had never once left Xia Yushin's mind. The hand holding my glass stiffened. I stared blankly at Xia Yushin. She seemed to think my reaction was perfectly normal. Her voice gradually softened. "You don't have to answer me right away. I suppose this is impulsive on my part too. I just hope that when you're calm and rational, you can give me an answer. You can slowly ask me anything you want to know. I'll answer every question. I gradually came back to my senses, still looking at Xia Yushin with confusion and curiosity. So she had stood downstairs in the rain all morning, waiting for me to appear, just to ask me this one question. It was unbelievable. I looked at her and asked, "Why?" Xia Yushin sighed softly. Having emotional reactions towards someone you've only met a handful of times really did sound rather absurd. What you said to me yesterday. I thought about it almost the entire night. Perhaps my life has been too dull. I really was impulsive. You asked me why I didn't come upstairs to find you. We started as strangers who met by chance. If I hadn't waited for you, then we should have remained strangers who merely crossed paths. She spoke each word slowly and steadily, her voice calm and unhurried. I asked in slight surprise, "Do you need this marriage?" Xia Yushin shook her head. Her voice was clear and gentle. "I only pay for my own emotions. It has nothing to do with anything else." Without yesterday's impulsive desire for revenge, my heart, which should have calmed like still autumn water, was stirred again by Xia Yushin's few words. For a moment, I was speechless. Xia Yushin didn't seem awkward at all. She had come here already prepared for a 50% chance of failure. Since I still hadn't rejected her, she could only continue talking about herself. "Aside from the reason why I want to marry you, I already have a house and a car. As for savings, I probably have." When she mentioned savings, I laughed softly. "Miss Xia, it's better not to casually tell people your savings amount." Xia Yushin raised an eyebrow slightly, then nodded. "I live alone, and my lifestyle is simple. If we get married and have children in the future, I can temporarily put my work aside." After silently listening to everything, my thoughts became a mess. I had said I wouldn't act impulsively anymore. But then I thought, getting married to the woman in front of me now didn't seem so bad either. It would solve everything. And I knew I wouldn't be able to move on from my last relationship so quickly. I was afraid I'd ignore my friend's advice and reconcile with Luo Yuding. A voice in my heart kept shouting, "Agree to her. Don't leave yourself a way out." I don't know where the courage came from, but I actually agreed. At my agreement, Xia Yushin was the one who froze for a moment instead. Seeing her reaction, I cleared my throat. "Are you going to say again that I shouldn't casually marry a stranger I've only met a few times?" Xia Yushin smiled warmly. "Looks like today it's your turn to lecture me, starting from last night." She no longer had the right to lecture me. I set down the glass and asked, "Then should we register our marriage today?" The moment the words "register our marriage" left my mouth, it felt like a lifetime had passed. Just a short while ago, I had discussed those same words with someone else. I never expected things to change so drastically. Xia Yushin had already brought her ID and household register when she left this morning. I nodded. "I'll go change clothes first." "Wait for me a moment." I had never been this impulsive and rebellious before. This time, I wasn't leaving myself any way out. It would have been fine to date first, but I just couldn't be bothered anymore. If I was going to do something, I might as well go all in. After changing clothes and coming back out, I said to her again, "Wait a second. There's still one more thing I need to get." After speaking, I ran back into the bedroom. Xia Yushin stood up and swept the floor once, then tidied up the table. Just as she finished cleaning, I walked out of the bedroom. Xia Yushin's gaze landed on me, and she unconsciously paused in place. My handsome appearance paired with a formal suit made me even more attractive. I lowered my hands and walked over to Xia Yushin, standing in front of her. "Miss Xia, is this okay?" She met my gaze. "Very handsome," she praised with a smile. I held the household register in my hand. Before, it had always been kept with my parents. Later, when they heard I was going to register my marriage with Luo Yuding, they gave it to me. They probably thought I would surprise them someday by suddenly getting married, but instead Luo Yuding and I completely broke up. I didn't expect it would still come in handy after all. "Then let's go." I changed into my shoes and left together with Xia Yushin. Xia Yushin was thinking whether the compliment she gave me just now had been too perfunctory. What she had actually thought was, "A gentleman as gentle as jade." Yet, when the words came out, the first thing that came to mind was simply "very handsome." Xia Yushin bent slightly to pick up the umbrella on the ground. I took the umbrella from her hand and said, "I'll do it." Then we entered the elevator together. Inside the elevator, my fingers curled slightly, accidentally brushing against Xia Yushin's hand. After getting out of the elevator, I naturally held her hand. Her hand felt slightly cool, but very soft. When I saw that the rain had stopped, I was a little surprised. Even the sun had come out now. My car was parked by the roadside, and Xia Yushin sat in the passenger seat. She saw my household register placed in the center console. On the way to the Civil Affairs Bureau, my mood remained unexpectedly calm. I parked the car in front of the bureau. I looked at Xia Yushin seriously and asked, "Do you really not regret this?" Xia Yushin paused slightly. Shouldn't that have been the question she asked me instead? But she still followed along with my words. "I don't regret it. Following my own feelings. If I didn't make this decision, I might regret it for a very long time. I have to at least try. I don't want to leave myself with any regrets." Her words felt like a catalyst for me. All my unnecessary worries disappeared. Just as Xia Yushin was about to push open the car door, I grabbed her arm. She looked at me in confusion. "What's wrong?" I took out a ring box from the back seat. "I don't know if you'll like it. If you don't, we can go pick another style this afternoon." I opened the ring box. Inside lay 2 rings, each over 1 carat. The triple layer setting was beautifully crafted. I had prepared these rings a long time ago. A wedding should still have its proper sense of ceremony. If Xia Yushin didn't like them, we'd go replace them later. Xia Yushin's beautiful eyes seemed to brighten slightly. Then she took out one of the rings and put it on my finger. The two of us exchanged rings for each other. In front of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Xia Yushin asked me one more time, "Once we go in, there's no regretting it anymore." I held Xia Yushin's hand in return and walked into the Civil Affairs Bureau. When we went in, I was unbelievably calm. But after the stamp was placed and we walked out with the certificates, I suddenly couldn't stay calm anymore. I stood at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, staring blankly at the red marriage certificate in my hand. My legs even felt a little weak. "Are you okay?" Xia Yushin saw me standing there in a daze, and for a moment, she didn't think I regretted it. After all, I had been pretty calm when we went inside. I quietly looked at Xia Yushin. In just a little over 10 minutes, it felt like a long dream. And then I got married. Thankfully, the bride was very attractive. She had the aura of an elegant and composed older woman. The more I looked at her, the prettier she became. Xia Yushin paused and asked, "Do you regret it?" I took several deep breaths before calming down, but I still felt a little anxious inside. I suddenly got married. What are we supposed to tell my parents and yours? Xia Yushin smiled lightly and said, "I'll visit your parents this afternoon first." I hurriedly grabbed Xia Yushin. No. Let's keep it secret for now. The important thing is, I still don't know how to tell my parents, and we just reconciled with them. If they find out I married a woman I've only met a few times, they'll definitely think I acted impulsively because of them. They'll blame themselves. And they might even resent you too, Miss Xia. Xia Yushin still felt this wasn't very appropriate. That doesn't seem very good. I directly changed the subject and asked, "Do your parents know?" "How about I meet your parents first?" Xia Yushin shook her head and said, "They don't know. I'll tell them." Only after getting the marriage certificate did I realize there were still many things we hadn't considered. This time I was really doomed. I seriously asked Xia Yushin, "Are your parents easy to get along with? They won't dislike me, right? If there's some kind of family conflict too, wouldn't I just be giving myself another huge problem?" Xia Yushin looked at me and smiled. "They'll like you? They've always been subtly urging me to find a boyfriend or something." Xia Yushin nodded. "Don't worry." After getting into the car, I hesitated internally for a few seconds. "Miss Xia, could you move in with me?" Afraid she might refuse, I quickly added a few more words. "My place is in a pretty good location. Driving to your workplace isn't very far either. Why don't you think about it?" I looked at Xia Yushin expectantly from the side. Xia Yushin hadn't planned on refusing at all. "Okay. Then I'll go back and pack my things." I let out a sigh of relief, feeling like I should give a reason. So I spoke honestly. "Actually, I don't plan to tell my parents about us for now. I'm afraid they'll notice something." Xia Yushin nodded. "I can understand. These are all minor matters. It doesn't matter where I live. I won't refuse your suggestion." At that moment, I started worrying again about what married couples were supposed to do, and how I should address her without sounding formal. Calling her Miss Xia felt distant, but calling her directly by name seemed impolite. Using just the characters of her name didn't seem close enough either, so troublesome. I decided not to think about it anymore. After arriving at Xia Yushin's place and packing her things, we prepared to go eat. By the time we got to the restaurant, it was already 11:30. While eating, Xia Yushin suddenly asked, "You don't want your parents and friends to know about me, right?" I hurriedly shook my head. "No, that's not it. It doesn't matter if my friends know. As for my parents, I just need a couple more days to prepare them mentally. In a few days, can we go visit them together? Xia Yushin nodded. Okay. Although this was a bit impulsive, it definitely wasn't just a passing whim. I truly hope we can spend the rest of our lives together. Hearing that, I nodded as well. Although we don't know each other very well yet, I never intended to treat marriage like a game. After hearing me say that, she relaxed quite a bit. After the meal, we went to the mall and bought quite a lot of things. However, I was a little confused by Xia Yushin's enthusiasm about meeting my parents. But she just said, let's prepare in advance. Better safe than sorry. We'll meet them sooner or later. Suddenly, I felt a little guilty inside. Miss Xia was being so proactive that not letting her meet my parents felt a little unfair to her. It was like I was hiding her away from everyone. Then I'll also prepare some gifts for your parents in advance, even though we don't know when we'll meet them yet. Following Xia Yushin's choices, I bought another matching set. But in the end, Xia Yushin still paid for everything. Shouldn't I be the one paying? I was a little dissatisfied. Xia Yushin smiled helplessly. We're already married. Isn't it all the same? I muttered softly. How is that the same? Xia Yushin heard me mumbling quietly and lowered her eyes slightly, but she couldn't make out what I said. We made 2 trips before finally carrying everything we bought home. After shopping all afternoon, my whole body ached. As soon as we got back, I collapsed onto the sofa. I didn't even care about maintaining my image in front of Miss Xia anymore. When I saw Xia Yushin dragging her suitcase over, I quickly got up and went with her to the walk-in closet. You can hang your clothes on the side from now on. My clothes are on the left. I had planned to leave the right side for Xia Yushin. Okay, she crouched down and started unpacking her clothes. Just then, the doorbell rang. Thinking about how proactive Miss Xia had been today, I felt that hiding her existence from others was unfair. So I said, Miss Xia, why don't you answer the door? It might be my friend Jiangyu. Hearing that, Xia Yushin's lips curved upward. I wasn't trying to hide her. And honestly, that made her a little happy. She immediately put down the clothes in her hands and went to open the door. On the way to the door, Xia Yushin thought about the name Jiangyu that I had just mentioned. It seemed that the day she cooked here, before seeing clearly who it was, I had called out Jiangyu's name. He was probably a very good friend of mine. The moment she opened the door, their eyes met. For a moment, everything fell silent. The people standing at the door were clearly not peers his age. Given their age and appearance, they looked more like Lucian's parents. So Lucian was this handsome because he inherited his parents' good genes. My parents were carrying 2 gift boxes in their hands. When they saw that the person opening the door wasn't their son, the 2 of them stepped back a little and checked the apartment number. My mom looked puzzled. She muttered, "This is the right place." My dad looked toward Xia Yushin, who had opened the door. "Excuse me, who are you?" Xia Yushin stepped aside from the doorway and politely greeted them. "Mom, Dad, good evening." That single mom, Dad stunned them both. "Please come in and sit down." Xia Yushin suddenly felt grateful for her earlier preparation. Luckily, she had bought gifts that afternoon. Otherwise, this would have been unbearably awkward. Who would have thought she would meet Xian's parents so soon? She was actually a little happy. As long as her parents-in-law knew about her, then she would completely become Xian's officially acknowledged wife. After the 2 of them entered, they looked around at the layout and decor inside and finally confirmed they hadn't come to the wrong apartment. Xia Yushin immediately poured tea for her parents-in-law, leaving the 2 of them completely bewildered. Just as they were about to ask who she was, they suddenly heard my voice from not far away calling, "Jiangyu? Why are you here?" I had changed into casual home clothes and walked toward the living room. The moment I saw who it was, I froze in place. It wasn't Jiangyu. It was actually my parents. I had originally planned to keep it hidden, but they showed up that very evening. "Oh, so you have a friend over at home?" My dad looked at Xia Yushin. This young lady, at first glance, he was actually quite satisfied. She looked like a refined and elegant lady from a good family. But after what happened with Luo Yuding, he no longer judged people by appearances alone. No matter how good someone looked, what truly mattered was their character. I forced out an awkward smile. I slowly walked over. "Mom, Dad, why did you come today already?" My mom leaned forward and patted the insulated food containers on the table. "You didn't get to eat the food we cooked yesterday, so we wanted to surprise you today and bring it over." I sat down beside Xia Yushin and said, "Thanks, Mom and Dad." My dad looked at Xia Yushin and smiled as he said, "You're Xian's friend, right? Stay and have dinner with us later." I took a deep breath and spoke up, "Mom, Dad, she's not my friend." My parents slowly turned to look at Xia Yushin. "So then this young lady is?" Xia Yushin introduced herself to them. "Mom, Dad, My name is Xia Yushin. I'm 28 years old, from Yan'an City. And I'm a university professor. Hearing that, my mom immediately understood. So you're our Xian's admirer. But you can't call us Mom and Dad the first time we meet. That's not proper. When my dad heard the name Xia Yushin, he suddenly remembered something. He had previously discussed her with several other teachers. The youngest professor in the Chinese department at Jiang University next door. He had even praised her before, saying she was exceptionally talented. I lowered my head and quietly said, "Actually, she's my wife." The moment they heard that, my parents abruptly looked at us. "What did you just say?" My mom immediately became anxious. "Was it because of those harsh things I said to you yesterday? Did you impulsively marry someone because you couldn't think straight? It's all my fault. If you're angry, just blame me." I waved my hand quickly and looked at my mom as I said, "Mom, I'm not out of my mind. Do you really think someone like her is the kind of person I could casually marry on impulse? But Yushin bought a lot of things and was waiting for my approval before meeting you." Hearing that, my mom hesitated to speak. Her gaze fell on Xia Yushin across from us, before finally turning into a sigh. Back then, she had favored Luo Yuding. But what was the result? So, what if this was rushed? Dating for too long doesn't necessarily help. What matters is compatibility. Maybe he really did meet the right person. Shenlin sized Xia Yushin up. But Xian is right. She's beautiful, has a respectable job, and she's truly excellent. How could that be called losing his mind? Thinking of that, my mom said, "Let's eat." Then she stood up to plate the dishes. During the meal, my parents started asking, "Does your family know that you married our Xian?" Xia Yushin looked slightly apologetic. "I don't live with my parents, and I haven't told them yet. That really is inappropriate of me." "Mom, Dad, when are you free? The two families can have a meal together." Her attitude was humble, and she handled her words perfectly, leaving nothing to criticize. Hearing that, my parents nodded. "Let's see your parents' schedule first. You arrange a time, and let us know then." Xia Yushin nodded in agreement. Then my parents asked Yushin again, "What do your parents do?" Yushin is so outstanding. Her parents must be impressive too. But we should still understand her family background a little. After all, we'll be family in the future. Xia Yushin paused for a moment, silent for a few seconds. Before replying, "My parents used to run a small business. Now they're basically semi-retired." My parents didn't continue asking further. They only wanted a general understanding. After dinner, my parents left. The two of them were very happy with Xia Yushin's proactive attitude. At this point, they had already completely forgotten about Luo Yuding. Thrown Luo Yuding far out of their minds. After sending my parents off, Xia Yushin looked at me beside her and asked, "Did I do okay?" I laughed. "From what I can tell, my parents are already really happy." Xia Yushin let out a sigh of relief. "That's good then." After Xia Yushin finished showering and came out, I turned to look at her and froze for a few seconds. Fresh out of the bathroom, her little face was flushed red from the hot water. I had never seen her like that before, so I stared a little longer. Seeing me looking at her, she touched her face and asked, "What's wrong?" I smiled and said, "You're pretty," so I looked a bit longer. Hearing that, Xia Yushin's face grew warm. She turned and ran into the bedroom, tossing out, "Hurry up and go shower." Xia Yushin took off her shoes and climbed onto the bed. Lying flat and stiffly in place, she turned her head to look at the spot beside her. Married people were supposed to sleep together, right? She had never shared a bed with a man before. Xian wouldn't have any other expectations, would he? Though it wouldn't exactly be unreasonable. After all, she was already 28. But they had no emotional foundation at all. Did this count as a legal one-night stand? While she was still thinking about it, I finished showering and sat by the bed. Xia Yushin leaned against the headboard and tugged at the blanket. I lifted the blanket and leaned beside her. Xia Yushin looked like a little lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Completely motionless, her beautiful eyes looked at me as she said, "I told my parents about us getting our marriage certificate." I nodded and asked, "Then when should I visit them?" Xia Yushin thought for a moment. "I'm free tomorrow afternoon. We can go tomorrow afternoon. And before I head to school in the morning, we can stop by my parents-in-law's house too." Hearing that, I smiled and said, "Then my parents are going to be overjoyed." Even though my parents watched Luo Yuding grow up since childhood, she only visited my parents during the holidays. It was probably because that was how things had always been before. Even after getting together with me, She never took it seriously, still treating them like ordinary elders. With that comparison, my parents would probably grow fond of Xiaoyushan very quickly. Thinking of that, I spoke again. Then I'll go with you tomorrow morning. I looked at Xiaoyushan, whose eyes were sparkling brightly. Suddenly, I felt especially satisfied with my impulsiveness last night and my ability to act on it. Xiaoyushan nodded. Of course, I don't even know where my parents-in-law live yet. I smiled. Then let's get some sleep early. Xiaoyushan turned off the lights, and the bedroom fell into darkness. We lay flat on the bed. My bed wasn't very big, and with Xiaoyushan added in, I was practically hanging off the edge while lying flat. Sorry. I used to sleep alone before, so the bed's a little small. She was just about to move a little to the left, so she wouldn't crowd me when, right after I spoke, I suddenly fell into a warm embrace. This is perfect now. I gently stroked Xiaoyushan's slightly tense body and comforted her. Relax. We're just sleeping. I'm not planning to do anything. After a while, Xiaoyushan softly asked, Really? I nodded and said, I'll wait for you to take the initiative. We don't really have much emotional foundation yet. She had it rejected, sleeping beside me already, which was good enough. As for marital obligations, now that we were legally married, Xiaoyushan didn't look like she would refuse me either. I wanted to place the initiative in her hands. I didn't want her to regret anything. The bedroom returned to silence. Ever since growing up, Xiaoyushan had almost never slept in the same bed as someone else. Her heart couldn't calm down for a long time, until the faint sound of breathing came from beside her. Only then did she gradually relax and fall asleep. When she woke up at 6 the next morning, Xiaoyushan lay in bed in a daze for a long while. She had slept nearly 8 hours the night before, and had fallen asleep less than an hour after getting into bed. She turned her head to look at the husband beside her whom she had just married. For a moment, she didn't know whether it was because she had slept less than 3 hours the night before last, or because of him. When I woke up, Xiaoyushan was no longer beside me. She was already in the kitchen making breakfast. When I came over, she was placing breakfast onto the dining table. Good morning. She looked up and gave me a smile. Sit down and eat. After saying that, she turned and went back into the kitchen to get chopsticks. I straightened up. It was the first time I had seen such a radiant smile from Xiaoyushan. Her previous smiles had always been faint and subtle. Nothing as dazzling as today. Xiaoyushan sat down and handed me a pair of chopsticks before sitting down herself. We began eating. I asked curiously, Are you very happy today? Xiaoyushan's gaze landed on me. Thank you. I slept for nearly 8 hours last night. Hearing that, I suddenly felt a bit sympathetic. She must have been under too much pressure. Don't overwork yourself. After breakfast, we tidied up and prepared to head out. We bought boxes of seasonal fruit at the fruit shop. Although we had already brought gifts yesterday, this was her first visit to my parents' house, so we still had to show some courtesy. We arrived at my parents' place at 7:30. Carrying the gifts, we entered the apartment complex. As soon as we walked in, we saw Annie Wong downstairs doing morning exercises. Xian, you're here so early. Annie Wong stared at Xiaoyushan. Oh my, who is this? I smiled and greeted her. Good morning, Annie Wong. This is my wife. Annie Wong froze for a moment. She remembered that Xian's girlfriend used to be the one who came every year for New Year's visits. Xiaoyushan also greeted her politely. Good morning, Annie Wong. The moment she heard Xiaoyushan greet her, she completely forgot about the previous one. Smiling brightly, she looked at Xiaoyushan. Wonderful, wonderful. Xian has good taste. Your daughter-in-law came to visit first thing in the morning. Your parents must be thrilled. You two should head upstairs. I waved at Annie Wong and went upstairs with Xiaoyushan. After entering the elevator, I finally laughed. Yushan, you're really likable. Compared to Luo Yuding, you're much more likable. Even though you're both rather cold, Xiaoyushan truly cares about everything related to me. Xiaoyushan smiled softly. Are you praising me? I smiled and nodded. Of course. I had originally planned to enter using the password directly, but since it was Xiaoyushan's first time visiting, we had to go through the proper process. So I rang the doorbell. Coming. The moment the door opened, my dad froze in place. My mom asked, Who is it? Xiaoyushan greeted them. Good morning, Mom and Dad. My dad stepped aside and said to his wife, Your son and daughter-in-law are here. My mom put down what she was holding and hurried over. Seeing us show up so early in the morning made her extremely happy. Coming quickly. After entering, my dad said, Didn't you already buy gifts yesterday? Why did you bring more today? Xiaoyushan smiled. and said, "You can't visit for the first time empty-handed." My mom poured Xia Yushin a cup of tea and asked, "Have you eaten breakfast yet?" I answered, "We already ate before coming." "Have you two eaten yet?" My mom smiled and said, "We have. If you two had arrived a little later, we would have already gone out." Xia Yushin didn't want to delay her parents-in-law's time, so she added, "Mom and Dad, I have class this morning, so I'll have to leave soon." My parents nodded repeatedly. "All right, we'll all sit down for a meal together when there's time." The four of us sat for a while before heading downstairs together. I watched the direction my parents' car disappeared in and couldn't help smiling. Then I checked the time and said, "It's already past 8. You should be heading to school, right?" Xia Yushin took out her phone and checked the time. Calmly, she said, "Then I'm heading to school. Be careful on the road." After saying goodbye to Xia Yushin, I drove to the cafe. On the way, I bought a huge box of chocolates to bring to the shop for the staff. I had always been close with the employees, probably because we were around the same age. "Boss, why didn't you come to the shop yesterday?" I smiled and said, "I went to get married yesterday." One of the employees, who had just picked up a chocolate to put in her mouth, froze. "No way, boss. These are wedding candies?" I nodded. "A little bonus for you all." The employees were all excited. Seriously, why does it feel like boss is joking around? But everyone had thought the boss was going to marry Luo Yuding. The two of them did look well matched together. I tossed another chocolate over. "Of course it's true." The employee caught it with a smile. "Then congratulations, boss." After saying that, he sighed again. I asked curiously, "Why are you sighing like that?" Another employee laughed. "Today should have been the day. That beautiful lady came to buy coffee. Who knew it was already 8 and she still hadn't shown up? No beauty to admire today." I coughed lightly. "It's fine. Next time she comes by, I'll let her stay in the shop long enough for you to admire her properly." After saying that, I patted her shoulder. By the time Xia Yushin finished teaching, it was already 11:30. She returned to her office and sat down to rest. Not long after, Qin Ming, an older colleague from the same department, came back too. Qin Ming felt something flash in her eyes. She turned to look at Xia Yushin, who was rubbing the bridge of her nose. Her hand happened to be under the sunlight, and the ring on her left ring finger was dazzling. She walked over with a grin. "I say, Xia Yushin, what's going on here? At your age, did an 18-year-old girl put that ring on your finger?" They had been classmates before. In public, she called her Professor Xia. But in private, when no one was around, they acted like this. Xia Yushin opened her eyes, raised her hand, and looked at the wedding ring on her left ring finger. Qin Ming reached out, wanting to take it and try it on. "Let me see how fun it is." Xia Yushin dodged slightly. "This is my wedding ring." Qin Ming looked at her in confusion. "Wedding ring, Xia Yushin? When did you get married?" She seriously examined Xia Yushin. She didn't look like she was joking, and Xia Yushin wasn't the type to joke around either. "You're serious?" They had worked together for so long, yet she never even knew Xia Yushin had a boyfriend. And now she was already married. She thought about it carefully. She definitely hadn't worn a ring before. She must have only put it on recently. "We got the certificate yesterday." The corners of Xia Yushin's lips lifted slightly, forming an almost imperceptible smile. "I'll treat you to a meal when I have time." Qin Ming was stunned about how we agreed to stay single together. "But you secretly got married behind my back. I feel like writing a long classical essay to scold you." Xia Yushin replied casually. "Go ahead. Let's see your writing skills." Qin Ming was extremely curious about Xia Yushin's new husband. "We're both free this afternoon. How about treating me to a meal today? And bring your mysterious husband along too." Xia Yushin glanced at the time. At 11:40, she could have lunch with Xian. When she took out her phone and subconsciously opened her contacts, her finger froze mid-air in silence. She had thought through everything carefully, except she had forgotten to ask Xian for his contact information. Xia Yushin helplessly rubbed her forehead. Qin Ming asked, "What's wrong?" "Just call him or send him a message." Xia Yushin coughed awkwardly. "Not today. I need to go back to my parents' place. Next time." After tidying up her desk, she picked up her briefcase and left the office. Qin Ming was still immersed in the shock that her good colleague and friend had secretly gotten married behind her back. Xia Yushin drove to the cafe. As for the fact that the newlyweds didn't even have each other's contact information, there probably wasn't another couple like them. It was almost like a rented marriage. She parked in front of the cafe and got out to enter the shop. The employees were astonished to see Xia Yushin. It was the first time this beauty had come to the cafe outside of 8 a.m. Xia Yushin didn't want to directly ask for Lucian, so she ordered a coffee first. Then she asked, "Is your boss not here?" A few seconds later, one of the employees answered, "Our boss went home 5 minutes before you arrived." One of the employees joked, "Our boss is married now." Xia Yushin raised her eyebrows slightly and calmly replied, "I know." After handing her the coffee, the employee casually picked up a piece of the chocolate the boss had bought. "Here, have a chocolate. Consider it part of the wedding treats our boss gave us." "Thank you." Xia Yushin accepted the coffee and took the chocolate as well. Looks like next time she came by, she'd have to bring some wedding candies too. She turned and walked out of the cafe. The employees in the shop immediately started discussing it. It was like they had imagined an entire romantic drama. They seemed to like this beauty even more. She felt better than Luo Yuding somehow. When Xia Yushin returned home, I happened to be changing my shoes. I looked at her in confusion and asked, "Why are you back?" Xia Yushin smiled awkwardly. "I didn't have anything to do at noon, so I wanted to have lunch with you." I raised my head in confusion. "Then why didn't you call me?" Before I finished speaking, I fell silent. "Oh, I remembered. We don't seem to have each other's contact information." I laughed awkwardly. "What kind of situation is this?" Xia Yushin took out her phone. "Give me your number." I recited my phone number. After saving it, Xia Yushin called me. The phone in my pocket immediately rang. I casually saved her contact too. I labeled it Yushin. Xia Yushin tapped on the screen a few times, and I received a friend request on WeChat. After adding every means of contact, Xia Yushin asked, "Want to go out for lunch?" I nodded. "I'll go change my clothes. We should head there a bit earlier this afternoon. I don't want your parents to wait too long." About 15 minutes later, I came out ready. I walked over to Xia Yushin and asked, "Is this okay?" Xia Yushin nodded. "It's fine. Actually, anything would be fine." Her parents wouldn't judge by appearances. As long as she liked him, that was enough. Still, it was obvious that I really cared about this meeting. After getting into the car, Xia Yushin asked, "What do you want to eat for lunch?" I waved my hand. "You choose. As long as you like it. I'm fine with anything." Xia Yushin picked a restaurant with a nice atmosphere. After they ordered, I casually glanced to the side. That single glance made me freeze. I saw Chua and Luo Yuding sitting across from her. Chua's gaze met mine. Chua stared at the direction we were sitting for a few seconds. Luo Yuding asked coldly, "What are you looking at?" Chua immediately blocked her line of sight and regained her composure. At the same time, she hurriedly poured Luo Yuding more wine. "Nothing. Drink some more." Luo Yuding looked at her in confusion. Just a few minutes ago, Chua had told her to drink less. Chua coughed lightly. Let's eat. But she still glanced in my direction. Slightly frowning, Xia Yushin also recognized at a glance the woman who had argued with me, Luo Yuding, along with the person sitting across from her. Xia Yushin softly asked, "Will this be okay?" I shook my head. "It doesn't matter. Let's just eat." Actually, Xia Yushin had her own selfish motive. She had already seen Luo Yuding at the entrance, but pretended not to notice, and came in with me anyway. We were married now, so why shouldn't she appear openly and honestly? I gave her a brief introduction. The one across from Luo Yuding is called Chua, and there's also Jiangyu. They're both 2 years older than me, and they're very good friends of mine. Xia Yushin nodded. "I'll remember that." After thinking for a moment, I added, "I still haven't told them I'm married. Next time we have dinner together." Xia Yushin smiled and said, "Okay. Next time, I'll treat them to a meal." I smiled at her. "You treat them. I'll pay." Just then, the waiter brought the dishes over. I picked up a piece of fish and placed it in her bowl. "Eat first." Chua had absolutely no mood to eat with Luo Yuding now. Her thoughts had completely drifted to our table. She guessed that the woman was probably the Miss Xia I had mentioned before. Seeing me put food into Miss Xia's bowl, Chua couldn't help sighing inwardly. So they've already started acting. Why did she think they were acting? Because of my attitude. If it were just an unrelated member of the opposite sex, I would never smile while serving them food. So they were definitely acting, and the actors were pretty convincing too. Thinking of that, Chua suddenly chuckled. If Luo Yuding saw this, she'd probably die of anger, hearing her laugh for no reason. Luo Yuding frowned. Chua coughed again. To cover it up, What did you just say? Luo Yuding let out a sigh. My parents called me yesterday to ask about Shin. Chu Wanner looked shocked. Yuding, I'm not trying to pour cold water on this, but that means Uncle Lu and Aunt Shen already know too. Then you and Shin have absolutely no chance anymore. Luo Yuding sighed. I called them. Uncle Lu didn't answer. I also went there last night, but no one was home. Chu Wanner clicked her tongue. I'm telling you, this is a dead end. If you had treated Shin better, things would never have ended up like this. Luo Yuding swirled the wine in her glass. Because he would never leave. He would wait for me. I've thought things through these past few days. Why was I fighting with him? I should apologize. Hearing that, Chu Wanner spoke sarcastically. Think about how you treated Jiyu Yukin, and then think about how you treated Shin. Would you hit him just because he broke your things? Luo Yuding said coldly. Chu Wanner, enough. Chu Wanner shrugged. Fine. I won't say anything then. Anyway, the one suffering miserably is him. Luo Yuding hated hearing the truth. Luo Yuding frowned at Chu Wanner and said, It's already broken. Don't bring it up again. It was just an inanimate object. It took away the last bit of attachment I had. My future will only belong to Shin. Chu Wanner felt speechless inside, as expected of Luo Yuding. Once it broke, it became just an object. Chu Wanner took a few bites of food and sighed. Being favored really makes people fearless. But this time, Luo Yuding might fall into an endless abyss. From the corner of her eye, she saw me and Miss Xia stand up to leave. She glanced over for a few seconds. Luo Yuding noticed Chu had looked over there more than once already. This time, she turned her head and followed her gaze. She wanted to see what was so interesting. Suddenly, she froze. It felt as if all the blood in her body had frozen. Chu silently looked toward Luo Yuding. She was definitely furious enough. Luo Yuding's face darkened. She stood up and walked toward Lu Xian. Chu called out to her, but she didn't react at all. Luo Yuding shoved Xia Yushin away. We had already been planning to leave, so we never noticed Luo Yuding coming up behind us. Caught off guard, Xia Yushin was pushed back onto a chair. Immediately, everyone in the restaurant looked over. I ignored Luo Yuding and quickly helped Xia Yushin up. Are you okay? Then Luo Yuding's furious voice rang out. Lu Xian, what are you doing? I'm asking you. What exactly are you doing? Seeing the situation, Chu immediately pulled Luo Yuding back and stood between us. At that moment, I stood in front of Xia Yushin, shielding her behind me. I glared at Luo Yuding angrily and said, Luo Yuding, I have nothing to do with you anymore. Get as far away from me as possible. Don't force me to hit you. Hearing that, Luo Yuding looked at me in disbelief and asked, Who is she? I wrapped an arm around Xia Yushin and softly said, She's my wife. Chu curled her lips into a smile. Shin was pretty clever. That sentence was devastating to Luo Yuding. Luo Yuding definitely wouldn't be sleeping tonight. The moment she closed her eyes, she'd see Shin holding Xia Yushin while saying, She's my wife. Luo Yuding laughed coldly, her gaze filled with ridicule. She's your wife? Then who am I? Tell me, who am I to you? Her voice grew louder and louder, enough to attract attention. Xia Yushin gently stroked the back of my hand. Afraid I had been frightened. Just as I was about to speak, Luo Yuding stared at her darkly. Who are you? What relationship do you have with Xian? Xia Yushin stepped forward and replied coldly, just as Xian said earlier, I am her wife. Chu was utterly shocked. These actors were really convincing. I ignored Luo Yuding completely and directly took Xia Yushin away. As I turned around, I softly asked if she was hurting anywhere. When Luo Yuding tried to chase after us, Chu stopped her again. What are you doing? Why are you acting crazy? They're obviously doing this on purpose to anger you. Luo Yuding laughed angrily. Great, just great. Chu looked out the window at the figures of me and Xia Yushin leaving together. Forget it, forget it. Look at them, then look at yourself. Even though she didn't want to talk to Luo Yuding about Lu Xian, she still couldn't help saying a few more words. Luo Yuding looked over, just about to walk out. But we had already gotten into the car and left. Luo Yuding let out a cold laugh. She really knows me well. She knows exactly how to make me angry. Luo Yuding took several deep breaths, telling herself this was all fake, that Xian was only trying to provoke her. In the car, Xia Yushin had finally witnessed what my ex was really like. She truly had no class. Xia Yushin suddenly remembered how painful that slap I took back then must have been. She glanced sideways at me and noticed I seemed to be calculating something. Then I spoke up. Do you think these gifts are a little too few? Should we go to the mall again and see if there's anything else we should buy? So, we drove to the mall again. After arriving at the mall, I pushed the cart while walking beside Xiaoyushan. After a long while, I finally said, if anything dangerous happens next time, you must hide behind me immediately. If you get hurt, I'll be very upset. Hearing that, Xiaoyushan turned to look at me, nodded, and then smiled. Okay, we wandered around the mall for a bit, and only after finishing our shopping did we go visit my parents-in-law. I smiled as I drove. My parents-in-law lived quite far away. Xiaoyushan nodded and said that after her parents retired, they moved here. After the car stopped, I looked at the large Chinese-style mansion in front of me and froze for a few seconds. I hadn't expected it to be this huge. It far exceeded my expectations. After getting out of the car, I carried the gifts I bought for my parents-in-law. Just as we were about to enter, Xiaoyushan's parents came out. The housekeeper followed behind them. The housekeeper immediately took the things from my hands. Xiaoyushan's parents looked me over carefully, a faint smile on their faces. Not too warm, not too cold, just right. Xiaoyushan introduced them. These are my parents. The moment they appeared, I realized where Xiaoyushan got her beauty from. She had clearly inherited it from her parents. I called out, Mom, Dad. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyushan's parents accepted it immediately. Not a single dissatisfied word, as if they had already accepted it naturally. Mrs. Xia smiled at me. Xian, why are you standing at the door? Come inside. Xiaoyushan held my hand as we stepped through the gate together. Walking ahead of us, Xiaoyushan said to her father, Dad, don't look so serious. Xiaoyushan was afraid that I might get a bad impression. Mr. Xia froze for a moment, while Mrs. Xia laughed. Your father is always like this, but hearing you say something like that is really quite surprising. Mr. Xia smiled helplessly and said to me, You're Xian, right? I don't dislike you. This is just how I normally am. The nervousness in my heart eased a little. I hadn't expected Xiaoyushan's parents to be so kind. I looked up at Xiaoyushan, and she lightly scratched my palm twice. It sent a tingling sensation through me. The mansion was so huge, yet there weren't many people around, making it feel rather empty. After pouring the tea, the housekeeper left. Mrs. Xia was truly curious. How did you two end up getting married so quickly? That day, Xiaoyushan had called them, mainly to tell them about getting married. Mrs. Xia asked which family's son I was, and why they had never heard her mention me before. Xiaoyushan answered that we'd only known each other for a short time, although they respected all of Xiaoyushan's decisions. Wasn't this a little too fast? Marriage was a major matter, not a game. At that moment, Xiaoyushan spoke up. I proposed it. I want to spend my life with him. Mr. Xia glanced at his daughter. This proactive side of her really didn't seem like her. Mrs. Xia turned to ask me, Xian, why would you agree to marry someone you haven't known for very long? Countless explanations flashed through my mind, but in the end, I decided to tell the truth. Yushin showed up downstairs at my apartment early in the morning in the rain. Honestly, I'd never experienced anything like that before. There was also a bit of impulsiveness involved, but I don't regret it now. Mr. and Mrs. Xia stared at Xiaoyushan. She had run to someone's apartment in the rain early in the morning just to ask if he wanted to get married. They had originally thought that I was the one who proposed marriage. They never expected it to be their daughter. Since Xiaoyushan was the one who wanted this marriage, they would let her be. The marriage certificate was already signed, so they certainly couldn't neglect their son-in-law. At that moment, Mr. Xia asked Xiaoyushan, have you visited your parents-in-law yet? Xiaoyushan nodded. I've already gone. For now, they've accepted me too. Mr. and Mrs. Xia understood. When will your parents be free? We still haven't met them yet. Xiaoyushan replied, I'll arrange it. As soon as she finished speaking, the housekeeper came in and said, the meal is ready. While eating, Mrs. Xia asked me some general questions. Xian, what kind of work do you do now? It felt just like casual family conversation. I quickly replied, after graduating, I opened a coffee shop and have been running it ever since. Business is pretty good and the income is decent too. Mr. Xia thought it sounded quite good. What about your parents? I continued. My dad is a university professor, and my mom is a chief physician. Mr. Xia smiled at Xiaoyushan. Then she really fits your father-in-law's taste. I thought to myself that it basically meant my dad genuinely liked Xiaoyushan quite a bit. Mr. and Mrs. Xia only asked, about basic family matters, and didn't continue further. They just kept telling me to eat more. Xia Yushin kept putting food into my bowl, telling me to eat more. The meal turned out quite pleasantly. Just as Xia Yushin had said, as long as it was someone she liked, her parents would accept it. After the meal, my father-in-law walked us to the door. Only a few minutes after we left, a Maserati stopped in front of the estate. A young woman stepped out of the car. Mr. Xia raised an eyebrow. Your sister just left. The girl chuckled softly. I just happened to pass by and saw Xia Yushin's car. Xia King clicked her tongue. Sis, really didn't mention me at all, huh? Mrs. Xia said with a smile. Even the house staff got a day off today. You attract too much attention. How could we possibly bring you up? After we got home, I told Xia Yushin, I'm going to take a shower first. Xia Yushin responded softly, then went to the refrigerator to get some fruit. She peeled and cut them into pieces, arranging them neatly on a plate. By the time she cleaned up the table, I had finished showering. She placed the plate on the coffee table in the living room. I cut up some fruit, ate a little. After watching her head to the bathroom, I turned back to stare at the fruit plate. I speared a piece of mango with a fork and put it into my mouth. Then my phone screen lit up. I glanced at the message Jiang Yu had sent. Off work yet? I replied, already home. Jiang Yu didn't respond again. Less than 2 minutes later, the doorbell rang. The monitor showed Jiang Yu and Chu Warner. I immediately opened the door and waved them inside. As soon as they entered, Jiang Yu asked, Are you okay? Chu Warner said you ran into Luo Yuding today. So, we came to check on you. I waved my hand. I'm fine. Everything's good. We sat down on the sofa. Chu Warner laughed. That line you said today could have pissed Luo Yuding off to death. With Luo Yuding's possessiveness, the one who acted with you today, was it that Xia Yushin you had dinner with before? I nodded. That's right. It was her. Chu Warner continued. She cooperated with you really well. Did you tell her to act like that? Or is she naturally that attentive? Honestly, she was almost too thoughtful. I froze for a moment before replying. How could it be acting? Luo Yuding really can't compare to her. At that moment, Jiang Yu looked toward the plate of fruit on the table. She's even cutting fruit platters now. Looks like we don't need to worry anymore. My gaze also fell onto the fruit plate. I didn't cut that. Just then, the sound of a door closing came from nearby. Chu Warner asked in confusion, There's someone else in your house? Did your parents come over? Jiang Yu froze. Don't tell me it's Luo Yuding's. I shook my head. No, it's not. Before I could finish, Xia Yushin's voice interrupted me. It's me. Xia Yushin walked over wearing pajamas. Oh right, I washed your clothes for you. Before she could finish, she noticed the 2 unexpected people in the house. They were probably the 2 good friends I'd mentioned earlier. Jiang Yu and Chu Warner stared blankly at Xia Yushin. Jiang Yu slowly raised a finger, pointing at Xia Yushin standing before them, then turned to look at me. Chu Warner suddenly realized, damn, you're really committed to the act. I crooked my finger toward Xia Yushin. Xia Yushin obediently sat down beside me. Then I introduced her to them. I haven't told you to yet. This is my wife, Xia Yushin. We weren't acting, and earlier today, I wasn't trying to provoke Luo Yuding either, because all of this is real. The only expression on their faces was shock. Neither of them spoke. They simply looked at Xia Yushin with scrutiny in their eyes. Jiang Yu asked, Did Uncle Lu and Aunt Shen agree to this? I nodded. They agreed. Jiang Yu still looked unconvinced. Seriously, is this real? Marriage isn't a small matter. Before this, I'd never even heard you mention Xia Yushin. You've only brought her up a few times these past few days. You probably haven't known each other long. I looked at the 2 of them and said, When I was acting impulsively, Chu Warner stopped me. At the time, I was clear-headed. Even if she had her own reasons, at least she thought things through. Jiang Yu looked at Xia Yushin. We're not targeting you. Things just developed too quickly, especially at this timing. Xia Yushin chuckled softly. I understand. His way of speaking and his demeanor are both very good. But since you'd never met me before, it's natural to worry about your friend's future. Then came a string of questions. What do you do for work? How old are you? What does your family do? After they finished asking nearly everything, after hearing the answers, Jiang Yu only asked one final question. Would you ever hit someone? Chu Warner burst out laughing. Who exactly are you shading with that question? Luo Yuding? Xia Yushin smiled slightly. If I ran into the woman from noon again, I just might. Chu Wanner continued. Last question then. Do you have any treasured keepsakes, like things left behind by an ex? Xia Yushin shook her head. No. Chu Wanner shrugged. Then I don't have anything else to ask. She had formed a very good first impression of Xia Yushin at lunch. We walked Jian Yu and Chu Wanner to the door. They almost stopped us from seeing them off. That's enough. You two should get some rest early. We should head back too. We watched them enter the elevator before closing the door and going back inside. In the elevator, Chu Wanner sighed. Luo Yuding is finished. Jiang Yu looked at her somewhat puzzled. You seem pretty regretful for her. Chu Wanner smiled and said, regretful, oh. Maybe a little, but becoming like this really hurts people. Luo Yuding is like Lucian, but she keeps holding on to those old belongings and reminiscing from time to time. The one who gets hurt is the person beside her. This ending is what she deserves. Jiang Yu nodded. Back then, Xian was secretly in love and lowered himself too much. Chu Wanner continued. I suddenly remembered that line. After meeting her, he became very, very low. Low enough to sink into the dust. Jiang Yu was silent for a moment. The next line doesn't suit the two of them anymore. Chu Wanner nodded. Yeah, Xian was hurt by the person he liked. There was no joy left in his heart. And Luo Yuding is still acting like that. Actually, I think half the reason Xian married someone else so quickly was because of Luo Yuding. Xian has very strong boundaries. He was afraid he'd lower his bottom line for Luo Yuding, so he made a clean break. Chu Wanner sneered softly. If Luo Yuding ever finds out, there's definitely going to be trouble. Back then, Jiu Yukin chased after his youthful love and dumped Luo Yuding, leaving decisively for another city. Luo Yuding only tortured herself afterward. She never really did anything to him. Jiang Yu paused. When you put it that way. Being treated as a substitute was pretty miserable for Luo Yuding. Chu Wanner shook her head. Miserable my ass. Even though Luo Yuding is my close friend. Right is right. She continued. This is just another version of a dragon slayer becoming the dragon. Jiu Yukin treated Luo Yuding as a substitute, but Luo Yuding is now facing the consequences. Jiang Yu fell silent. It's karma. On the other side, after seeing them off, I explained to Xia Yushin, my friends didn't mean anything bad. Xia Yushin nodded. I know. They didn't ask anything too excessive. It's fine. Hearing that, I smiled. Then I looked toward the bathroom. The clothes should be done washing. I'll go hang them up. Xia Yushin hurriedly shook her head. No, I'll do it myself. Xia Yushin jogged over, her cheeks slightly flushed. Those were her clothes, after all. Even though they were married, they were still relatively unfamiliar with each other. Just imagining Lucian holding her underwear still made her feel embarrassed. By the time she finished hanging everything up, it was already 9:30 when Xia Yushin returned to the bedroom. When she came back, she found I was already lying down. Looking at it now, the bed really was pretty small. Xia Yushin lay down too, and casually turned off the light. Then I suddenly asked, Xia Yushin, have you ever dated anyone? If Chu Wanner hadn't brought up the topic of misunderstandings with exes today, I probably wouldn't have suddenly thought to ask. Xia Yushin answered frankly. I dated once. It was back in university. It didn't end very well. Xia Yushin paused, then added another sentence, worried I'd misunderstand. When we were together, it felt more like classmates getting along. We only held hands. Nothing beyond that. In the dark bedroom, a soft laugh spread beside her ear. I didn't expect her to tell me, even something this private. It's hard for me to imagine someone with your personality going through a breakup. After I said that, the Xia Yushin beside me suddenly went silent. Otherwise, I would have suspected she was still thinking about her ex. I immediately said, Yushin, don't force yourself. Hearing that, Xia Yushin said, we had different views. He wanted me to go into business with him after graduation. But I didn't like that. I immediately replied, just go with the flow. It's enough to do what you love. And your achievements today are already amazing. That answer made Xia Yushin feel at ease. She turned over and hugged me, slowly getting sleepy after last night's closeness. Xia Yushin didn't feel as awkward anymore. 10 minutes later, she fell asleep, listening to the soft breathing beside me. I didn't know how much time had passed before my consciousness gradually faded into sleep. In the middle of the night, I woke from my dream. The Xia Yushin beside me seemed to be having a nightmare. She looked uneasy. I turned on the warm yellow bedside lamp. Xia Yushin instantly woke from the nightmare. She found me looking at her worriedly. Panting lightly, Xia Yushin raised an arm to block the light. I pulled her into my arms and asked softly, "Did you have a nightmare?" Xia Yushin simply answered faintly, "I'm fine." "You should sleep first. I'll go wash my face." After saying that, she lifted the blanket and got out of bed. Watching her back, I went to the freezer and found a packet of calming tea. I took some out and brewed her a cup, then brought it back to the bedroom. I handed the glass cup to her. "Drink this." Even though she didn't know what it was, Xia Yushin still drank it. After finishing, she placed the cup on the cabinet beside her. I looked at her and said, "Back when I was under a lot of academic pressure, I couldn't sleep all night. My mom asked an incredible old Chinese medicine doctor to prepare this for me." Xia Yushin smiled at me. "I already feel much better after drinking it." "Thank you." After turning off the light and lying back down, the next morning when I woke up, I felt that Xia Yushin looked much more energetic. I woke up early today, so I made breakfast. I looked at Xia Yushin and asked, "Do you usually sleep badly?" Xia Yushin nodded. "Very badly. It might also be because last night I thought about some unpleasant things from the past." I continued asking, "Does this happen often?" Xia Yushin nodded. "Often. I've gone to the hospital before, but it didn't help much. Still, my sleep quality these past 2 days has been much better than before." Xia Yushin had also seen a psychologist. In the end, the psychologist asked if she was married and suggested she try spending time with someone she felt comfortable around. Over the past 2 days, Xia Yushin didn't know whether it was because of me or not, but being with me really did make her feel relaxed. The things I said also made her feel at ease. With a serious expression, I said, "Then drink some calming tea every night before bed. I've personally tested it. It really works." Xia Yushin smiled. "But if I drink it all, won't you run out?" I shook my head. "Anyway, I don't have the same pressure as before anymore. Ever since graduation, when I get too upset, it's not that I can't sleep anymore. It's that I can't wake up." After breakfast, Xia Yushin cleaned up the table before getting ready to head out. When she went downstairs, she casually took the trash down with her. By the time I arrived at the cafe, it was already 8:30. When I got there, the staff, who were temporarily free, looked at me with meaningful smiles. "Boss, that beautiful lady from yesterday came looking for you at noon. She even asked whether you were in the shop. We told her you got married." Another employee immediately became excited with gossip. "Boss, come on, tell us what happened." After hearing that, I laughed. What else could it be? "Next time, I'll have my wife bring you guys some afternoon tea." Another employee blurted out. "Alright then, sister-in-law really is the best." That's out of respect for sister-in-law. Everyone thought I was going to marry Luo Yuding. As for that beauty, there's no need to mention her anymore. I laughed at their teasing. Get back to work. After saying that, I took out my phone and saw a message from Jianyu. No wonder Uncle Lu agreed so easily. So Xia Yushin is actually a professor, and a pretty famous one too. Did you marry Xia Yushin because of Luo Yuding? My eyes lingered on that sentence as my fingers typed on the screen. Yes, but not for any other reason. And not out of spite either. It's because I wanted myself to let go. I already liked her first, so I was always at a disadvantage. I was afraid I'd stay trapped in it forever, lowering my bottom line again and again, until I lost myself. Jiang Yu immediately replied, "Luo Yuding really isn't worth it. Just based on what Chu Warner said last night, Luo Yuding doesn't deserve you at all. Someone like her deserves to swallow 10,000 needles." I replied to Jiang Yu. "Anyway, I'm doing pretty well now." While I was chatting with Jiang Yu, an employee ran in. Smiling, she lowered her voice and said, "Boss, there's an incredibly beautiful woman outside looking for you." My first reaction was that Xia Yushin had come, but that didn't seem right. She should already be at school by now. I asked the employee in confusion, "Is it the beautiful woman from before?" The employee shook her head. "Not her, but she's beautiful too." She said she wants to discuss business with you. I walked over and asked, "Hello. What can I help you with?" Xiaoqing gestured toward the seat across from her, with an inviting motion. "Please, have a seat." I sat down across from her. Xiaoqing briefly looked me over, before finally saying, "Now I was certain. It was exactly as I thought. It was for company employee benefits or afternoon tea." This boss was pretty thoughtful, coming personally to place the order. We often received coffee orders from companies, but usually at most only 1 or 200 cups. I looked at her and said, "Go ahead. How many cups do you need, and when do you need them?" The woman parted her red lips slightly. 3,000 cups. I was just about to write it down. When I heard the quantity she mentioned, my pen froze, and I slowly looked up at the woman sitting across from me. I set the pen down and looked at her calmly. Xiaoqing raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong?" "Boss Lu." I smiled. "Miss, are you here to cause trouble?" Xiaoqing replied seriously. "No." Looking at her reaction, she really didn't seem like she was here to cause trouble, which made it even stranger. "Miss, here's the thing. 3,000 cups in one day. The machines in our shop would start smoking before we could finish that many. Even if the machines didn't burn out, my employees couldn't possibly make that much, even if they worked nonstop without eating, drinking, or sleeping." Hearing that, the woman continued, "Then do you need me to provide the machines?" I stared at her blankly for several seconds. The things she said made her sound like she was here to stir up trouble, but her attitude didn't. What exactly was she trying to do? "Miss, what I mean is, we really can't make that much in a single day. If we focus entirely on your order, then how are we supposed to serve all the regular customers coming and going?" I asked in disbelief. "Miss, you're really not joking, are you?" Xiaoqing tugged lightly at her lips, a faint smile appearing. "Then is 500 okay for today?" I nodded. "That's fine." She really didn't seem to be joking. The woman took out her phone and placed the payment code in front of me. "Go ahead and charge it." I brought over the payment scanner, while secretly wondering if this woman might actually be crazy. What if the payment failed because of insufficient funds? I entered the price for 500 cups, 15,000. If this payment really went through, she stood up. "My assistant will come pick them up this afternoon." After recording everything in my notebook, I asked, "Would 500 cups a day, spread over 6 days, work for you? The shop already has a heavy workload every day. We'll have to rush to handle extra orders." Xiaoqing didn't object. She simply glanced at me and left. I took the order slip to the staff. "We're going to be busy these next few days." If she hadn't paid in advance, I would have thought she came here to stir up trouble. The staff looked shocked by the amount. 3,000 cups, that's huge. How big must that company be? I pressed the order slip onto the counter. "That's not just a company. That's a whole corporation." "All right, let's get started. They're coming to pick it up this afternoon." The entire shop instantly became busy. I stayed busy until noon, before finally sitting down to eat. While eating, I checked my phone. Xia Yushin had sent me a message, asking if I'd eaten yet. I replied, "Just started eating. Today's a bit busy." It was like Xia Yushin had been waiting for my message the whole time. I had barely put my phone down when she replied, "Okay. I'll cook dinner when I get home tonight." I smiled and sent her a happy little emoji. After eating, I continued working. All 500 cups of coffee were finished before 4 p.m. At 4 o'clock, a man in a suit arrived. He greeted the staff politely. Our boss sent me to pick up the coffee. Several employees helped load all the coffee into his car. Once everything was loaded, we helped carry the rest to the vehicle. The assistant looked around the shop, completely confused. What exactly was President Xia thinking? Coming all the way here just to order coffee? And she was treating everyone in the corporation under her personal name. He truly couldn't figure out what her motive was. The assistant shook his head and smiled. "No need. Since the task my boss assigned me is done, I'll be leaving now." Suddenly, someone hurried into the cafe. The assistant turned around and fell silent for a few seconds. It was Luo Yuding, the general manager of the Luo Group. The moment I saw Luo Yuding, I felt irritated. On the other hand, the employees were delighted, thinking to themselves that the boss's wife had arrived, ignoring everyone's stares. Luo Yuding grabbed my hand and said, "I need to talk to you." As she spoke, she dragged me to the back. After we disappeared, the assistant pointed in the direction we'd gone. "Aren't you going to check on your boss?" The employees had always thought Luo Yuding was the one I married. They suspected we were fighting. So one of them replied, "She's our boss's wife." The assistant became even more surprised. That doesn't look like a married couple at all. But other people's affairs weren't his place to interfere in. So he soon left. I looked at Luo Yuding calmly and said, "Luo Yuding, what do you want to say this time?" She frowned as she looked at me. "Xian, can you stop talking to me so harshly? Why can't things be like they used to be?" Every time she came to see me, she wanted us both to take a step back, hoping I would stop making a fuss. But every time, my words were full of thorns. And we always parted unhappily. "You clearly know I don't like being pushed away. If you keep acting like this, we'll only drift farther and farther apart." This time, Luo Yuding wasn't as irritable as before. There was even a hint of coquettishness in her tone. Maybe we'd been in a cold war for too long, and she was tired of it, and didn't want things to continue this way. I looked at Luo Yuding calmly and said, "Because I used to love you. Everything about you naturally seemed wonderful to me. When you said you wanted to register our marriage, I was overjoyed. I even forgot how you ignored me. During those 2 years we were together, just a little sweetness from you was enough to make me happy. I thought I would keep living like that forever, relying on the scraps of affection you handed out, until the day you hit me because of that incident. Why am I even telling you all this? You can't empathize with me anyway. You don't even understand what I'm saying. You'll just think I'm throwing a tantrum. Just remember one thing. There's no possibility for us anymore. And stop bothering me." Luo Yuding stood there, her fist clenched tightly. It wasn't that she didn't understand what I was saying. She just thought I shouldn't be talking to her like this, childishly arguing with me, wanting to win or lose. In our relationship, I was always the one yielding to her, so she naturally accepted all the kindness I gave her. She had known for a long time that I liked her, which was why she acted so fearlessly. At this moment, Luo Yuding was a little panicked. "How am I bothering you? We were supposed to get married." She couldn't defend what she'd done. She really had hit me, but because I loved her, she believed I would forgive her no matter what. I immediately cut off that thought and repeated myself, "The moment you hit me, there was no possibility for us anymore." Luo Yuding frowned and shouted at me, "Why is it impossible? You've liked me since you were 8 years old. How many years has it been? Can you really let go? Can you really watch me be with someone else? How could it be impossible between us?" I looked at her calmly. So she had known all along. She knew I liked her, which was why she treated me that way. My gaze landed on Luo Yuding's face. "When I liked you, didn't I still watch you be together with Jiu Chang all those years? So, you'd known all along that I liked you. That's why you constantly brought Jiu Chang to appear in front of me. Was it your way of telling me not to dream?" Fragments of the past resurfaced in my mind. Luo Yuding hadn't expected that I would bring up another thing that had hurt me so deeply. She anxiously reached for my hand. "That's not what I meant." I dodged her hand, leaving it suspended in midair. At that moment, I truly sighed at how pathetic people could be. What they already have will always seem cheaper than what they've lost. Looking at Luo Yuding's hand still hanging in the air, I had thought that when the cup shattered, it was fate trying to erase the distance between us. I never expected it to instead give me a chance to wake up. The last time I wanted to hold your hand, you shook me off. That was where everything between us ended. Loving you was too exhausting. There was someone else in your heart, and even a stupid broken cup mattered more to you than I did. If you hadn't constantly brought Jiu Chang around in front of me, I might actually have believed you didn't know how to treat anyone well. Unfortunately, I had seen it with my own eyes. I had long since become disappointed in Luo Yuding. And now that I knew some of the truth, there was even a trace of disgust mixed in. "Xian, hitting you was my fault. I apologize, but we can't end things." Luo Yuding was stumbling over her words, not knowing where to begin. She had done too many wrong things, all because she relied on my love for her. Luo Yuding took several deep breaths. The feeling was like she was drowning. The last time she'd felt this way was when she broke up with Jiu Chang, not wanting to hear more words from me that would hurt her. Luo Yuding turned and left the cafe. I watched Luo Yuding leave and let out a sigh of relief. But after saying all that, I forgot to tell Luo Yuding that I was already married. I sat down by the window, watching the pedestrians outside while slowly calming myself. Every time I saw Luo Yuding, my emotions would fluctuate violently. And today, after learning that she'd realized long ago that I liked her, I felt disgusted that the sincerity I had treasured for so long had been trampled on again and again. After sitting there for a while, I informed the staff and headed home early. When I got home, Xia Yushin had already returned and was cooking. I shook my head. It's nothing. Luo Yuding came to the cafe this afternoon to see me. It just made me feel that all the love I had for her before wasn't worth it. After saying that, I looked up and saw Xia Yushin's pretty face so close to mine. I instantly forgot what I wanted to say. I unconsciously swallowed. Beauty really was distracting. After pausing for 2 seconds, I said honestly, I don't have feelings for Luo Yuding anymore. I just wanted to share my feelings with you. If you don't want to hear these things, then I won't talk about them in front of you again. Xia Yushin shook her head. Holding my hand, she said, the fact that you can openly tell me these things means I won't have any doubts. Suddenly, I smelled something burnt. I sat up straight and asked, what's that smell? Xia Yushin looked toward the kitchen. I think it's the fish I was cooking. She immediately got up and went into the kitchen, turned off the stove, and quickly lifted the lid. The soup had already boiled dry, and the fish was burnt. We looked at each other beside the pot and smiled helplessly because the dish got burnt. We didn't get to eat dinner until 6:30. While eating, I mentioned, a really strange person came to the cafe today to place an order. For a moment, I honestly thought she was there to cause trouble, but she acted so sincere. It was really weird. Xia Yushin looked at me and asked, how was it weird? I put down my chopsticks and seriously said, she said she wanted to order 3,000 cups of coffee, and all in one day. Xia Yushin glanced at me. That really does sound like someone causing trouble. I smiled and said, I told her we couldn't make that much. My cafe is already busy every day. Adding another 3,000 cups would have killed us. I joked that the machines would start smoking. She sincerely asked whether we needed her to provide machines. Then she lowered the request to 500 cups a day. I've never met someone like that before. Xia Yushin looked thoughtful and cautiously said, what kind of company boss is that generous? Recalling the woman's appearance, I said, she was pretty beautiful too. After saying that, I looked at Xia Yushin a few more times. For some reason, I felt that woman looked a little like Xia Yushin. Xia Yushin casually said, don't think too much about it. Maybe she just had a momentary lapse in judgment. I didn't expect Xia Yushin to say something like that. Xia Yushin added more food to my bowl. It's fine. Eat a little more. That night, after Xia Yushin finished her work, she looked at the phone on the table and remembered what I had mentioned during dinner. She dialed a number. The call connected very quickly. Did you investigate Xian? Xia Yushin's tone was calm, but carried a trace of displeasure. The person on the other end wasn't intimidated either. If you told me not to investigate him, how would I dare? So I just went to see him myself. Since I already met him, I had to bring a little greeting gift, right? What kind of greeting gift is that? You were obviously causing trouble for Xin. 3,000 cups in one day. I can't believe you actually came up with that. On the other end, Xia King let out a short laugh. You know, I was originally planning to ask for 5,000 cups. Xia Yushin expressionlessly said, you're not allowed to bother him anymore. Got it. After saying that, Xia King suddenly changed the subject. Are you still suffering from insomnia now? How's your condition? Xia Yushin replied, I've actually been doing pretty well these past 2 days. That's good. One more thing. My assistant said the general manager of the Luo group went to the cafe this afternoon. The employees there even said Luo Yuding was their boss's wife. What's going on? Xia Yushin frowned when she heard that. She's Xian's ex. Xia King frowned and said, then handle it yourself. Xia Yushin nodded. I know. Only after hanging up the call did she return to the bedroom, thinking that tomorrow afternoon, she still needed to make a trip to the cafe. So Luo Yuding wouldn't take over her place by name. Suddenly, I saw a familiar figure appear. Xia Yushin walked in through the entrance, carrying a bunch of things in her hands. They looked like desserts, chocolates, candies, and the like. I immediately walked over, pleasantly surprised. What are you doing here? Xia Yushin thought to herself that If she didn't come over once under the title of legal wife, Luo Yuding would still be treated as the boss's wife by the cafe staff. Several employees looked over, and when they saw it was a gorgeous woman, they were even more shocked. Xia Yushin spoke up. It's my first time coming here, so I brought some afternoon tea. I hope you all like it. The employees crowded around. Boss, who is this? Xia Yushin slipped her hand into mine. I laughed and introduced her. This is my wife. Didn't I already tell everyone I got married? The employees immediately greeted her. Hello, sister-in-law. Xia Yushin curved her lips slightly. Hello. The employee Lily was also a little excited. No wonder the boss said last time that we get to admire her properly next time. Now we really can. After introducing Xia Yushin to everyone, we handed out the afternoon tea and then sat down by the window. I looked at Xia Yushin and smiled as I asked again. What made you decide to come over this afternoon? I finished writing my report and didn't have any classes, so I came by. There was a hint of teasing in her tone. Didn't you say Luo Yuding came by yesterday? If I didn't come over once, wouldn't they end up calling someone else sister-in-law? I didn't expect that to be the reason. The corners of my lips unconsciously lifted. How could that happen? I already told them not to casually call anyone sister-in-law, or the real one would get upset. Xia Yushin hadn't expected that I had already clarified things. I was stunned for a moment. You even made a special trip there this morning. Then my parents must have been really happy. Seeing that Xia Yushin didn't deny it, I smiled and said, You're too thoughtful. My parents are definitely going to like you. Then I rested my chin in my hand and opened my mouth, wanting to mention Luo Yuding, but it didn't feel quite right. Seeing my hesitant expression, Xia Yushin said directly, If you want to say something, just say it. Wasn't that the original reason we got married? So I said it out loud. Our family and the Luo family have known each other since childhood. Even after Luo Yuding and I got together, she still visited my house like before. She treated my parents pretty well too. Now that you're being so sincere, it's only natural that my parents would like you, Xia Yushin teased. Then I suppose I should thank her for making things easier for me. I took Xia Yushin's hand and left the cafe. Xia Yushin drove the car home, then got into the passenger seat beside me. While we were on the road, I finally asked, Did you reserve the restaurant? Xia Yushin nodded. I booked it at noon already. At the Wally Hotel. I couldn't help admiring how thoughtful and meticulous Xia Yushin was. At 5:30, we arrived at the entrance of a luxurious hotel. We got out of the car and happened to see my parents at the entrance. Xia Yushin stood in front of them and greeted them. Hello, Mom and Dad. When my parents saw us, the smiles on their faces grew even wider. Then they asked, Yushin, have your parents arrived yet? Xia Yushin nodded. They've already arrived. They're waiting for us in the private room. Then let's hurry over. We can't keep the in-laws waiting too long. I held Xia Yushin's hand and followed beside my parents into the private room. My father-in-law and mother-in-law came up to greet us warmly. My parents spoke first. In-laws, we should apologize to you first. Our son really handled this matter too hastily. Instead, my father-in-law and mother-in-law shook their heads apologetically. It was our Yushin who first proposed marriage to Shin, so we should be the ones apologizing. My father chuckled twice. It was the children's own decision. Although they haven't known each other long, we genuinely like Yushin very much. Once the parents started chatting, it was like a floodgate had opened. Meanwhile, Xia Yushin and I quietly ate our meal, leaning close together and whispering softly. The dinner lasted until 8:30 before it finally ended. Both sets of parents had smiles all over their faces. Before leaving, they each said a few words to their own child, and only then did the gathering truly end. Half an hour later, Xia Yushin and I returned home. Xia Yushin immediately checked Moments and discovered that her mother-in-law had made a post. The photos included our marriage certificate and pictures from tonight's dinner. That basically made their relationship public. Xia Yushin immediately took out the marriage certificate, stacked the two copies together, and took another photo of them. She also posted on Moments with the caption, newly married. Now everyone should know that she was married. Just as expected, everyone who saw it sent her congratulations. Xia Yushin was still immersed in the joy of reading all the blessings when my phone on the table suddenly started ringing nonstop. Xia Yushin glanced at the screen. There was no saved contact name, just a string of numbers. The calls kept coming one after another without stopping. The ringtone gave me a headache. After I finished showering and came out, I heard the ringtone and asked, "Who's calling?" Xia Yushin shook her head. No contact name. This number has already called at least 10 times. A name immediately surfaced in my mind. Xia Yushin seemed to realize something as well, calling like crazy at this hour. Combined with the moments post my mother made, it was hard not to suspect it was her. I picked up my phone and answered the call. Before I could even speak, Luo Yuding's furious voice roared from the other end. "Lu Xian, what the hell is wrong with you? Who the hell did you marry? How long has it even been since we separated? And you've already found someone else. So this is the love you talked about. When you were with me, were you already seeing someone else?" Luo Yuding's voice was loud. Xia Yushin, sitting beside me, heard everything clearly. If Xia Yushin hadn't been beside me, I would have already started cursing her out. I calmed myself down a little and said, "Are you comforting yourself by slandering me? Since you already know we broke up, what the hell does my marriage have to do with you? My life has already gotten back on track now. It's the marriage I wanted, one with mutual respect and effort." Luo Yuding clenched her teeth tightly. "I'll say it again, we never broke up," I sneered. "Dating doesn't carry legal effect. If you insist on saying that, then I can say we were never together to begin with." Luo Yuding clenched her teeth even harder. "Lu Xian, you're getting revenge on me." Hearing that, I laughed. "When I loved you, you didn't care. You were obsessed with the past. You never acted like you were dating me. Now I seriously wonder if, when you were with me, you were treating me as Jiu Yukin's substitute." Luo Yuding's pupils suddenly shrank. The fingers gripping her phone turned pale. She froze in panic for a moment. I continued, "I don't love you anymore now. Any negative emotions you have aren't caused by me. I don't owe you anything." After saying that, I hung up the phone and blocked that number as well. I looked at Xia Yushin apologetically. "Sorry, I shouldn't have said all that in front of you." Xia Yushin raised her hand and held mine, as if claiming the place beside me that belonged to her. "There was another reason I married you that I never told you about." Hearing that, my body unconsciously tensed up. I became serious, feeling uneasy inside. I was afraid the person in front of me would say something shocking. Xia Yushin sensed my body stiffen, and the hand around my back gently patted me before she spoke about her own condition. "The doctor said I have PTSD. I see a therapist from time to time, but it hasn't really helped much." I looked at Xia Yushin's side profile. I had thought it was because of work pressure that she suffered from insomnia and nightmares. Turns out it was related to psychological trauma. Xia Yushin continued, "When I was in college, my therapist suggested I try staying around someone on the same wavelength. So I tried dating someone in college, but it ended up backfiring." Xia Yushin laughed softly. "After all these years, I've had absolutely no interest in romance. Until I met you by chance. Simply put, I just want to live with you and have you sleep beside me." Although saying it like this sounds a bit indecent, it's honestly the truth. I laughed awkwardly a couple of times. Hearing those words come from Xia Yushin really was hard to believe. Afraid I might misunderstand, Xia Yushin explained again, "I truly want to spend my life with you. Being with you feels very comfortable. It's been many years already, but I still suffer from insomnia quite often. But these past few days, my condition has been surprisingly good." I wanted to ask what kind of accident Xia Yushin had gone through, but it felt like rubbing salt into a wound. After thinking about it, I decided to let it go. Xia Yushin silently looked at me. Whether it was affection or something else, sometimes she was genuinely moved by the way I cared about her feelings. The kidnappers brutally killed my friend. I watched her die right in front of me. I was supposed to be next, but the police came, and I survived. After she finished speaking, The sound of rain suddenly came from outside the window. Xia Yushin suddenly trembled. I held her tightly in my arms and softly said, "You shouldn't have told me this." I finally understood. Why? Back when we got married, Xia Yushin said her parents would accept everything she liked. No wonder her parents indulged her wishes as long as she was happy. Now everything made sense. Xia Yushin leaned against my chest, as if drawing a bit of comfort from me. I'm not afraid to tell you this. I really do want to spend my whole life with you. After saying it all out loud, the burden in her heart eased. I could feel her soft tenderness, and it made my heart itch. The cold wind carried waves of chill through the rain, making her unconsciously shrink her shoulders before straightening up. I lowered my eyes and glanced at Xia Yushin. Only then did Xia Yushin realize she was wearing only a nightgown, with no bra underneath. And she had been pressed against me for so long just now. Even through 2 layers of fabric, I had probably felt everything. No. What did she mean probably? I had definitely felt everything there was to feel. Xia Yushin's face flushed red. She let go of me and immediately stood up. I'm going back to sleep. After saying that, she dashed back to the bedroom. After Xia Yushin returned to the bedroom, she pulled up the blanket and repeatedly told herself, "We're husband and wife." I rested my arm on the handrail and turned to look at Xia Yushin fleeing in embarrassment. I lightly raised an eyebrow and muttered, "I didn't even say anything. So, why did she run away?" Right after that, I opened an online shopping app and searched for Linlong flower mugs. A page of results randomly popped up. I opened one with high sales and ordered 20 of them. I understood Luo Yuding pretty well. She would use every possible condition to keep me by her side. There was a high chance she'd make me return the mug, so I wholesale ordered 20 identical ones. After all, they were all gifts from an ex-boyfriend, and I was also her ex-boyfriend. After finishing all that, I got up to wash up and went to sleep with Xia Yushin. The next morning at breakfast, I looked up at Xia Yushin. After slowly chewing the food in my mouth, I waited a few seconds before asking, "How about I drive you to school later?" Xia Yushin paused for 2 seconds before agreeing. After we went out, I parked the car in front of a coffee shop, unfastened my seatbelt, and said to Xia Yushin, "Wait for me a second. I'm going to buy some coffee." While I was waiting for the coffee, Xia Yushin came over, raising her brows slightly, as she softly asked, "Is it for me?" I nodded. "Let's go. We'll be late otherwise." After saying that, I grabbed Xia Yushin's hand and left the shop, while fastening her seatbelt. Xia Yushin's hand paused slightly. She turned to look at me and said, "I didn't pay for it." I was amused and laughed. "Drink as much as you want." When we were almost at the school, I asked, "What time should I pick you up this afternoon?" Xia Yushin replied almost instantly, "Around 4:30. I nodded. "If you finish early, give me a call." Xia Yushin stubbornly responded. Though inwardly she felt waiting a little wasn't a big deal. The car engine shut off and stopped. After getting out, Xia Yushin looked toward the campus. Standing by the driver's side window, she bent down and asked me, "Do you want to come in and take a look around with me?" "Can I? I don't really have anything to do anyway." Since Xia Yushin had invited me, of course I wanted to have a look. Xia Yushin nodded. "Sure." I looked at her and smiled as I nodded back, then got out of the car and entered the school gates together with her. Xia Yushin led me straight toward the office. We had just reached the door when we heard a voice coming from inside. "Professor Xia, why are you later than usual today?" Professor Xia, halfway through speaking, the voice abruptly stopped. Shinmin silently looked at the man beside Xia Yushin. I felt the atmosphere was a little awkward, so I spoke first. "Good morning." Shinmin came back to her senses. "Morning." Xia Yushin gestured toward Shinmin and said, "Shinmin is a teacher who shares the same office as me, the one who wanted to have dinner with you." She settled me into a chair, and Shinmin walked over. She nudged Xia Yushin. "You still haven't introduced your husband to me." Xia Yushin smiled and replied, "This is my husband, Lucian." Shinmin looked at me and said, "I've noticed Xia Yushin has been in much better spirits these past few days. Has she finally started sleeping?" I smiled and nodded. "Yes." Shinmin immediately started complaining about Xia Yushin. "She's seriously a monster. Not only did she skip grades, she also never slept, just worked herself to death. She became a professor while still in her 20s. At the mention of not sleeping, I put away my smile and looked at Xia Yushin. Now that I knew about her past, it wasn't that she didn't want to sleep at all. Xia Yushin saw all the heartache in my eyes. She gently patted my hand Seeing that it was about time, I said, I should get going. You to carry on. I didn't forget to look at Chinmin and say, Professor Chin, let's have a meal together sometime. Chinmin smiled in response. Xia Yushin said she wanted to walk me out, but I refused. I can head out by myself. Otherwise, you'll have to make another trip. Just as I was about to leave, I reached out and grabbed Xia Yushin's hand. Xia Yushin turned to look at me. I pulled her in front of me and lowered my head to lightly kiss her lips. The movement was gentle, full of reluctance to part. Xia Yushin froze for 2 seconds, her cheeks turning slightly red as she pursed her lips. I smiled as I looked at her and said, Then I'm leaving now. After saying that, I turned around and left. Xia Yushin was already standing by the door looking outside. The affection in her eyes was practically overflowing. Only after watching me disappear down the corridor did she finally withdraw her gaze. Behind her, Chin Min was utterly speechless. Professor Xia Yushin, could you just stop showing off a little? Do you think I don't exist or something? Do you know how hurtful it is for a perfectly matched married couple like you two to constantly flaunt your love in front of me? Xia Yushin walked over and lightly replied, You didn't have to watch. Xia Yushin hadn't expected me to kiss her today, so she was in a good mood throughout class. Chinming could tell Xia Yushin was very happy. Whenever she was happy, she gave off the feeling of not caring whether others lived or died. Meanwhile, I drove back to the shop. As soon as I entered, I spotted Jiang Yu sitting by the window. I smiled and walked over. Just then, a delivery guy arrived at the entrance and brought a package into the shop. After signing for it, I glanced at it and realized it was the mugs I bought last night. Same city delivery really was fast. I ordered them last night, and they arrived today. Seeing my expression, Jiang Yu seemed curious. What did you buy? He asked. Jiang Yu sipped his coffee while watching me unbox the package across from him. The moment he saw what was inside, he almost spat out his coffee. Jiang Yu grabbed a tissue and wiped his mouth, his eyes widening. Then he burst out laughing. Damn. You're really going for the kill. I placed the 20 Linlin flower mugs on the table. Aren't these exactly the same as the mug Jiu Yukin gave Luo Yuding? Jiang Yu picked one up and played with it in his hand, tapping lightly on the mug wall and examining it from every angle. Even the thickness of the mug wall felt nearly identical to him. Jiang Yu smiled and said, They're exactly the same. How much was each one? I replied, $59.99 each. This one had the highest sales. There was another version for $180 each. But honestly, Luo Yuding isn't worth that much. She might even smash them again. Jiang Yu thought I was truly something else. So that's why you wholesale ordered 20 of them? I smiled and nodded, just in case. If she asks me to return it, I should at least be prepared. Jiang Yu put the mug in his hand down and let out a long sigh. If she no longer has a reason to come looking for you, she really might use the mug as an excuse. Even if, back then, she only thought you resembled Jiu Yukin a little, and it was just a momentary whim. You still ended up together for 2 years, and she never completely let go of her feelings for her ex either. Jiang Yu changed the topic. Have you thought about when you'll hold the wedding? I shook my head. There's no rush for that yet. Our parents brought it up when they had dinner together that day. But they're still leaving it up to me and Xia Yushin. Jiang Yu nodded. True. Planning a wedding is pretty troublesome too. Besides, if you and Xia Yushin held a wedding right now, I'd honestly be worried. I finished arranging all the mugs and looked up at him. Worried about what? Jiang Yu smiled and said, I'm worried Luo Yuding wouldn't be able to stand seeing you and Xia Yushin all lovey-dovey and would storm the wedding. I felt that the current Luo Yuding really was capable of that. After all, we had only broken up recently. Luo Yuding definitely couldn't stand seeing me with someone else. After thinking for a moment, I nodded. Yeah, hard to say. I actually forgot to take Luo Yuding into consideration. But we haven't really thought about the wedding yet. So there's no need to worry. Jiang Yu added, still, you don't have to worry too much either. Didn't Luo Yuding avoid causing trouble for Jiu Yukin too? We all grew up together. Even though her feelings for you and for Jiu Yukin are different, there's still a foundation of feelings there. After some time passes, it'll blow over. Actually, even Jiang Yu wasn't sure, because Luo Yuding's thoughts were more unfathomable than the bottom of the sea. I nodded thoughtfully. Jiang Yu glanced at the time. I'm heading out first. I still have a meeting later. After he finished speaking, I looked at the mugs on the table and picked one up, holding it in front of Jiang Yu. Want one? Jiang Yu found it hilarious. and actually took it while joking, saying, "I really want to see what's so magical about this mug." After sending Jiangyu off, I packed the mugs back into the box and started today's work. I stayed busy until 4:30 in the afternoon, then went to pick up Xiaoyushin. I grabbed my car keys and headed straight for the school. On the way, I sent Xiaoyushin a message. "Can I come pick you up now?" Xiaoyushin replied almost instantly, "Yes." Then she added, "Sorry for the trouble." When I arrived at the school gate, Xiaoyushin was already waiting there for me. She walked toward me and opened the passenger door. It felt like she had been waiting for a long time. Was I late? Xiaoyushin shook her head. "No. I just came out too. You got here pretty quickly." After about 10 minutes, we arrived home. The car came to a steady stop. I looked at Xiaoyushin beside me with her eyes closed, thinking she had fallen asleep. Just as I was wondering whether I should wake her, she opened her eyes the moment the car stopped. I looked at her and said, "I thought you had fallen asleep." Xiaoyushin got out of the elevator alongside me. While opening the door, she said, "I'm not someone who falls asleep easily." After speaking, Xiaoyushin slightly turned and leaned near my ear, softly murmuring, "Though leaning against you does make it easier." After saying that, she chuckled softly, took off her black trench coat, and tossed it onto the sofa. She rolled up the sleeves of her shirt and headed straight for the kitchen. After dinner, I read for a while. After saying goodnight to Xiaoyushin, I went to take a shower. When I returned to the bedroom after showering, I saw Xiaoyushin standing on the balcony talking on the phone. I had just climbed into bed when Xiaoyushin pushed open the glass door and came back inside. I sat on the bed looking at Xiaoyushin, who had just walked in. She raised her eyes and blinked at me. Her long curled lashes fluttered gently, making her look incredibly alluring. My gaze deepened, and I was instantly captivated. Xiaoyushin caught the desire in my eyes. Just as she was about to say something, I suddenly leaned down and kissed her, with one hand braced against the pillow. It only took a few kisses before Xiaoyushin melted beneath me. Her eyes became increasingly dazed. My hand slowly slid from the pillow to her shoulder, gently caressing her through the thin fabric. My fingers unconsciously hooked at the edge of her collar. Then suddenly, I stopped, pulling my hand back and releasing her lips as well. The reluctance in Xiaoyushin's eyes carried more than just a little longing. Her gaze was still clouded with desire as she looked at me. I turned over and lay down beside her. Stopping so suddenly in the middle of something like that left both of us feeling somewhat uncomfortable. In a low voice, I said, "I'm not going to take advantage of you. I'll wait for you to make the first move." After being kissed for so long, Xiaoyushin still hadn't recovered, lying there weakly. Only after a long while did she softly reply, "Okay." My mind was still filled with Xiaoyushin's love-dazed eyes and her tempting red lips. I turned to glance at Xiaoyushin. Had she been kissed so senseless that she still hadn't processed my words? After finally understanding what I meant, she stayed silent for a moment. Then I chuckled softly and said in a low voice, "Xiaoyushin, you seem to enjoy this a lot." Xiaoyushin immediately blushed, pulling the blanket over herself and turning her back to me. "I'm going to sleep." The next day, Xiaoyushin prepared breakfast for me before leaving. I was still asleep at the time. After finishing the previous order, I no longer needed to get to the shop so early. I didn't head to the store until 9 o'clock. The moment I got out of the car, someone suddenly grabbed my wrist and shoved me into the car beside me without warning. The car door was locked. Luo Yudin sat beside me, still carrying that same cold and distant demeanor. I looked at her speechlessly. Luo Yudin leaned a little closer to me. "Why are you treating me like this?" Luo Yudin couldn't understand it. I had loved her so much. Even though we didn't see each other every day, she would still come looking for me whenever she had free time. I would chatter endlessly around her, even if she barely listened. At the very least, I had been happy clinging to her. The woman before me overlapped with the Luo Yudin in my memories. Her hands unconsciously pressed against my shoulders. "Yeah. You weren't like this before. And you shouldn't be looking at me with that expression." The moment Luo Yudin placed her hands on my shoulders, I shook her off in disgust. "Don't touch me." "Yeah. Why are you making that expression?" I yanked at the car door again, but there was no response at all. Luo Yudin reached out, wanting to touch my face. Just as her hand was about to land on my cheek, I sneered, "What Are you trying to hit me again? Luo Yuding's hand instantly froze. I glared at her angrily. Luo Yuding, this is the last bit of patience I have left for you. Open the door now. Don't force me to use violence against you. Luo Yuding's eyes turned red, and her voice began trembling. Xian, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please don't leave me, okay? Luo Yuding had been waiting here since early morning for me to appear. She regretted everything, and her heart hurt terribly. Hearing that, my expression remained calm. Luo Yuding, who are you pretending for here? I won't accept any form of apology from you, and I hope you stop appearing in front of me. This city is so big. If you're even slightly careful, we won't run into each other again. We can simply become strangers. Luo Yuding understood everything. She just wanted me to lower my head first. I'll make it up to you. I can't accept you being with someone else. After saying that, Luo Yuding moved closer toward me again. I pushed her away with my hand. At this moment, Luo Yuding seemed a little unhinged. You smashed my mug. The mug is already broken. I'm not asking you to compensate me for anything. Let's forget everything that happened and go back to how things used to be. I shoved her hard. Get away from me, I shouted angrily. Luo Yuding staggered from my push and was forced to let go. Suddenly, loud banging sounded against the car window. My gaze landed on the window. My mother was pounding on it. Luo Yuding unlocked the car door. My father also hadn't expected Luo Yuding to actually do something like this. In the past, he wouldn't even have dared imagine it. Out of respect for elders, Luo Yuding opened the car door. I immediately got out of the car. Luo Yuding got out as well and stood in front of my parents, apologizing to them. Uncle Lu, Auntie Lu, I'm sorry. This wasn't the first time Luo Yuding had come to apologize, but my father had always refused to see her. No one expected them to meet under these circumstances. My mother was furious. You didn't apologize to Xian when it happened, but now you're finally panicking afterward. Luo Yuding, when we first learned you broke up, I never once thought it was your fault. I kept blaming Xian instead. But who would have thought? You pull something like this on us. What exactly did you do? The child we've watched grow up for so many years, the future daughter-in-law we were so satisfied with, turned out to be this kind of person. I squeezed my mother's hand. Luo Yuding had no words to defend herself and felt powerless, so she could only listen quietly. My father was the same. His attitude remained indifferent as he said, You don't need our forgiveness. Your parents already apologized long ago. Xian is married now, and his life is finally back on track, so stop bothering him anymore. When my marriage was mentioned, Luo Yuding's voice turned heavy. Uncle Lu, Auntie Lu, do you really know Xia Yushin that well? How long has she even known Xian? Do they truly understand each other? Can you really feel at ease letting Xian be with her? Luo Yuding simply couldn't understand why my parents would let me marry someone I'd only known for a short time. My mother looked at Luo Yuding angrily and said, We knew you inside and out. And what happened? You and Xian knew each other for 26 years. You're the perfect example of a cautionary tale. Those few words left Luo Yuding speechless. My mother continued, I never imagined that one day things would turn out like this. Forget how you treated us elders. We don't care about that. All we wanted was for you and Xian to be happy together. But reality turned out to be the complete opposite. You neglected Xian at every turn. In the past, we always tried to understand you and even comforted Xian, constantly telling him to treat you like a younger sister and take care of you. Now that I think about it, with Xian's personality, if you hadn't constantly given him the cold shoulder, he would have never complained to us. The more they talked about it, the colder their hearts became. My father sighed and said, It's all right. Our Yushin is wonderful. I almost burst out laughing. After my father's sarcastic remark, my mother didn't seem quite as angry anymore. Luo Yuding maintained her composure well, though her eyes had turned slightly red. In the end, she couldn't bear listening anymore and prepared to leave. Before leaving, she slightly bowed again and apologized once more. After saying that, she quickly got into the car. A crystal-clear tear slid down her cheek. I could see traces of sadness on my parents' faces. After all, to them, Luo Yuding wasn't just someone they had watched grow up since childhood. Later on, they had also regarded her as their future daughter-in-law. Their feelings toward her were inevitably complicated. She was infuriating, disappointing, yet also pitiable. I comforted my parents. Don't be sad anymore. Then I changed the subject. Mom, Dad, we were passing by, so we came to see you. Who would have thought we'd see Luo Yuding the moment we arrived? After saying that, The three of us found a place to sit. My parents weren't used to drinking coffee, so I made them 2 cups of tea. My father asked, "Did Luo Yuding come looking for you before this too?" I nodded. She did. But she only said a bunch of meaningless things. My mother snorted coldly. I really don't know what she's thinking. Back then, we could barely even see her during New Year's. Now she's suddenly showing up all the time. After sitting for a while longer and giving me a few reminders, my parents finally left. When I turned around and went back into the shop, I noticed the employees staring at me. I couldn't help raising an eyebrow. She had probably overheard what I said to Luo Yuding outside earlier. "Boss, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. It's just that Luo Yuding was too eye-catching. She was standing outside earlier, and I accidentally overheard everything." Putting all the bits and pieces together, I more or less figured out what happened. I waved my hand dismissively. "It's nothing that important." Lily sighed emotionally. I never expected Luo Yuding to actually be this kind of person. I smiled lightly, my gaze falling on the mugs in the display window. Today, Luo Yuding brought up the mugs again, so I really should return these to her. "Help me pack all these mugs up. I'm taking them away later." Lily brought over a box and packed everything inside. I asked her, "Do you want one?" Without even thinking, Lily shook her head. "No." I took one mug out and carefully examined it. Luo Yuding had used that mug for several years. I placed the mug in my hand on top of the pile, then took out my phone and sent Chu a message. "I have something I want to return to Luo Yuding. Can you help me deliver it?" The moment Chu saw the message, she got excited. Chu arrived at the shop in less than half an hour. After coming in, she sat across from me and carefully sized me up. She immediately came to a conclusion. "Luo Yuding came looking for you this morning." I slowly nodded at her. She dragged me into the car and even locked the doors. She acted like she'd gone crazy. Chu frowned slightly. "She didn't do anything excessive, right?" I waved my hand. My parents showed up. The moment Chu heard that, she burst out laughing. She knew that Luo Yuding had always wanted to apologize to the Lu family, but they simply refused to see her. In a situation like today, there was no way she'd be received kindly. I took out the Lily of the Valley mug from beside me and placed it on the table. Chu froze for a moment and looked at me. "Did you glue it back together?" Chu didn't know how badly the mug had shattered. Seeing me suddenly take out an identical mug, it was hard not to assume I'd pieced it back together. I shook my head. "Glue it back together? It shattered that badly. Of course I bought a new one. 59 yuan and 90 cents each." Chu laughed even louder. She clapped her hands and gave me a thumbs up. "That's amazing. I'll bring this mug to her at lunch." Chu paused for a moment, then smiled at me. "But I think she might smash it again." Hearing that, I lifted another box from the floor and placed it on the table. "If she wants to smash them, let her." Chu curiously opened the box lid and immediately widened her eyes. "Did you buy these wholesale?" I smiled. "Give her the other 19 and let her smash them slowly. Anyway, I've already returned her stuff. Next time, she better not bring up the mug again." Chu stared at all those mugs, thinking that for something so cheap, was it really worth it? For Luo Yuding to hit the boyfriend she'd known since childhood? "Why 19? I explained. "There were originally 20 of them. Jiangyu took one, so there are 19 left." I looked at Chu, my eyes lighting up. "Do you want one?" "I'll give you one." Chu choked for a second. "Even Jiangyu took one?" "Fine, I'll take one too." She smiled. "The remaining 18 can be slowly smashed by Luo Yuding." I picked up the box and said, "I'll help you carry it to the car." Then I followed Chu outside. Chu got into the car and lowered the window, looking at me with a grin. "Don't stay upset. When I see her later, I'll scold her for you. I'm leaving now." After Chu drove off, she soon arrived at Luo Yuding's place. The moment Chu saw Luo Yuding, she immediately started lecturing her. "What the hell is wrong with you now? Why do you keep showing up in front of Xian every few days? That married couple is doing perfectly fine right now. Stop interfering." At first, Luo Yuding didn't react much to Chu scolding her, but when Chu said that last sentence, she couldn't hold back anymore and smashed her wine glass. "What married couple are they? And you're still bringing that up?" Chu raised an eyebrow. Luckily, she had asked Luo Yuding to book a private room in advance. Otherwise, they'd probably be surrounded and watched like zoo animals. Chu grabbed another glass, poured some wine into it, and placed it in front of Luo Yuding. "If I were Xian, I'd also think you're an unsafe person to be around. Who knows when? You might suddenly do something outrageous again? It's only natural. Just let this whole thing go already. Besides, when Ji Yukin insisted on leaving back then, you didn't force him to stay either. Luo Yudin stayed silent for a long while before finally speaking. They're different. When Lu Xian was mentioned, a faint sadness appeared in Luo Yudin's eyes. Ji Yukin was only a passerby. But Xian and I have known each other for so many years. Now he wants to let go. Is it wrong for me to try to keep him? I didn't want to keep listening to Luo Yudin's absurd remarks anymore. She directly pulled a mug out of the box and said, "Here. Xian asked me to bring this to you." Luo Yudin was obviously stunned when she saw the mug. Chua smiled and said, "He said this is compensation for your mug. It's exactly the same, you know. He's also your ex-boyfriend. So this is also a mug from an ex-boyfriend. As long as you don't overthink it, then it's basically the same as your old one." The moment she finished speaking, the mug was smashed onto the floor. A sharp shattering sound rang out. Luo Yudin stood up with a dark expression, ready to go find Lu Xian and confront him face to face. Chua bent down and placed the whole box of mugs on the table. "I knew you'd smash it. Come on, there are still 17 left." Luo Yudin's gaze locked tightly onto the box of mugs. She had never hated the style of mugs so much before. Meanwhile, Xia Yushin had another meeting this afternoon. It was already past 6 when she left the school. She quickened her pace and got into the car, fastening her seatbelt. Before starting the car, she took out her phone and sent me a message. "The meeting ran a little late today. I might be home a bit later. If you're hungry, eat first. Don't wait for me." I replied almost instantly. "Have you eaten yet?" Xia Yushin's fingers tapped a few letters on the keyboard. "Not yet," I replied. "Then I'll wait for you to come back." Xia Yushin looked at the screen, the corners of her lips unconsciously curving upward. "Okay." Just after replying, her phone notified her it would shut down in 30 seconds. She put away her phone and drove home. But unexpectedly, she ran into an unwelcome guest downstairs. Someone was always blocking her way home to eat with Xian. For example, Luo Yudin standing in front of her now. This was considered their first private meeting alone. Luo Yudin hadn't expected to run into the wife who had legally registered her marriage with me. She had never taken her seriously. Her name seemed to be Xia Yushin, but seeing her still made her jealous and extremely uncomfortable inside. Luo Yudin stopped walking. Her whole body radiated an icy aura that kept strangers away. "Humph. You really do look the part." Xia Yushin couldn't be bothered with her. She didn't want to talk to this kind of woman. But unfortunately, Luo Yudin deliberately stood right in her way. Xia Yushin tried to walk around Luo Yudin, but Luo Yudin blocked her path again. Only then did Xia Yushin coldly look directly at her. Previously, Xia Yushin had never understood what was so special about rivals meeting in jealousy, and Luo Yudin had never imagined that one day she would face a romantic rival head-on because of Lu Xian. She knew that no matter who was standing opposite her, Xian would definitely protect Xia Yushin. But Luo Yudin thought about how Xia Yushin was about to enter Xian's home and instantly lost her composure. "Get out." Xia Yushin rolled her eyes at her. "That's what I should be saying to you. This is my home. What kind of logic is that? Telling the lady of the house to get out. The one who should leave is you." Luo Yudin's voice became even colder and sharper. "Don't tell me you actually think that Xian likes you." Luo Yudin let out a mocking laugh, her eyes slightly misty. "Do you know how many years he's loved me? Do you think he can forget me? A youthful crush always leaves a place in someone's heart for their first love, and that place will always belong to me. Don't think that just because of a marriage certificate you can act so arrogantly. As long as Xian is willing, I can make the two of you divorce right now." Xia Yushin's silence seemed to excite her even more. Luo Yudin's words became increasingly excessive. "When we were together, he followed me around every day. The way he looked at me was always full of admiration. He would take my hand on his own. He liked being close to me. He even kissed me." As she continued, Luo Yudin paused for 2 seconds. She hadn't liked Lu Xian at all, and had never responded to him. So it had only happened once or twice. Maybe Xian knew she didn't like it, which was why he never did those things again afterward. Now Luo Yudin regretted it. What had she been doing back then? Luo Yudin steadied herself, returning to that mocking expression again. "Do you think Xian will accept you? Or do you want to hear more?" Xia Yushin looked at her calmly and spoke. So, why did you hurt Xian? Xia Yushin didn't consider herself a generous person, especially when it came to something like this. But this wasn't Xian's fault. He had simply loved the wrong person. Xia Yushin had experienced it too. What she felt more than anything was heartache for someone hurt by the person they loved. Now Xian was married to her, and finally living a good life, as the ex who had once hurt him. Luo Yuding should have disappeared as if she were dead. But instead, Luo Yuding chose, the moment Xian was trying to forget her and move on, to use proof of his past love for her to attack him, trying to turn Xian's life into a complete mess again. Luo Yuding's face darkened. That single sentence completely shattered her composure. Xia Yushin, who the hell do you think you are? Do you believe I can ruin your reputation? She had heard that Xia Yushin was a university professor. Taking down someone like her wouldn't be difficult. Xia Yushin stood there, not taking a single word seriously. She was only thinking that Xian had finally come to his senses, and when he looked back at the person he once loved, would he occasionally feel heartbroken? Xia Yushin glanced at her indifferently. Xian regrets ever loving you. After saying that, Xia Yushin turned and walked out through the gate. Luo Yuding was instantly consumed by rage from her words. But when she saw Xia Yushin not going home, she froze for a moment, assuming Xia Yushin had backed down because of her earlier words, and that final sentence had only been a last attempt to provoke her. Thinking that way made Luo Yuding feel slightly better, quietly mocking Xia Yushin for being weak. When Xia Yushin walked out, Chu Wan and Jiang Yu's car had just arrived. They saw Xia Yushin walking toward the left side. The two of them had come because they were worried Luo Yuding would cause trouble. Chu Wan frowned. Did Luo Yuding get into a fight with her? Jiang Yu watched Xia Yushin disappear down the street to the left. Where is she going? Could Luo Yuding have really pissed her off? Jiang Yu recalled Xia Yushin's demeanor, and after thinking about it said, probably not. And even if she was angry, why would she leave home without driving her car? Chu Wan laughed softly. Looks like we overthought it. Although she didn't know Xia Yushin that well, the way Xia Yushin looked at Lu Xian seemed to say, I need you. She felt that Xia Yushin and Xian were quite compatible. The two of them really matched well. But at the same time, she also felt that Xia Yushin wasn't exactly a simple person either. She didn't care about Luo Yuding at all. Just based on that alone, it was enough to conclude that Xia Yushin could never be upset by Luo Yuding. Meanwhile, I sent Xia Yushin a message, but got no reply. I glanced at the time again. It was already 7:30. She should have been home by now. I walked to the balcony and stood by the window looking outside, wanting to see when Xia Yushin would come back. Suddenly, downstairs, I saw Xia Yushin walking out of the residential complex entrance, and Luo Yuding standing downstairs. A chill instantly ran through my whole body. Luo Yuding wouldn't target Xia Yushin, would she? The answer was definitely yes. The moment I thought of that, I didn't even change my shoes. I pressed the elevator button and rushed downstairs. I ran out of the elevator and ran into Luo Yuding just as she was about to walk up the stairs. The moment she saw me, Luo Yuding called out, Shin. I restrained myself from hitting her and questioned her in a low voice. What exactly did you say to Xia Yushin just now? Luo Yuding suddenly let out a relaxed laugh. What could I possibly have to say to her? What do you think we could even talk about? I continued asking. Then why did she leave? Luo Yuding shrugged, looking somewhat innocent. Maybe she's too sensitive. Maybe she's weak. Luo Yuding thought back to the things she had said to Xia Yushin, and the way Xia Yushin had stood silently across from her. Luo Yuding suddenly felt much better. So what if they were married? She and Xian had known each other since childhood. What was Xia Yushin supposed to be? She was nothing. Luo Yuding wasn't afraid at all. She even started explaining to me why she called Xia Yushin weak. It was just because I told her about things from our past, and she ran away. Isn't that being overly sensitive? If not weak, then what is it? My lips twitched slightly, my voice hoarse, as I calmly asked, what exactly did you tell her? Luo Yuding waved her hand dismissively. I just told her how much you used to love me, and how much you loved being with me. You would hold my hand, like telling me all the fun things that happened to you, and you even kiss me. There will always be a place for me in your heart. I asked her how much of your love she could really get. The next second, a loud slap rang out with a smack. One slap from me forcibly shut her up. The moment Luo Yuding said those words, my mind buzzed and went completely blank. It felt like all the blood in my body had frozen. At this moment, My tolerance for Luo Yuding had reached its limit. Luo Yuding's head was knocked to the side by the slap, her messy hair covering her face. Several seconds of dead silence passed between us. You hit me for another woman? Luo Yuding felt her heart ache terribly. He had actually laid hands on her. And for another woman at that. I glared at her angrily. The person closest to me now is my lawful lover. Luo Yuding brushed back her hair, her eyes reddening. Then what about me? You hit me because of her. Doesn't it hurt me too? I let out a low, muffled laugh. So, you know what pain feels like too. When you hit me over a cup, how were you able to do it so easily? Luo Yuding was struck speechless by her own actions. It felt as though an invisible hand was tightly gripping her heart, making it hard to breathe, stronger than ever before. I brushed past her shoulder. I needed to go find Xia Yushin. I turned and ran toward the building entrance. Chuer and Jiangyu had been standing there watching for a while. When they saw me coming, they pointed the way. Xia Yushin went down the street to the left. Jiangyu looked a little worried about me. He could only sigh quietly and didn't follow after me. Chu Waner smiled and asked him, "Why aren't you going after him?" Jiangyu shook his head. In this situation, it's better for him to calm down by himself. Chu Waner's smile deepened. I was even going to drag you along, but you didn't give me the chance. Jiangyu lifted his chin toward Luo Yuding's direction. Let's go check on her. The two walked toward Luo Yuding. Under the streetlight, a patch of her pale face was red. They both saw it. Lucian had slapped her. This time, neither of them said anything sarcastic. Jiangyu simply said, "Let's take Yuding home." Chuer glanced at Luo Yuding and Jiangyu and decided to send her home. The whole way, he didn't say anything to provoke Luo Yuding. If two people aren't suitable, then they just aren't. If it's over, then it's over. The outcome today was honestly caused by Luo Yuding herself. Luo Yuding leaned against the car window without moving, silent the entire ride. Meanwhile, I called Xia Yushin several times, but her phone was still turned off. I walked for a long time without seeing her. The shops along the street were brightly lit and looked warm and lively. Yet my heart felt uneasy. In my eyes, Xia Yushin had never been someone weak. She was gentle yet strong. But anyone would feel hurt hearing Luo Yuding's words. Maybe Xia Yushin couldn't bear hearing them, and might even come to hate me. But right now, I just wanted to see her. Even if Xia Yushin wanted to break up and divorce me, it didn't matter anymore. We had only met midway through life. I couldn't let the trouble I brought become a burden on her. I was originally meant to be alone anyway. She had accompanied me through my lowest period, and I was already deeply grateful. Suddenly, thunder rumbled across the sky, and scattered raindrops began to fall. It was raining. I had to find Xia Yushin quickly, thinking the cafe was nearby. I jogged over to grab 2 umbrellas. Meanwhile, inside a cake shop, Xia Yushin was holding a cake. It was the same cake Lucian had shared with her. Back at the cafe, Xia Yushin had thought it tasted really good. She probably liked it a lot too. So she had specially come to buy a slice. When I reached the cake shop entrance and saw Xia Yushin, I was happy inside. But I didn't dare step forward. I was afraid Luo Yuding's words had disgusted Xia Yushin with me. I thought if I ran toward her and got pushed away instead, it might hurt less just standing here watching. When Xia Yushin saw that I wasn't moving, she carried the cake and quickly walked over to me. Her voice was gentle. "Why didn't you wait for me at home? Are you cold?" I lowered my eyes and asked pitifully, "Why didn't you come home?" Xia Yushin lifted the small cake in her hand. "I bought you a piece of cake. Eating something sweet might cheer you up." At the time, she had thought, Xin must be feeling awful. There happened to be a dessert shop nearby still open, so she thought she'd buy something sweet. But when she got there, the shop was about to close, and there was only one small cake left. "I thought you weren't going to talk to me anymore." Xia Yushin sighed helplessly. "I'm not that fragile. You already told me about your past. I know everything. It's just that hearing those words come from Luo Yuding made her feel disgusted. Why did you run out like this? I saw you leave from upstairs. I came down to find you. I was afraid Luo Yuding would target you." After speaking, I added, "I thought the things Luo Yuding said to you made you angry." Only then did Xia Yushin understand why Xian had come looking for her. What had truly changed her impression completely was what happened with Shen Yu. No matter how angry Xian had been, He never scolded her before getting the full story. I told her we were the closest people to each other, and there shouldn't be suspicion between us. We couldn't give others a chance to take advantage. She remembered those words, thinking about it now. If she had told Luo Yuding that she and Xian slept together every night, with Luo Yuding's crazy personality, wouldn't they have ended up fighting? They definitely would have fought, but she wasn't that shameless. Those kinds of things weren't meant to be said out loud. I buried myself in Xia Yushin's arms. Why didn't you answer your phone? No battery. It shut off. I didn't expect to be this unlucky today. If her phone hadn't died, she would have told Xian where she was going in advance, and wouldn't have made me search for her in slippers on a cold night. I finally relaxed a little. Then how did you buy the cake? I looked at Xia Yushin, curious if she had somehow charmed her way through. I usually keep some cash in my pocket. Luckily, I had that habit. But if she didn't have that habit, couldn't she have borrowed a charger to turn her phone on so Xian would worry less? Xia Yushin lowered her voice. Were you about to cry again just now? I shook my head and refused to admit it. No. I don't cry easily. She laughed softly. You don't cry easily. My eyes felt sore, the faint scent of her perfume surrounding me. Maybe I had just been too upset earlier, and now I had finally relaxed. Xia Yushin walked slowly, and there was still some distance left before home. Not far away, Chuer and Jiangyu, who had just dropped Luo Yuding off, returned again and spotted Xia Yushin and me through the car window. Chuer parked the car by the roadside and watched for a few seconds, then noticed Xia Yushin carrying a dessert box. She couldn't help sighing. What does Luo Yuding even have to compete with her? Today she got slapped by Xian. She probably settled down for a while. Chuer originally thought so too, but after hearing Jiang Yu's words, she spread her hands. Who knows? Luo Yuding never acts according to common sense. Who knows what she's thinking? Suddenly, a few drops of rain landed on the windshield. At first, they thought it was just water dripping from the trees, but then a few more drops fell. Jiang Yu stretched his hand out the car window and looked at Chuer. It seems like it's raining. Chuer chuckled as she looked toward Xia Yushin in the distance. The weather really isn't cooperating. Do you have an umbrella in the car? Jiang Yu asked. Chuer made a sound of surprise. What a coincidence. I actually bought a fully automatic umbrella last time. She took the umbrella from the back seat and said to Jiang Yu, wait for me a moment. I'm going to bring it to them. Jiang Yu pushed open the car door and got out with him. Together, Chuer laughed. After pressing the open button, the umbrella slowly unfolded. She stood under it with Jiang Yu, and the rain seemed to grow heavier. They had already reached the apartment entrance, but there were still another 2 or 3 minutes before home. Suddenly, an umbrella appeared above our heads. Xia Yushin stopped in surprise. Turning around, she saw Chuer and Jiang Yu. Chuer thoughtfully handed the umbrella to her. Jiang Yu joked, don't let our Xian get soaked. Hurry home. We're leaving. Chuer pulled Jiang Yu away and ran off, while saying, wasn't there supposed to be no rain today? Jiang Yu glanced at the weather forecast. It didn't say there'd be rain today either. Strange. Chuer immediately replied, this isn't rain. These are Luo Yuding's terrors. Jiang Yu burst out laughing. Having you around is truly Luo Yuding's blessing. Xia Yushin stood there holding the umbrella, watching them from afar for a moment. Before the corners of her lips curved slightly. Xian had two very good friends. Xia Yushin closed the umbrella, took the elevator, and returned home. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she noticed my palm was red. She even compared the colors of both hands. Sure enough, the palm of the right hand was slightly redder than the left. Did I really hit Luo Yuding? Xia Yushin sat by the bed and thought for several seconds. Then she curled her lips into a smile. Whatever Luo Yuding said now, she was just panicking. The dishes on the dining table were already prepared, but they had gone completely cold. She went into the kitchen. There was fish head tofu soup simmering in the pot. At noon today, I had even told myself that I bought fish today. She served herself a bowl and reheated some of the other dishes as well. Eating alone at the dining table felt somewhat strange. It wasn't even about sitting here to eat. It seemed she had already grown used to finishing meals together with Xian. After finishing everything, she took a shower before going to the study to finish the remaining work. I woke up a little after 9. Opening my eyes, I realized I was in the bedroom. The events of the evening replayed in my mind. I sat up, though I didn't really have any appetite. Perhaps running into Luo Yuding downstairs had affected my mood too much. My shoes weren't beside the bed. I walked out of the bedroom barefoot. When I reached the living room, Xiaoyushin was just coming out of the study. She walked straight to the entranceway and took out a pair of slippers from the shoe rack, placing them in front of me. "You're awake. Eat first." Xiaoyushin watched me put on the slippers. Before heading into the kitchen to reheat the dishes for me, I softly called out. Xiaoyushin flicked my forehead lightly. "Don't overthink things. Why are you being so distant with me?" I touched my forehead and looked at her pitifully. "It hurts." Xiaoyushin gazed at me deeply, my messy hair reflected in her eyes. "Your hair is messy." I looked up at her, stunned for a moment, wondering if it meant what I thought it meant. I leaned closer to her. Xiaoyushin let out a relieved laugh and gently fixed my hair with her hand, her fingers lingering in my hair for a few more seconds. So I hadn't been overthinking it. It really was the meaning I understood. An unspoken understanding. Xiaoyushin handed the chopsticks to me. "Eat." I took the chopsticks and suddenly felt something strange in my palm as I gripped them. I opened my hand. It was a little red, and upon closer inspection, it even felt slightly hot. I hadn't hit Luo. You didn't that hard, and the slap hadn't sounded that loud either. You didn't had hit hard that day. That damn bastard was an animal. At the time, I had only slapped her on impulse. If I had swung more evenly, I might have hit even harder. But I had completely lost my mind back then. Xiaoyushin followed my gaze to my palm. I looked up at her and said, "I slapped Luo Yuding and even got the angle wrong. If I'd adjusted my wrist better, maybe it would have hurt more." After saying that, I even sighed. Xiaoyushin fell silent for a second. In a situation like this, she really shouldn't laugh, but she couldn't help it. The corners of her lips just kept lifting upward. I ate a little before putting down my chopsticks. Xiaoyushin said, "Go take a shower. I'll clean up." Hearing her words, I took my pajamas and went to shower. After I came out, I saw the cake on the living room table, because she thought I'd be upset. She had gone out to buy this cake. I walked over, sat on the sofa, and opened the cake packaging. I scooped up a spoonful and put it in my mouth. "Is it good?" Xiaoyushin sat beside me. "The good thing isn't the cake. It's you." "Wait, that question." "No. What I just said sounded a little too direct." "Because you bought it." Xiaoyushin chuckled softly. "Why weren't you angry?" That question felt strangely familiar. It seemed not long ago, Xiaoyushin had sat in this exact same spot and asked me the same question. Xiaoyushin answered my question. "You said that you and I are the closest people to each other. If I had really fallen into her trap, wouldn't that mean she succeeded? She would remember those words forever. If there's doubt, then ask. Instead of hurting the person you love and give outsiders a chance to take advantage." "You thought I was angry? What were you thinking back then?" She looked at me calmly, wanting to know what I had been thinking. I was thinking, I shouldn't let the trouble I brought affect you. Even if we separated, it wouldn't matter. I was supposed to be alone anyway. Your appearance already brought me so much comfort. But at that moment, I really wanted to see you one more time. As I said this, my index finger and thumb pinched the top of the spoon. Xiaoyushin thought about what she would do if she had ignored her because of the Shen Yu incident. No matter what, the two of them would seriously listen to each other and would never allow suspicion to appear. She leaned into Xian's arms and wrapped her arms around his waist. "Don't overthink things next time." I nodded solemnly, feeling much better, and continued eating the cake. Xiaoyushin lazily leaned back against the chair, watching me eat from the side. She straightened up and, after hesitating for a moment, said, "Shin." I turned to look at her. "You've never even taken the initiative to kiss me." Her voice oddly carried a trace of grievance. I put down the cake and slowly leaned closer. Her beautiful face carried a hint of tentative hesitation as I lightly pecked her lips twice. Honestly, I really had no experience taking the initiative to kiss someone. Even with Luo Yuding, it always stopped there. Sometimes I even wondered whether I had actually kissed her or not. Just like that, Xiaoyushin raised an eyebrow slightly. The moment she saw my reaction, she understood. It's okay. Xiaoyushin is willing to practice with me. But even after practicing, Xin still didn't seem able to learn. The events of last night replayed in my mind, and I silently pulled up the blanket. Don't be fooled by how Xiaoyushin kisses me. Her little teasing tricks are incredibly skilled. But when it came to actual practice, She was just as inexperienced as me. I have to admit, Xiaoyushan learns incredibly fast. And quickly got the hang of it. Early the next morning, I rubbed my sore waist, muttering complaints to myself as I prepared to get up. After washing up and changing clothes, I opened the freezer and took out the dumplings my mother had made, planning to boil a few for breakfast. Just as I lifted the pot lid, the doorbell rang. I put down what I was holding and walked to the door, looking at the monitor. I saw a delivery driver standing outside, but I hadn't ordered takeout. I opened the door and took the delivery. Taking a closer look at the dim sum, one of the items was crystal shrimp dumplings. I thought back for a moment. It seemed Xiaoyushan had asked me something before leaving this morning, whether I wanted shrimp dumplings or not. At the time, I only wanted to sleep, so I turned over and ignored her. Xiaoyushan must have ordered this from me. The timing was perfect. I went back into the kitchen and put the frozen dumplings back into the fridge, then sat at the table eating breakfast. Only then did I take out my phone. Jiangyu had sent me messages. After opening them, my eyebrows lifted slightly at the contents. Jiangyu had written, "I really didn't expect Luo Yuding to end up hospitalized. It's already 8 o'clock. Why haven't you replied yet? You only sleep in when you're unhappy. Did you and Xiaoyushan fight last night? Or is it because of Luo Yuding?" I immediately replied to Jiangyu, "None of that. I just went to sleep a bit late last night." After sending the message, Jiangyu didn't reply for a while. He was probably already working. I put down my phone. Luo Yuding got hospitalized? Was she really that fragile? Did one slap from me injure her? Back when she slapped me, it took more than half a month before it fully healed. She's just shameless. I couldn't even be bothered thinking about her. Just thinking about her made me angry. I continued eating breakfast. Xiaoyushan had ordered a lot. She had gotten me a little bit of everything. I was full halfway through. After cleaning up the table, I went to the cafe. Not long after I arrived at the shop, one of the employees walked toward me and stood in front of me. "Boss." I looked up at him. His surname was Bai, so I always called him Zhao Bai. I think he was a senior in college. He had been working part-time here for 2 years already. "What's wrong, Zhao Bai?" I asked. He twisted his hands together. "Boss, I won't be coming and starting next week. I have an internship in the second half of the year. I want to spend more time studying. I'm preparing for the civil service exam, trying to stay in this city." I smiled and said to Zhao Bai, "Good luck with the exam. Go accomplish everything you want to do." Zhao Bai nodded vigorously. "Thank you, boss." He flashed me a smile. "Then I'll get back to work." I waved my hand, watching his back. I wondered what kind of gift I should give him. For employees who had worked or part-timed at the shop for over 2 years, I would always give them a small farewell gift. After staring for a while, Yuki came over during a break. That guy was usually carefree and loud. She sat across from me and quietly asked, "Boss, what did Zhao Bai say just now?" "He said he wants to focus on studying and won't be coming in next week anymore." I looked at Yuki and smiled. "So, we'll be short one person before we hire someone new. You full-timers will have to work a little harder." Yuki laughed awkwardly twice. "No problem. As long as there aren't those extra huge orders, I'm okay with it." Her tone suddenly changed, and she sighed. "But Zhao Bai's situation is pretty miserable too." I looked up at her. "I know the general situation of the employees in the shop, but I don't know anything deeper than that." She's never told anyone either. It was only because I went to the restroom once and overheard her on the phone. I think she was talking to her mom. I only caught a few sentences. I wasn't trying to eavesdrop. It just happened by chance. Anyway, it's always by chance. Seriously, how does he hear every piece of gossip? He's naturally attracted to gossip. Anyway, the general idea was, his mom wanted him to hurry back after graduation. Said she had connections near home and found him a good job close to the family. And Zhao Bai's point was, his mom was tricking him into going back to get married. She probably already arranged blind dates for him. The key thing is he also has a younger sister. They want him close to home so he can't run away and can support her. After saying that, Yuki sighed emotionally. I fell silent for a moment. No wonder he wanted to stay in the city. If it were me, I'd snap the phone card in half, say goodbye to my toxic family, and run away directly. Luckily, my family atmosphere was very good. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. I'm going to hint to him not to let them drain him dry for the rest of his life. He never used the family's money, yet they still want to bleed him dry. I sighed quietly in my heart. I hoped Zhao Bai would get what he wanted. The phone beside my hand vibrated once. I picked it up and saw a message from Jiangyu. Glad you're okay. I just finished a meeting. Then he sent another message. I went to check on Luo Yuding this morning. Seeing the name Luo Yuding now, I felt unusually calm. I casually asked, what happened to her? Jiangyu, last night CHU won her, and I took her home. But she brought it on herself. Got drunk like crazy. Then lost her mind and stood in the rain on the balcony. This morning Shura passed by and checked whether she was okay. Turns out she really had a fever and passed out. I was speechless for a moment. Sometimes I wondered why Luo Yuding turned out this way. Was it some kind of inferiority complex? Why did she have to wait until someone gave up on her before putting on this deeply affectionate act? As if everything was somehow my fault. I replied, she's not going to blame me, is she? Jiangyu laughed. She had a high fever. When I left, she still hadn't woken up. When she was heading to the hospital, Shura even joked with her outside the door. Yuding, are you trying to tough out this fever? Are you hoping to burn yourself into amnesia so everyone can live happily ever after? While I was chatting with Jiangyu, a phone call suddenly came in. It was Aunt Zhao calling. I stared at the screen for a few seconds. I figured she wanted me to visit Luo Yuding. Luo Yuding was probably causing trouble again. I answered the call and greeted her first, Aunt Zhao. Zhao Wan sounded anxious on the other end. Xian, I know you don't want any more contact with Yuding, but she just woke up, and she won't eat or drink. She's completely lifeless. Annie, can you please come see Yuding? I'm begging you. As she spoke, Aunt Zhao sounded like she was about to cry, which only made me dislike Luo Yuding even more. She caused trouble herself and dragged others down with her. When she didn't hear me respond, Zhao Wan became more anxious. I know this is all Yuding's fault. I know you don't want to see her. Just think of it as visiting a patient, okay? I sighed quietly in my heart. I had never heard Aunt Zhao speak in such a pleading tone before. Xian, if it weren't for something like this, I would never force you to meet someone you dislike. Please help Annie out. The words of refusal got stuck in my throat. I understand, Annie. I'll go over. I silently cursed Luo Yuding a few times in my heart. Aunt Zhao immediately thanked me and said she was heading home now to prepare lunch. We'll meet at the hospital later. I responded softly and hung up the phone. Then I continued messaging Jiangyu. Aunt Zhao just called me. Jiangyu replied instantly. She wants you to visit Luo Yuding. I replied with an Jiangyu thought for a moment. Luo Yuding is probably acting like she's dying. That's probably why Aunt Zhao had no choice but to call you. It's not good for you to go alone. Why don't you bring Xia Yushin with you? I actually had the same idea. Exactly what I was thinking. I glanced at the time. It was 11 o'clock. I wasn't sure whether she was teaching right now, but I still dialed her number. I didn't expect her to pick up. Xian, have you eaten yet? Hearing her voice made me feel lightheaded. Her low voice whispered by my ear. Not yet. I held the phone with one hand while propping my chin up with my other elbow on the table. Are you free later? Want to have lunch with me? I hummed softly. Didn't Luo Yuding get sent to the hospital this morning? They said she won't eat or drink. Aunt Zhao called and asked me to visit her. As I spoke, I sighed again. I don't want to see Luo Yuding. Luo Yuding got hospitalized? Xia Yushin's voice suddenly sounded much brighter. You want me to go with you? Yeah. I rested my chin in my hand and said softly, if I'm going to see my ex, of course I have to tell you. What if you get angry and run away? That'd be a huge loss. A low chuckle came from the other end. I won't run. Then she added, let's go together and see how miserable the ex is. Then when do you have? I turned to look out the window at the street. Before I could finish speaking, a smile spread across my face. Xia Yushin was standing by the car door, waving at me through the glass. I grabbed my phone, said goodbye to the employees, and ran outside. Yuki had been watching for quite a while and couldn't help sighing. He said to the nearby Lily, the sugar is way too sweet. Lily replied, the boss is visibly much happier than when she was with President Luo. Sure, the boss used to be happy when she saw President Luo too, but they barely spent time together. When has she ever smiled this much? So this is what being in love looks like. I got into the car. Why are you so early today? No classes today. I went to school this morning to submit a report. Then I came back early to eat with you. Xia Yushin kept her eyes on the road. She drove us to the hospital. After entering the hospital, I followed the room number Aunt Zhao gave me and pressed the elevator button for the 5th floor. After getting out of the elevator, I searched for the room number. Aunt Zhao probably hadn't returned yet. I knocked on the hospital room door, then pushed it open. I really wanted to see How miserable Luo Yudin looked right now. The moment the door opened, laughter and chatter filled the room. Luo Yudin wasn't alone in the room. There was another man there, and I knew him all too well. It was Li Zhao. Back then, Luo Yudin often brought Li Zhao around me. So whenever I saw the two of them together, I used to want to find an excuse to escape, but now it was different. I only felt disgusted. So this was what Aunt Zhao meant by not eating or drinking and being lifeless? Then, what was on the table? What was the pair of chopsticks in her hand for? And what was she eating? Although her face looked pale, she still seemed pretty happy. What a waste of time. Luo Yudin froze when she saw me standing at the door, instinctively delighted that I had come to see her. Just as she was getting happy, Xia Yushin suddenly appeared behind me. The smile on her face instantly froze. Her eyes turned icy as she stared at her. Xin. So, you came. Luo Yudin forced a smile and said to me. Li Zhao also greeted me. Xian, long time no see. Xia Yushin raised an eyebrow at the scene. So this was not eating or drinking? I still politely replied, long time no see. As soon as I finished speaking, I heard someone call out behind me, Xian. I turned to look at Chua walking down the hallway, with Jiang Yu and Aunt Zhao, who hadn't entered the room yet. Chua said, let me see how fragile my dear sister has become. Before she could finish speaking, she saw the scene inside and let out an awkward laugh. Speechless, Jiang Yu froze for a moment. Li Zhao and Zhao Wan stood at the doorway. Their expressions instantly darkened. Why are you standing there? Come in and sit, Luo Yudin said. I walked into the room, but my gaze landed on Xia Yushin. I don't like strangers disturbing me. I let out a cold laugh, then turned to Zhao Wan. And Zhao, how does any of this match what you described? Next time, if it's about Luo Yudin, don't ever call me again, even if she dies. It's none of my business. Making things difficult for Xia Yushin right in front of everyone. A jerk like that can go to hell. Spending even 1 second on her was a waste of life. Since Miss Luo doesn't welcome us, then we won't disturb you any longer. Right in front of Luo Yudin, Xia Yushin took Xian's hand. A smile appeared on her face, and in Luo Yudin's eyes. That smile was especially irritating. She was provoking her. Mom, let's go, I softly said to Chu Wanner and Jiang Yu. We're leaving first. The two of us walked out hand in hand. Right in front of Luo Yudin. Luo Yudin anxiously got out of bed, but Li Zhao stopped her. Yudin, your fever just went down. Rest a bit more. Zhao Wan directly threw the lunchbox into the nearby trash can and scolded Luo Yudin. Before I left, you acted like you were dying. I swallowed my pride and begged Xian to come see you for my sake. And what about you? You keep talking about Xian, but then pull the stunt and let your girlfriend slap him in the face. Annie, Yudin is still sick. See, could you not scold her for now? Li Zhao tried to persuade her. Zhao Wan was furious with Luo Yudin. Didn't you dump Luo Yudin already? Then why couldn't you cut things off completely? Luo Yudin gave you money for treatment and even wanted to visit you. Did you know Luo Yudin already had a girlfriend back then? I wouldn't let her go see you, and she got angry with me over it. In the end, she compromised and only gave you money instead of seeing you. Then she took it out on Xian. Young man, you changed a long time ago. Mom, stop talking, Luo Yudin shouted hoarsely. Zhao Wan snorted coldly. I can't control you anymore. Do whatever you want then. And she left. That was way too much information. Jiang Yu and Chuo were both shocked after hearing it. I'll come see you another time, Li Zhao said softly. Luo Yudin replied, be careful on your way home. Li Zhao nodded, then greeted the two people at the door and left as well. Jiang Yu scoffed. Back then, Xian sent you home late at night so many times, and you never once told him to stay safe on the way back. He opened his mouth again. Forget it. Just focus on recovering. I'm leaving. There's nothing left to say. Only Chu Wanner. And Luo Yudin remained in the room. Chu Wanner sat down beside her bed. What's going on with Li Zhao? This is the first time you two have met in ages. He came to the hospital for a checkup and just happened to see me outside the room. Luo Yudin explained, I really didn't know he would show up. What a coincidence, huh? He doesn't even live here. And if he needed a checkup, he should have gone to the hospital treating him. He obviously came here for you. When it comes to Xian, you're always so calculating, always scheming and hiding things. So, Why do you become this stupid around him? Luo Yuding was irritated by the questioning. There's already no possibility between us anymore. Why are you still doubting it? She looked at Chua. Did Xian misunderstand just now? Who cares? Xian doesn't like you anyway. He treasures Xia Yushin like a jewel. And honestly, Xia Yushin deserves that treatment. Just let it go, Yuding. Stop disturbing Xian and Xia Yushin's life together. They're doing great. What you did was honestly too much. Luo Yuding pointed at her own head. Unless this forgets everything. Otherwise, I'll stay entangled with him for the rest of my life. So this is Luo Yuding after all. I should have known. But seriously, girl, there's no need for this. If your life is miserable, don't drag others down with you. After leaving the hospital, I hugged Xia Yushin. She asked, "What is it?" Xia Yushin patted my back gently. If she wants to talk, let her talk. She's furious enough already. A few words won't hurt her anyway. Using the past to provoke her was exactly the kind of thing only a trashy ex like Luo Yuding would do. Too bad Xian belongs to her now and has absolutely nothing to do with Luo Yuding anymore. Besides, that scene in there just now was pretty amusing. Xian probably despises Luo Yuding even more now. Want to go eat something? I looked up at her and asked. Xia Yushin drove us to a restaurant. The two of us went in together. After ordering the food, I started telling Xia Yushin about Li Zhao. The man in the hospital room just now was named Li Zhao. Luo Yuding's ex-boyfriend. I used to think he was pretty carefree. Didn't expect him to be such a hopeless romantic. Halfway through speaking, I looked at Xia Yushin. Guess what happened to him? Xia Yushin seemed to remember hearing someone mention before that Luo Yuding had been dumped by an ex. Then she heard Xian continue. After he graduated, Luo Yuding arranged a job for him. But later they broke up because he went chasing true love. He dumped Luo Yuding and even quit the job. When I first learned about all that, I thought he was really cool, giving up everything just for the person he loved most. I paused briefly, remembering how I had once wanted to learn from him, and suddenly felt embarrassed. I coughed lightly. After all these years, he's completely changed. None of the confidence and spirit he used to have is left. Xia Yushin looked at me meaningfully. You didn't seriously want to learn from him before, did you? My eyes widened. How did she know? Just then, the waiter brought the dishes to the table. I shoved the chopsticks into Xia Yushin's hand. Eat. Just as the two of us were about to start eating, Jiangyu and Chuer walked toward us. What a coincidence. Chuer directly sat down beside Xia Yushin. Jiangyu sat beside me. We saw you to come in, so we followed. The waiter brought over two more sets of utensils and added a few more dishes as well. The things I said to Anzhao. How did she react? I didn't pay attention when I left. I asked the two of them. Jiangyu replied, of course she scolded Luo Yuding harshly. Chu Wanner laughed. This morning, Anzhao even said she was going home to make soup for Luo Yuding. But after Luo Yuding pulled that stunt, she got so angry she threw the soup straight into the trash. Anzhao had specially asked the family cook to make it. Yet she refused to take a single bite, acting like she wanted to die. But the moment Li Zhao showed up, she happily ate the random food Li Zhao bought her. Jiangyu's tone instantly turned sarcastic. Xia Yushin silently thought to herself, a boar really can't appreciate fine things. By the way, how did Li Zhao change so much? Naturally, I hadn't paid attention to Li Zhao anymore, so I had no idea what happened to him. But from Li Zhao's behavior today, I guessed he had gotten divorced. Jiangyu paused for a few seconds, still wondering whether he should tell me what he heard at the hospital. Before he could speak, Chuer said teasingly. He got seriously ill, and the love of his life got annoyed with him, then divorced him. Luo Yuding even financed his medical treatment half a year ago and went to see him. Wouldn't that make him remember Luo Yuding's kindness? So now he comes around for chance encounters. Sure enough, if someone can become emotionally attached to a cup, then even more so to a person. That's disgusting. Chuer decisively changed the subject and looked at Xia Yushin. Xia Yushin, you studied at Hua University too, right? You're around our age. We're the same age too. So, why haven't I heard of you before? Chuer asked curiously. She, Luo Yuding, and Jiangyu were all from Hua University's finance department. Even if Xia Yushin wasn't in the same department, with her abilities, they should have at least heard her name before. But strangely, they had absolutely no impression of her. Could Xia Yushin be some late-blooming genius who suddenly rose to fame one day? I bit into a rib while secretly glancing at Xia Yushin, as I heard her reply calmly. When you were freshmen, I was probably already a senior because my abilities were outstanding. I was no longer competing in the same arena as them. I was stunned for a moment too. I knew she had skipped grades, but hearing it put that way was honestly a little terrifying. After a few seconds of silence, Chuer laughed twice. Alright, tonight I'll go home and look up your legendary life story. Yushin, your emotions are way too stable. You don't seem worried at all about Luo Yuding targeting you. The more Chuer looked at Xia Yushin, the more interesting she found her. A trace of amusement flashed through Xia Yushin's eyes, but seeing the concern on my face, she slowly spoke, as if trying to reassure me. Don't worry about me. The corners of her lips curled slightly, and she lowered her head to continue eating. I still think you should be careful. Luo Yuding is pretty ruthless. She definitely wouldn't dare attack Xia Yushin directly. After all, she doesn't want to offend Lucian and Shenyi. The rift between them is already deep enough. If she really went after someone close to them, then she'd completely ruin any remaining goodwill. But Luo Yuding's methods could very likely destroy Xia Yushin's reputation and ruin her life. That's the kind of thing she loves doing. Thanks for the warning. Although she personally didn't care much, they meant well. After the meal, they still had work to do, so they headed back to the company. I linked arms with Xia Yushin as we strolled down the street. I turned to look at her. Yushin, were you in an early relationship before? Xia Yushin immediately denied it. I wasn't. But didn't you say you dated someone when you were a junior? Were you even an adult by then? Of course I was. I deliberately shook my head. I don't believe you. Xia Yushin paused, then immediately started clearly explaining the timeline. After hearing it, I couldn't help laughing. Only then did Xia Yushin realize I tricked her. Helplessly, she pinched my cheeks twice. As we passed a jewelry store, Xia Yushin paused and glanced inside. Before I could react, she grabbed my hand and pulled me into the store. Once inside, I remembered what happened with Xiaobai, and after thinking about it, I decided to buy him a small gold accessory as a gift. I picked out a Pixu bracelet and asked Xia Yushin, "Does this one look nice?" Xia Yushin looked at it for a few seconds, then said, "Don't try to save money for my sake." I laughed softly. This is for an employee at my cafe who's about to resign. This bracelet isn't that heavy. It only cost a few thousand. It's just a token of appreciation, and gold holds value. If his family really starts draining him dry someday, he can at least sell it if he urgently needs money. I handed the bracelet to the clerk and asked her to wrap it up. Go look at something you like. Xia Yushin led me over to the ring section. The clerk immediately recommended several designs. Xia Yushin enthusiastically helped me pick out gold rings. Which of these two looks better? I ended up struggling to choose between two rings. After all, I don't wear jewelry that often, and I didn't want Xia Yushin spending too much money on me. Wrap them both up. She handed the rings to the clerk. The smile on the clerk's face instantly grew brighter. I hesitated. I really don't wear these often. It's fine, if you don't wear them, they can just sit there looking pretty. As she spoke, I thought about buying something for her too, and pulled her over to the bracelet counter. The clerk's eyes lit up immediately, and she hurried over to recommend more items, thinking she truly met generous customers today. A few compliments and they bought almost everything. How wonderful it would be to have customers like this every day. In the end, we bought 2 rings, 1 gold bracelet and another chain bracelet. I paid for everything. The clerks lined up neatly to say goodbye to us. Please come again next time. I still like the ring you gave me the most. I raised my hand in front of my eyes, maybe because it matched me well. She held my raised hand and lowered it to my side, then said leisurely, "You match me well too." I lifted my eyes to meet hers and smiled. After returning home, Xia Yushin went to pour a cup of warm water and set it down on the table in front of me and sat down beside me. I started telling her about Xiaobai. His parents want to trick him into going back home to get married, and later they'll expect him to support his younger sister. He's worked for me for 2 years. In cafes like ours, people usually don't stay very long. One batch leaves after another. But for anyone who's stayed over 2 years, I always give them a small gift before they leave. So I bought him a bracelet. It keeps its value, right? Xia Yushin nodded softly. Boss Lu is a really good person. No matter what I said, Xia Yushin always responded to me. The stronger the contrast became, the more I felt that my past relationship, aside from my own one-sided affection, Luo Yudin's presence had been completely optional. She would give me the cold shoulder. She called softly, "Xin." My mind was full of Jiang Yu's words. People who usually seem like calm intellectuals might actually be crazier than anyone else. Could she really be that kind of person? How embarrassing. Not long after Xia Yushin arrived at her office, Zhou Shintong showed up and immediately crowded around her. Yushin, that Shen Yu asked me for your contact information yesterday. Said she needed something from you. There's nothing to say to her. Xia Yushin sprayed some water on the small green plant on her desk and couldn't help recalling the green fern-like plant on the balcony at home that had been carefully cared for. She paid no attention at all to Zhou Shintong's words. Shen Yu, forget him. Zhou Shintong leaned closer to her. Aren't you even curious what he wants? Xia Yushin immediately replied, not curious. She already knew Xia Yushin wouldn't care. But she was curious herself. I asked him, but he refused to say. So I didn't give him your contact information. Xia Yushin set down the spray bottle and glanced at her. Didn't you say you dislike Shen Yu? Why are you suddenly so interested? Zhou Shintong clicked her tongue. Those are two different things. What good could come from him looking for me? I just want him out of my world. Don't spread rumors. After all, Shen Yu had always been full of malicious intentions toward Xia Yushin. He wanted to use Xia Yushin to get what he wanted. What a beautiful fantasy. After a long silence, Xia Yushin finally spoke slowly. If he dares to spout nonsense in front of Xin again and say things he shouldn't, I won't let him keep living so comfortably. Since he's looking for trouble everywhere, that means he's had an easy life for too long and wants to challenge himself. I can satisfy that wish. Let him experience restarting on hell mode. Zhou Shintong looked at her sympathetically. Xia Yushin's voice wasn't exactly cold, but hearing it still sent chills down people's spines. And she always meant what she said. She carried the pressure of someone superior. No wonder Xia Yushin would say something like that. Talking nonsense in front of someone else's wife was truly disgusting. Zhou Shintong leaned against her desk, crossing her arms as she chatted with her. That mouth of hers loved yapping endlessly with Xia Yushin all day long. She had been like this since their school days. As for Xia Yushin, if she slept well, she'd say maybe 2 sentences. If she slept badly, she wouldn't say a single word, just wore a gloomy face. Yet Zhou Shintong would still keep talking nonstop. Xia Yushin simply had an exceptionally beautiful face. Back in school, plenty of people chased after her. Later, after becoming a teacher, many students pursued her too. People were obsessed with her looks. Of course, Zhou Shintong had admirers too, but neither of them actually wanted students falling for them because some students were truly fanatical. Some of the things they did honestly frightened both her and Xia Yushin. Wasn't the finance department next door supposed to have a lecture next Monday? They invited one of our universities. Outstanding finance graduates. I heard they've invited her many times, but she never came once. No idea why they actually got her this time. Zhou Shintong glanced at Xia Yushin, who was plucking dead leaves off a plant, and the current chairwoman of Hawaii Group is called Luo Yuding. Suddenly, Xia Yushin's hand paused and her gaze darkened. Luo Yuding's tasteless behavior again, but I heard yesterday that it got postponed. Seems President Luo got sick, so it was delayed for a few days. Xia Yushin recalled the scene of Luo Yuding sitting together with her ex, laughing and chatting happily. She let out a cold laugh. Doesn't she seem perfectly fine eating and drinking? Those two random remarks from her left Zhou Shintong completely confused. Who seems fine? Xia Yushin said nothing. Zhou Shintong cursed under her breath, thinking she was being ignored, then forced a smile onto her face. Xia Yushin had always been this infuriating. My dad even mentioned her before, saying she really had methods. One of the best among the younger generation. Zhou Shintong's family had some money too, and they were in business, so she understood the corporate world well. Speaking of the Luo family of Hawaii, one also had to mention Xia Yachuan of Yunhang International. Xia Yachuan, the current head of Yunhang, rarely appeared in the public eye. He had taken over Yunhang more than 10 years ago, but it was still rather strange. It was natural for Xia Yachuan to inherit the family business, yet he first founded his own new corporation. And Hung Group was now no weaker than Yunhang. Was he planning to control both at once? Xia Yushin pretended not to hear the rest, rarely showing such indifference. Luo Yuding wasn't worthy of being the subject of her gossip. Do you have some grudge against Luo Yuding? That can't be right. You're the type who hates meddling in other people's business. How could you possibly clash with her? Zhou Shintong was extremely puzzled. You didn't steal someone else's wife, did you? The thought itself sounded ridiculous. How could that be? Xia Yushin ignored the mention of Luo Yuding. Her coming here to give a lecture definitely had a purpose. Her motives were far too obvious. Boss, tomorrow will be my last day. Zhao Bai changed into his own clothes and waved at me. I was busy in the back area. When I heard his voice, I clapped my hands. All right, I got it. As I spoke, I took a small gift box out of my bag and handed it to Zhao Bai. You've been here for 2 years too. A little gift for you. Zhao Bai froze for a moment, staring at the gift box in my hand for several seconds. I stuffed the gift box into his hands. Take it and see if you like it. Zhao Bai opened the box, then immediately closed it and handed it back to me. Looking somewhat panicked, he said, Boss, this is too expensive. I can't accept it. How can I take back something I've already given away? I don't know much about your situation, but I hope you'll be able to do what you truly want in the future. No matter how dark the road ahead is, you'll eventually see the light. I wish you a bright future. I was a few years older than them, so I should at least give them some hope. Holding the box, Zhao Bai suddenly started crying. He wiped away his tears, then smiled at me and said, Thank you, boss. I definitely will. After seeing him off, I updated the recruitment notice again. After shutting down the computer, I stretched lazily, then picked up the phone on the desk and glanced at it. Several friend request notifications had appeared. I knew at a glance they were from Luo Yuding. The request messages read, I want to see you. Li Zhao really wasn't someone I called over. He just happened to run into me at the hospital. Don't misunderstand. Can you come see me? I'm really hurting, and I miss you so much. I had already blocked Luo Yuding's private account, and now she was using her work account to add me. How shameless could she be? Yesterday, I only went to see her because Aunt Zhao begged me, but she ended up eating and drinking happily. And even targeted Xia Yushin. She was too used to acting superior, never caring about how others felt at all. I chose to ignore her, but I didn't block this account again. Luo Yuding's personality was too extreme. If I didn't block her, she'd slowly keep pestering me in circles. But if I blocked her again, and she had nowhere to message me, she might come looking for me in person. Now that Li Zhao was back, please just get back together already, and stay locked together forever. Just as I was thinking about what to eat later, Jiang Yu called me, saying he had just finished work. We'll eat together later. The restaurant wasn't far nearby. I arrived first, so I ordered the food and waited for Jiang Yu to come. Suddenly I saw a familiar figure, Li Zhao. I had only thought about him a few minutes ago, yet I actually ran into him. Li Zhao saw me as well, and walked straight over, sitting across from me. He smiled at me and said, Xian, it's really been a long time. Yesterday, you left after only saying a couple words. I looked him over briefly. The current Li Zhao really looked like the type that would trigger people's protective instincts. But for some reason, I couldn't feel any goodwill toward him at all. Back then, Luo Yuding always brought Li Zhao around in front of me. Did they find it amusing? Watching me clearly feel miserable, yet still pretend to be happy for them. Luo Yuding constantly showed him off before me, and Li Zhao never tried to hide it in public either, freely acting intimate with Luo Yuding. I used to think he was straightforward, but now that I think about it, maybe he wasn't at all. Maybe he was simply showing off the trophy he had won. We're not even close. So, what's there to talk about? I looked at him and smiled lightly. We never really had any connection. If Luo Yuding hadn't brought you to meet people like us, you, Li Zhao, would have never crossed paths with us at all. At least during those years you were with Yuding, we still counted as acquaintances. But the moment Yuding and I broke up, you immediately turned your back on me. He spoke in a teasing tone. I nodded seriously. Yeah. What else? Li Zhao froze briefly. He had probably expected me to smooth things over with a joke. Not such a blunt response. Then wish for me and Luo Yuding to reconcile soon, so we can become friends again sooner. He naturally knew about my later relationship with Luo Yuding, but Luo Yuding had always been extremely cold toward me because she missed him. I nodded repeatedly. Then good luck. Hurry up and win Luo Yuding back. Such a wonderful thing actually exists. Li Zhao stared at me intently, trying to find even a trace of pain on my face. He didn't believe I no longer liked Luo Yuding. As for the woman standing beside me yesterday, he thought I was just fighting with Luo Yuding out of spite. He started bringing up the past. I finally realized later just how much Yuding loved me. When I got sick half a year ago, she was really worried about me. She wanted to come see me, but unfortunately her family wouldn't allow it. so she could only give me money. I don't blame her. She's already treated me very well. I was genuinely surprised, without a trace of anger, almost like an uninvolved bystander. I never expected Luo Yuding to keep lowering the bar. She had simply hidden it well, so I never noticed. I felt even more disgusted. So you're the third party who destroyed someone else's relationship, and you still dare to come talk to me about all this, trying to provoke me. That's pretty shameless. Saying all this was obviously meant to make me angry. Too bad I no longer had feelings for Luo Yuding. I was just enjoying the drama now. I looked at him with amusement. I already broke up with Luo Yuding. And I'm married too. Are you really that afraid, Luo Yuding? And I will rekindle our old relationship. Li Zhao continued speaking. You know it too. Yuding and I used to love each other deeply. Of course she still likes me. I'm just warning you as her ex. I raised an eyebrow slightly and took a sip of warm water from the table. Warning me? What gives you the right? Li Zhao glanced out the window and curled his lips into a smile. Just watch, he said right before, suddenly grabbing the hand holding my water glass and yanking it toward himself, splashing half the cup onto his face. Right afterward, Luo Yuding appeared. She had already changed out of her hospital gown, dressed neatly and properly. I vaguely remembered that not long ago, Luo Yuding had messaged me saying she was in terrible pain. Li Zhao made one phone call, and Luo Yuding came rushing over immediately. I found it ridiculous inside, but my face showed no panic at all. I remained calm as if none of this concerned me, always using such cheap tricks. Sorry for saying something you didn't like. As Li Zhao spoke, he actually coughed twice. That weak, pitiful act instantly appeared. When Luo Yuding saw this, she subconsciously grabbed tissues to wipe Li Zhao's face. Anger rose in her heart, but when she looked at me, she also felt hurt. Why are you treating him like this? If you have a problem, take it out on me. Li Zhao is still sick. At that moment, all I could think was how lucky I was to break up early. Lucky that I woke up in time. It's okay, Yuding. I'm fine. Li Zhao used the tissue to wipe all the water off his face, completely drying himself off, then smiled gently at Luo Yuding. I was still holding the glass in my hand. Slowly, I replied, why would I be angry at him? I'm not even close to him, and I don't want anything to do with either of you. Luo Yuding felt extremely frustrated inside because I simply didn't care about her anymore. Xian apologized to Li Zhao. Honestly, I found Luo Yuding completely speechless. What exactly was going on in her head? On one hand, she kept bothering me now and then, saying she wanted to see me. Yet on the other hand, she wanted me to apologize to someone else, pulling this kind of nonsense. All I wanted was for her to stay far away from me. I splashed the remaining half glass of water directly onto Luo Yuding's face. Don't you love Li Zhao? Then share the same cup of water with him. I'm not someone who plays petty little water splashing games. I go straight for it myself. I don't even care about you anymore. So, what is he supposed to mean to me? Some people really think too highly of themselves. I placed the glass back on the table, then looked at Luo Yuding mockingly. How pathetic. You already got dumped once, and you're still desperately licking after him. Before leaving, I mocked her one last time. Shouldn't President Luo be lying in the hospital crying about how much she hurts right now? I walked out of the restaurant with a smile. A toad crawling onto your foot won't bite you, but it's still disgusting. It felt as if a string inside Luo Yuding had suddenly snapped. She didn't know why she had become like this. Clearly, she wanted Xian back by her side. So, why couldn't she defend him? Instinctively hurting Xian while protecting Li Zhao. She truly hated herself for it, always pushing him farther and farther away. She suddenly turned her head, but the person was already gone. Li Zhao said pitifully, Yuding, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked you out to eat while you were sick. I'm just not familiar with this area. And now you've argued with Xian because of me. Luo Yuding stared at him for several seconds. The spark she once loved about him was gone. Whenever she saw his face, she would remember those years they spent together, and unconsciously agreed to his request. But she knew there was no future between them anymore. The moment he dumped her, it became impossible forever. Even knowing it was impossible, she still failed to hold on to the person who truly loved her. After leaving the restaurant, the Audi by the roadside honked twice. I recognized Jiang Yu's car at a glance. I opened the passenger door and got in, saying, I just finished battling Li Zhao and Luo Yuding. We need to find another place to eat. While fastening my seatbelt, I added, I saw you. I had just arrived and hadn't even gotten out of the car before you came out. Luckily, Xian didn't suffer any losses. Still, a fight breaking out was never likely. the current Luo Yudin wouldn't dare do anything to Xian. Come to think of it, ever since she found out Xian got married, she's been completely dispirited. Even so, she still acts like that around Li Zhao. It's seriously annoying. We switched to another restaurant and quickly started eating. She actually told you to apologize to Li Zhao. Tell her to get lost, Jiang Yu said speechlessly. In front of Li Zhao, she acts completely differently around Li Zhao. And that's not all. She even sent me messages today saying she was in pain and wanted me to visit her. But the next second she teleported to the restaurant to have dinner with Li Zhao. I said emotionally, love really does stop pain. Jiang Yu couldn't help laughing. He even laughed loudly. After laughing, he looked at me and said, ever since you got together with Xia Yushin, you seem happier than before. I curled my lips into a smile. Really, you can tell that? Jiang Yu slowly nodded. When you were with Luo Yudin, your emotions were always all over the place. Now you're much more stable and happy. I poked at my rice with my chopsticks. That's because being with someone emotionally stable, who isn't dismissive and is outstanding, makes every day feel happy. At night, Xia Yushin leaned against the headboard reading a book. Her slender fingers flipped through the pages with a soft rustling sound. I climbed onto the bed. Xia Yushin closed the book and placed it on the bedside table. She lifted the blanket for me to lie down. Yushin, are you off tomorrow? It's the weekend tomorrow, so do you want to eat something before sleeping tonight? I instantly understood what she meant. I muttered, I don't understand. She smiled and tucked my hand under the blanket. What do you want to do tomorrow? Actually, I want to pick out a gift for you. I just don't know what you like. I looked up at Xia Yushin. How about I buy you a new car? It's the first gift I'm giving my wife, so I absolutely have to get something you like. I had given gifts to Luo Yudin before too. She always said she liked the gifts I prepared, but I could never tell she was truly happy. Later, I realized it wasn't the gifts she disliked. She simply didn't like me. Xia Yushin froze for a moment. Buy her a new car. She suddenly laughed helplessly. It was the first time in her life someone had said they wanted to buy her a new car. There's really no need to change cars. My current car is pretty good. It suits me well. That honky cost around 500,000 yuan. Low-key and not flashy. Her current job wasn't suitable for being too high profile. Of course, I understood the reason behind it, so I coaxed her. Then, is there any car you do like? You can drive it in your free time. Or just leave it there to admire. Xia Yushin pretended to think for a moment, before replying, honestly, no. How could she let Xian buy her a car? Then tell me when you think of one. Xia Yushin nodded and casually brushed it off until the lights went out. Xia Yushin never brought up that topic again. The hiring notice I posted a few days ago got applicants within just a few days, and I just happened to be at the cafe. The applicant was a young woman. She was quite pretty, a little youthful looking, but her style was rather unique. Baggy pants and black earrings. Very trendy. Hello, my name is Zhang Nianwei. I'm 23 years old. I just graduated. Listening to her brief introduction, I casually asked a few questions. Are you looking for full-time or part-time work? Full-time, I asked again. Have you made coffee before or had similar experience? Zhang Nianwei shook her head. I haven't, but I can learn. I glanced at her. She didn't seem short on money, but I didn't say anything else. I just said, go outside and give it a try first. After hearing the salary, Zhang Nianwei looked a little disappointed, but after thinking about it, considering her situation, she decided to do it anyway. I called Yuki over and asked her to teach Zhang Nianwei. After the two of them went out, I glanced at the time, then suddenly noticed the date beneath it. When I got the marriage certificate with Xia Yushin, I had carefully looked over the certificate. It had Xia Yushin's birth date on it. It seemed to be 2 days later. I immediately opened my photo album and found the picture I had taken of the marriage certificate, wanting to confirm whether I remembered it correctly. Turns out I remembered wrong. It was tomorrow. I instantly let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, I checked carefully. If I forgot my wife's birthday, that would be so awkward. But Xia Yushin never mentioned it. Even my mother-in-law didn't remind me. Was this some kind of test? Resting my chin on my hand, I thought about what gift to give Xia Yushin. It wasn't like I'd never bought gifts for women before. Back when I gave gifts to Luo Yudin, she would say, I really like it, thank you. But I could never tell she was truly happy. Because of that, I never knew whether the person actually liked the gifts I gave. I suddenly sat upright, as if I'd thought of something. A few days ago, I said I'd buy her a new car. What if I actually bought her one? For a moment, I couldn't decide. So, I went to the mall to look around. After walking around for a while, I entered a luxury boutique. The sales associate recommended several items, but none of them felt right. I looked around on my own and found a bracelet I liked, so I bought it directly. I thought it suited Xia Yushin's temperament quite well. If something suited her, of course I'd buy it. By the time I returned from the mall, it was already 5:30. I carried the gift bag and opened the door. The air was filled with a sweet and sour aroma. Xia Yushin was already home, and I was still holding her birthday gift in my hand. If she saw it now, there'd be no surprise left. I suddenly panicked a little and hid the gift bag behind my back. Without even changing my shoes, I ran straight into the bedroom and hid the gift in the cabinet. When I came back out, my heartbeat had gradually calmed down. Xia Yushin had just closed the door. She turned around and saw my flustered expression. What's wrong? Nothing. I was in a hurry to use the bathroom just now and forgot to close the door. I walked over to Xia Yushin and changed my shoes along the way. Xia Yushin laughed. Did you wash your hands? Time to eat. I ran over to the sink in my slippers and washed my hands casually. Then suddenly realized something and said to Xia Yushin, I washed my hands after using the bathroom. Xia Yushin smiled and said, I don't believe you. After saying that, she walked past me to the kitchen to bring out the dishes. She was obviously just teasing me. I followed beside her and kept insisting. Don't doubt me. I really washed my hands. Who doesn't wash their hands after using the bathroom? The smile in Xia Yushin's eyes deepened. I know. Stop chanting already. She neatly arranged the bowls and chopsticks on the table. Really? I seriously repeated myself again. Then Xia Yushin nodded. I saw you wash your hands. My wife was really amusing. She really enjoyed the atmosphere between us. Simple, but still full of fun. It made her feel at ease. I widened my eyes. You did that on purpose. So, you're not some elegant lady after all. You're secretly mischievous. Xia Yushin picked up a small rib and brought it to my lips, signaling for me to open my mouth. I ate the rib she fed me. Food brought to my mouth for free would be wasted otherwise. After dinner, Xia Yushin used the treadmill I bought earlier to jog, while I went to take a shower. After showering, I remembered Zhou Nianwei from the interview this afternoon. So, I sent Yuki a message. How's that Zhou Nianwei girl? Yuki replied, pretty good. Very smart, she learns quickly. But she's talkative. Every now and then she suddenly starts rapping, and even asked me if it sounds good. I smiled. That's fine then, just let her freestyle with you guys. But don't let her say random things in front of customers. Yuki replied with an okay. After seeing the reply, I exited the chat window. Usually Xia Yushin went to sleep around 10:30. But tonight, even after the lights were off until 11 o'clock, she still couldn't fall asleep. She lay quietly beside me. She didn't make any other movements either. Afraid that turning over would wake me up, Xian was thinking about which cake shop to order from tomorrow. So I couldn't fall asleep either. After thinking it through, I gently turned over and snuggled against Xia Yushin, preparing to sleep. I knew Xia Yushin had trouble sleeping, so all my movements were extremely gentle. Still awake. Suddenly, Xia Yushin's gentle voice sounded beside my ear, especially pleasant in the darkness. I lowered my voice and asked, did I wake you up? Damn it. How did I end up waking her? No, I just haven't fallen asleep yet. Insomnia again? I'll go make you some tea. I had just started to get up and turn on the light when Xia Yushin hugged me. Can you talk with me for a while? It sounded almost like a plea. I held her in my arms and let her lie against me. What do you want to hear? I like hearing anything you say. She wasn't picky. Right now, she just wanted me to talk to her, to calm her heart a little. So I told her some stories from my childhood and things from my college days. As Xia Yushin listened, she occasionally let out soft chuckles. I felt that Xia Yushin was especially restless tonight and emotionally down. Yushin, do you feel a little better now? Xia Yushin quietly let out a sigh of relief inside. Much better. Early in the morning, I went to order the cake. Then I went to the mall to buy some ingredients and spent the afternoon at home preparing dinner after leaving the shop. At 4 o'clock, I went to the cake shop and picked up Xia Yushin's birthday cake. After arranging the dishes, cake, and birthday gift. I was almost finished with everything. At 4:30, I finally sent Xiaoyushin a message, asking, "What time are you coming home tonight?" Xiaoyushin immediately replied, "I have something to do tonight. I might be late. You should eat first." I lowered my eyes and stared at the words on the screen, feeling a little disappointed. Still, I asked, "Are you having dinner with someone else tonight?" Xiaoyushin replied, "No. I'm not eating with anyone else. But I might be late. I'm worried you'll get hungry. Don't wait for me." She was just about to message Xian, telling him to eat dinner first tonight and not wait for her. But unexpectedly, Xian asked first. Only then did I feel relieved. As long as it's what she says, I'll believe it. Then come back early. She seemed to have completely forgotten her own birthday, or maybe the birthday on her ID card, and the day she actually celebrates weren't the same date. After Xiaoyushin saw the message Xian sent, the corners of her lips curved into a barely noticeable smile. Good, she's going home. Only then did she put away her phone and leave the campus. She had just taken out her car keys and was about to get in, when Shen Yu blocked her path. She glanced at him. Shen Yu's gaze was sharp and cold. To be honest, Shen Yu felt a little afraid. For some reason, the pressure around Xiaoyushin today felt intense. The temperature around her seemed close to freezing, which made him nervous. "Xiaoyushin, I have something I want to discuss with you." Today's Xiaoyushin was truly intimidating. He didn't even dare call her Yushin affectionately anymore. Xiaoyushin raised her left hand and glanced at her watch. 3 minutes. Shen Yu felt flustered and slightly irritated inside. "Xiaoyushin, I run social media accounts. I've accumulated quite a fan base. And earn a lot too. With your looks and professional background, as long as you're packaged a little, you'll definitely go viral. I can help you. We can achieve a win-win situation." So he just wanted to make money. Xiaoyushin looked at him coldly. "I don't lack money, and I have no interest in doing that." As she spoke, she walked forward a few steps, preparing to get in the car. "Mr. Lee has excellent conditions. Are you really willing to be overshadowed by him? Besides having a prestigious title, what can you earn? As a professor, you originally had better conditions than me. But now it's obvious the gap between us is widened. I drive a supercar worth over $1 million. And you? I've already surpassed you financially. Back then, I told you to go into business, but you wouldn't listen. Now I want to help you make money, and you still won't listen." Shen Yu let out a cold laugh. Xiaoyushin got into the car and turned to look out the window. "You just want me to help you make money? Don't make it sound so righteous." What helping her? It was all for his own benefit. He sure made it sound nice, but she wasn't interested. Shen Yu watched the car drive away, furious with frustration, cursing inwardly that Xiaoyushin was destined to stay beneath her forever. What was wrong with helping her? Wouldn't she still make money? Xiaoyushin held a bouquet of white roses and carried a Lego toy in her left hand as she entered the cemetery. At the highest point on the hill stood a grave. She stopped walking. There were already several bouquets there. Someone had visited before her. The name Zishinran was engraved on the tombstone. The tombstone was already clean, yet she still wiped it again with a tissue, then placed the Lego toy in front of it. She crouched before the grave in silence for a long time. Many words became nothing more than a sigh. And in the end, she only said, "You're 28 now." I leaned over the balcony and looked downstairs. At 7 o'clock, the sky was already dark. I rested my chin in my hand, watching absent-mindedly several Annies dancing in the square. Then a familiar figure appeared under the dim street lights. My eyes instantly lit up. Who else could that figure be but Xiaoyushin? She was dressed especially solemnly today. Perhaps she had something important to do. Even if she came back at 11, it wouldn't matter. Xiaoyushin opened the door and walked in. The first thing she saw was an exceptionally handsome Xian, wearing a custom-made suit. So handsome, it was unbelievable. She tried hard to force a smile and asked, "Why didn't you eat earlier? Didn't you say you weren't eating with anyone else today?" "Then of course I waited for you." Xiaoyushin placed her hand on my shoulder. "Sorry for making you wait so long." Her entire aura leaned toward coldness. Yet when she spoke to me, she was incredibly gentle. Such an extreme contrast. It was impossible not to fall for her, until Xiaoyushin saw the cake on the table and the beautifully wrapped gift bag beside it. She stopped in place, immediately understanding what it meant. "Happy birthday, Xiaoyushin." I smiled at her as I spoke. Xiaoyushin's faint smile gradually disappeared. I paused slightly, although I didn't know the exact reason. Xiaoyushin clearly didn't seem happy. Maybe something had happened that made her stop celebrating birthdays. But I didn't regret what I had done either. Getting along always takes a process of adjustment, slowly learning about each other. Xia Yushin's voice turned slightly hoarse. Xian, I don't celebrate birthdays. I smiled softly. But you still have to eat dinner, right? During the meal, I told some funny stories, trying to ease the atmosphere a little. Xia Yushin didn't have much appetite. She only took a few bites, then sat there watching me eat, and kept putting food into my bowl. After dinner, she cleaned up the table, perhaps after calming down a bit. When she returned to the living room, she finally said to me, sorry, I shouldn't have let my personal emotions affect you. I looked at the cake on the table. Since Xia Yushin didn't like it, I didn't want it to bother her anymore. So I started thinking about how to deal with it. Then suddenly I heard Xia Yushin speak. I turned my head to look at her. It's okay, everyone has bad moods sometimes. It's not like this happens every day. I just didn't know the first time. I'll know next time. Xia Yushin moved over to sit beside me, her hands resting on her knees. Only after a long while did she speak. Xian, today isn't just my birthday. It's also the birthday of a friend who passed away a long time ago. She had never wanted to tell anyone about it, but Xian was her husband, her eternal exception. I looked up at her. No wonder. I guessed it might have been the friend she once mentioned died in front of her. That was her trauma. So it was only natural for her to feel upset. She placed her hand on Xian's back. He and I were the same age, and our birthdays were on the same day. On our 9th birthday, after visiting an astronomy exhibition, we were kidnapped. After pausing for a few seconds, she continued speaking. Even after the kidnappers got the money, they still didn't let us go. When the knife came down on him, I deliberately provoked the kidnappers, trying to make them turn the knife on me. But it didn't happen as I wished. They even told me not to rush, that I would be next. In just that one short minute, he died right in front of me. Then it was my turn. That knife slashed down across my shoulder, but the rescue team arrived, and I was saved. Her voice grew hoarser the more she spoke. It's been so many years, but those scenes feel carved into my mind. I can't erase them. The rescue was only moments away, but I couldn't think of any other way to stall the kidnappers. Even after all this time, I still have psychological scars. Through 2 layers of clothing, I gently pressed my palm against her shoulder, softly stroking it. I had seen the scar on her shoulder before. It was only a faint scar. I never expected the wound had once been so deep. She had been facing kidnappers who killed without blinking. You already did everything you could. No one would blame you. I gently patted Xia Yushin's back to comfort her. Her birthday was the day she had been kidnapped, and also the anniversary of her friend's death. Just thinking about it made my heart ache. No one blamed her. Even Z family's parents, seeing her covered in injuries, only cried while being grateful she was still alive. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have made you sad with me. I'm actually a pretty boring person. As long as you like me, that's enough. Hearing those words when her emotional defenses were at their weakest made her feel much better inside. I crouched beside the coffee table and opened the cake box. First, I cut a slice for Xia Yushin. Something sweet will make you feel a little happier. It didn't have to be a birthday cake. I just treated it as a way to comfort her. I wanted her to feel a little better. Xia Yushin reached out and touched my cheek. She understood what I meant and didn't reject my kindness. She picked up the fork and took a bite. Then she watched me cut a second slice, thinking it was for myself. But instead, I simply placed it in the seat across from her and set the fork beside the plate. Then I unexpectedly cut a third slice. I didn't touch the second slice. I ate the third one instead. Xia Yushin fell silent for a moment. She seemed to understand. She looked at the slice of cake across from her, her gaze darkening slightly. I could hold on to her through little details like this. After watching me finish the last bite of cake, she finally put down her fork. I widened my eyes, a little shocked. I'll remember it next time. My sudden words made her glance sideways at me. Remember what? Not celebrating birthdays. Celebrating her birthday really didn't seem appropriate. Xia Yushin softly said, "You're the exception. I bought something for you." I jumped off the bed, slipped into my slippers, and immediately ran out of the bedroom. Xia Yushin sat up, supporting herself with both hands behind her, looking toward the bedroom doorway. An unconscious smile curved her lips. Less than 2 minutes later, I ran back and sat beside her. handing her the birthday gift I bought. After hesitating for a few seconds, I said, "Didn't I say before that I'd buy you a new car? Just treat this as the thing I wanted to give you back then. See if you like it. I think it suits you really well." Xia Yushin opened the wrapping. A luxury bracelet, something worth hundreds of thousands, and she just bought it for me directly. She couldn't help teasing herself. "I almost feel like you're keeping me as your sugar baby. First she wanted to buy me a new car, and now she's buying me luxury goods. It really did feel like I was being spoiled. Is this really enough to keep you, though?" Although I didn't know much about Xia Yushin's finances, university professors actually earn pretty decent salaries. She had mentioned before that her parents used to run businesses, and her family definitely seemed well off. But Xia Yushin didn't seem like someone who relied on her parents. Even if her parents insisted on giving her money, it was probably used to buy property long ago. Xia Yushin simply smiled without saying anything. At this point, she was practically spoiling me outright. She put the bracelet on and showed Xian. "I knew it would look good on you when you wore it." Then again, with her looks, anything suited her. "I really like it." As she spoke, she took the bracelet off, put it back carefully, and stored it away. After thinking for a moment, I asked softly, "You couldn't sleep last night because of today too, right?" Xia Yushin answered faintly, "I just had a lot on my mind, but luckily, I had you with me, so my mood wasn't as terrible." By the time we finished, it was already 11. We chatted for a little longer, and didn't turn off the lights until 11:30. The bedroom fell into darkness, the two of us sleeping in each other's arms. I had already gotten sleepy around 11, and once I lay down, I could probably fall asleep within 5 minutes. Just as I was drifting off, Xia Yushin suddenly spoke softly beside me. "There are some things I haven't told you. Would you be angry at me for that?" I heard her clearly, but I was still overwhelmingly sleepy. So I asked back, "You mean things like today?" Xia Yushin gave a quiet hum. I didn't hesitate, and answered directly, "No. That doesn't affect our relationship at all. And even with something like this, I think I've already reached a higher level. You're emotionally stable too." I paused for 2 seconds, then added, "Although I would still be curious about what it is. I'd only want to know because you seemed sad. I just wanted to understand, and I know some things are hard to talk about, so it's all okay. What if there are still other things I'm hiding from you?" She gently stroked Xian's back, and asked softly. I instantly became a little more awake. I asked unusually calmly, "You didn't break the law, did you? Or are you in debt?" Xia Yushin let out a soft laugh that sounded especially alluring in the darkness. "I'm a law-abiding citizen. I didn't break the law, and I'm not in debt either." I was already sleepy to begin with, and my consciousness gradually drifted away. I fell asleep. Xia Yushin never got a response from me. All she could hear beside her was my shallow breathing. She replayed everything I had just said in her mind. Words spoken late at night were always the most touching. It felt as if she was slowly falling deeper and deeper. And she was willing to. The two of them were going to spend their whole lives together. Xia Yushin woke up early and made breakfast. After finishing breakfast, she returned to the bedroom and sat by the bed to wake me up. "Time to eat," I mumbled. "You eat first?" Then I turned over, facing away from Xia Yushin. I seemed awake already, and Xia Yushin assumed it was probably because I was exhausted from last night or something. So she left the bedroom. She had only finished half her breakfast when I walked out of the bedroom after washing up, still in my pajamas. I sat in the chair beside her and complained, "It's all your fault I couldn't sleep." Xia Yushin smiled, picked up the bowl in front of me, stood up, and served me a bowl of millet porridge. "Eat first, then complain." Her words made me laugh. I stirred the porridge with my spoon and casually asked, "Are you going to school later?" "I don't have any classes today. I'm working from home. Academic papers and research projects all take a lot of time." I looked up at her. She started telling Xian more about her daily life. "I personally don't really like giving public lectures. I only go occasionally when I can't turn them down. And my condition wasn't very good before, either. So whenever I had free time, I'd rest. Besides, I'm not starting a business. Other than teaching and guiding students, the rest is just the fixed number of academic papers every year, research projects, and things like that." I understood all that, since my dad was the same way. Although my dad also had a company to manage, so he was busier. I nodded, suddenly recalling something from before. "That night when you came to the cafe for coffee, had you just come back from school?" Xia Yushin paused for a moment, thinking for a bit before saying, "The day Luo Yuding threw away the ring." I laughed softly. "Yeah, that day. There was a seminar that day, and we had dinner afterward, so I got back late. Thinking back to that day made her lips curve slightly. I had just walked to the door when I heard you yell, "Get out." I even stood there for 2 seconds wondering if you were talking to me. Then someone came out from inside and threw a ring box into the trash can nearby. That's when I became sure you weren't talking about me. The funnier part was that I asked if you still had coffee. I was even wondering if I should say something. But within just a few seconds, Anne's gaze suddenly became firm again. It seemed like I didn't need to say anything after all. So that's why someone was standing at the door without coming in. Yushin slightly raised her brows. Would it really have been appropriate for me to go in during that situation? If I had spoken up for you, then Luo Yuding, in that state, definitely would have said something outrageous. After all, she had never been scolded before. In a fit of anger, she probably would have said something ridiculous. I suddenly changed the subject. Then why did you wake up so early to make breakfast? I slept enough. Compared to before. One day of sleep quality now is enough to leave me completely energized. I was speechless. After what we did last night, I was the only one exhausted. After breakfast, I'll go buy some ingredients. What do you want to eat for lunch? She asked as I swallowed the beef pancake in my mouth. Let's go together. You're not going to the cafe. We hired a new employee a couple days ago. It shouldn't be too busy, right? Yushin gave a soft hum of agreement. I lowered my head, thinking about something, when Yushin put down her chopsticks. She smiled as I looked up at her. I hesitated for a moment before saying, "How about I go visit your friend later?" Yushin froze slightly, then pulled out a faint smile. Okay, it's about time, gradually. Actually, you shouldn't only visit Shinran. I finished the remaining porridge in my bowl, then wiped my mouth with a tissue. Then I'll go change clothes. Yushin answered with a smile, then stood up and started clearing the table. I changed into a set of casual clothes and put on a black trench coat over them. After Yushin looked me over from the wardrobe, she picked out a black trench coat just like mine to match with me. On the way there, I asked her, "What kind of flowers does your friend like?" "Nothing in particular. She likes whatever others give her." At the flower shop, I still chose several white roses before driving to the cemetery. After getting out of the car, Yushin held my hand as we walked up the hill. "Is it at the very top?" I looked up toward the distant peak and asked. Yushin gave a soft hum. "I heard someone calculated it, so I bought a burial plot with good feng shui at the very top." She was too young. She hadn't even seen what the world looked like yet, so I wanted her to overlook the scenery below from the mountaintop. I sighed softly in my heart and squeezed Yushin's hand in return. Holding the flowers, I walked beside her. There was another bouquet in front of the tombstone. It seemed to have been placed there this morning. Someone else had come before them. I placed the white roses in front of the grave and crouched down to look at the sorrowful inscription. The name carved on the tombstone was Shinran. There was also a photo attached above it, around 8 or 9 years old, yet already strikingly beautiful, with the appearance of someone cold as ice and born to stand above others. She had never seen the wider world. If she had lived until today, she might have become as outstanding as Yushin. Hearing my words, if this hadn't happened, then perhaps she would have become someone entirely different. Maybe she would have taken another path, one completely unrelated to her current life. But what's done is done. Now I only think an ordinary life is best. After all, isn't every kind of life still a life? A peaceful, steady life without turbulence is already a blessing. I wiped the tombstone with a tissue. There wasn't a speck of dust on it. Lonely. Yushin had probably wiped it yesterday when she came to. There was also a Lego set placed in front of the grave. Yesterday's flowers had already started to wither. After staying at the mountaintop for a while, we finally left the cemetery. In the car on the way down, Yushin called out to me. I turned to look at her. Her voice was low and hoarse, with a gentle tone mixed into it. Someday, let's set a time and go meet my godfather and godmother together. I froze for a moment. I hadn't known before that she even had godparents. Sure, just pick a time and let me know. After thinking it over carefully, bringing up her godparents after visiting the cemetery. They were probably Shinran's parents. Yushin continued explaining to me. My godfather and godmother are Shinran's parents. Shinran and I grew up together. After the kidnapping incident, they had just gone through the pain of losing their child. I took the initiative to become closer to them emotionally. I more or less understood the reason. After going through something like that, they would naturally fear something happening to her again. She parked the car, and the two of us entered the mall. Xia Yushin pushed the shopping cart beside me. What do you want for lunch? I'll cook for you. I can actually order dishes, I teased with a smile. Her hand resting on the shopping cart reached toward the food section. I can neglect anyone, but not you. I want sour soup beef and tomato fish fillets. We had just eaten the sweet and sour ribs Xia Yushin made the day before yesterday, so we didn't need them today. Xia Yushin nodded and went to buy the ingredients. Even though I don't know how to make tomato fish fillets, I'm sure there are tutorials for it. Let's also add sweet and sour pork, and vegetable dishes too. A balanced and nutritious meal. Perfect, we bought fish, and had the owner clean it for us as well. The phone inside her trench coat vibrated a few times. She took out her phone and glanced at the caller ID. She leaned down and whispered in my ear, I'm taking a call. I responded with a soft okay. After saying that, she took the cart and waited for the owner to clean the fish. It was too noisy here. So Xia Yushin walked to a quieter place and answered the phone. The woman on the other end greeted, Yushin. You went to see Shinran again this morning. Together with Xian? The other side fell silent for quite a while, then chuckled softly. I thought you were feeling unwell again. Luckily, everything's fine. I heard from your brother that your sleep quality has improved a lot recently. Everything's been fine. She looked toward Xian in the distance. Her gaze had originally been calm and detached. But when she looked at him, it became incredibly gentle. The woman on the other end added, Find a time to bring Xian to meet us. We should at least have a meal together someday. I was planning on that. Letting him meet my godparents. The person on the other end laughed. Didn't you already tell my parents about the marriage? That same night, they were discussing how to meet him. It feels like some kind of secret underground meeting. As she spoke, she sighed softly again. I know everyone's just scared, afraid something might happen again. Even though we're all adults now, those scars can last a lifetime. Alright then, let me know when you've decided on a day. I still have a meeting to attend here. Talk later. Xia Yushin ended the call and slipped her phone back into her pocket. Before walking back toward Xian, I took the fish the owner handed over, pinching the top of the plastic bag with my fingers, and placed it into the shopping cart. Xia Yushin walked over from the other side and took the shopping cart from Xian. She raised her hand to her nose and sniffed lightly, her beautiful brows slightly furrowed, as if she felt a bit nauseous. Then she lowered her hand again, rubbing her fingertips several times, as though trying to rub off the smell lingering on them. I looked up at her. Finished with the call. Xia Yushin gave a soft hum. Yeah, I'm done. I walked beside Xia Yushin, while saying, I actually prefer buying pre-marinated fish fillets directly. Xia Yushin said, but fresh fish is healthier to eat. My mom says the same thing too, so I rarely buy fish. Usually my parents prepare it and send it to me, or they cook it directly for me, unless one day I suddenly really crave fish. Like when I suddenly wanted fish head tofu soup that day. Then I'd specifically go buy fish. Actually, I just wanted tomato fish soup. But I didn't want to make it myself. I'm especially sensitive to the fishy smell. It makes me want to throw up. Xia Yushin bent down slightly and whispered softly in my ear. I'll cook it for you from now on. The two of them walked ahead, heading toward the fresh produce section. That entire scene just now was reflected in Luo Yuding's eyes. She clenched her fists tightly, her gaze seeming as cold as shattered ice. How could she not hate it? How could she not be jealous? Clearly, the person walking beside him should have been her. How had it become another woman instead? Yuding, thank you for shopping with me today. So much has changed these past few years. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know where anything is anymore. Li Zhao pushed the shopping cart, which was filled with ingredients and daily necessities, making it look full of everyday warmth. When he didn't hear Luo Yuding respond, he called again, Yuding. He followed the direction Luo Yuding was looking toward, and his gaze trembled slightly. That figure was Lucian. He had returned, but Luo Yuding's gaze couldn't remain completely fixed on him. After all, they had been apart for years, and he had also dated Lucian before. He wanted to know between himself and Lucian, who mattered more in her heart. Luo Yuding lowered her eyes slightly, her voice turning cold. Let's go. She turned and left, without following after them. If she looked any longer, she felt she would rush over and fight that woman. But she also didn't want to wake up tomorrow and find herself trending on the headlines for a public figure getting into a fight. Yet her mind was full of Xian and images of her with that woman. Shein had once linked arms with her like that too, and had even kissed her face before, but she had never responded at all. She knew Shein didn't like her, and after that, there was nothing more. But what about that scene just now? Shein kissed that woman, and that woman must have whispered something filthy into her ear. The way Shein reacted after receiving a response was unbearably painful for her to watch. Clearly, all of this was originally supposed to be her. She let out a heavy breath, her heart aching. At noon, Xia Yushin made sour soup beef, tomato fish, and vegetable dishes. After I set out the bowls and chopsticks, I watched her bring the tomato fish to the table. It's my first time making it. Try it and see if it tastes good. Xia Yushin sat beside me. I picked up my chopsticks and tasted a piece of fish, and was a little surprised. It's delicious. Since it was her first time making it, I hadn't expected it to taste that good. I had already planned to praise her anyway, but it ended up being unexpectedly good. Seeing that I was satisfied, Xia Yushin finally contentedly picked up her chopsticks to eat. Are you going to the shop after dinner? She asked. I nodded. Yuichi also had something to do this afternoon. Originally, tonight's late shift was supposed to be covered by her and the new employee together, but now only the new person was left. I was worried they wouldn't be able to handle it alone. I probably won't be back until after 8 tonight. Xia Yushin gave a soft acknowledgement. I'll work from home this afternoon. I'll make dinner and wait for you to come back. As I ate, I couldn't help laughing when I heard her words. It suddenly feels like having a housewife, huh? After dinner, we took to laps walking around downstairs. Then Xia Yushin drove me to the shop. After dropping me off there, I waved at Xia Yushin. See you tonight. The corners of Xia Yushin's lips curved slightly. See you tonight. As soon as I turned around, I saw Zhou Nianwei resting her chin in her hands while looking at my wife. Is that your wife? Yeah. Zhou Nianwei smacked her lips. She's really pretty. It was completely sincere praise. She really was beautiful. A smile spread across my face. I think so too. There weren't many people in the shop, so the two of us casually chatted. Less than 10 minutes later, Xia Yushin came back again, carrying something in her hand as she walked in. I passed by a fruit shop just now and saw they were selling cherries. I bought some. Xia Yushin placed the cherries on the table, then looked at me and said, Zhou Nianwei secretly peeked over. Can I eat some too? She giggled and added, sister-in-law. She had heard from Lecky that the boss's wife really adored their boss. As long as she happily called her sister-in-law, she'd get anything. Xia Yushin glanced sideways at her. Sure. Zhou Nianwei looked at me, boss. I'll go wash them. After getting the boss's approval, Zhou Nianwei immediately carried them to the back. This time I'm really leaving. Call me 10 minutes before you get off work, okay? I watched Xia Yushin get into the car and disappear from in front of the shop. Yet my gaze still hadn't withdrawn. So this was what love felt like. A smile would appear unconsciously. A customer came in, and I made a cup of coffee and handed it over. Not long after, Zhou Nianwei returned after washing the cherries. Zhou Nianwei placed the washed cherries on the side counter and asked, sister-in-law left. She went back. She picked up a cherry and popped it into her mouth. Pretty sweet. I looked Zhou Nianwei up and down. You're not wearing those dragging pants. Weren't you told not to wear them? But dragging pants look so nice. She thought again about the boss's wife who had just appeared in the shop, then suddenly said, actually, your wife's outfits are really nice too. By after 8 o'clock, there were barely any people left. Only 2 or 3 customers were still sitting in the shop. Why did you decide to come work at my shop? I casually continued the conversation. Zhou Nianwei sighed deeply. I was basically forced into it. My family froze my bank card, and I just happened to see your shop hiring. So I came. I raised an eyebrow as I listened to her passionate speech. I'm telling you, I actually just want to pursue my dream. My family wouldn't allow it, so they froze my card. Tell me, shouldn't I be mad? So I'll become self-reliant. I'll rely on myself to chase my dream. The more she spoke, the more emotional she became herself. I asked, so what's your dream? Actually, it was obvious. That Zhou Nianwei came from a pretty good family. Naturally, her parents hoped she would do something respectable. Even if she didn't follow the path they wanted, they shouldn't have been this ruthless, right? Zhou Nianwei pointed at herself. What kind of aura do you think I give off? A moment of silence passed. What kind of aura? The first time I saw her, her face looked clean and innocent. But her style screamed alternative. Her looks were carrying the whole thing. Otherwise, I would have thought she was some random delinquent. Don't you think it's super cool? I laughed awkwardly. I used to play rock music, but the band eventually fell apart. Now I want to become a rapper. My family says I'm not doing proper work. I finally understood why Lecky said she would sometimes suddenly start freestyle rapping nonsense. What do you think of my dream? Jo Neonwei looked at me and asked. For a moment, I didn't know how to answer. Just as I was thinking, voices came from outside the door. Jo Neonwei leaned out to look outside. So many people coming this late. I looked at the tattoos covering every one of them and thought about how she would normally be here alone at night. It really was pretty scary. Jo Neonwei's gaze flickered slightly, but she still greeted them politely, saying, "Welcome." Unexpectedly, after they walked in, the thug with tattooed arms in front directly asked, "Are you Lu Xian?" Jo Neonwei subconsciously stepped forward to stand in front of me. I shook my head. I'm not. Jo Neonwei's brows lifted slightly. At this point, there was no one left in the shop, except the two of us and the group in front of us. It's definitely him. One of the thugs held a photo and compared it. The photo only showed a side profile, but it was way too handsome and eye-catching. Anyone could tell it was me at a glance. I secretly took out my phone to call the police. The thugs kicked several tables and chairs, creating harsh crashing noises. Jo Neonwei stood in front of me and turned her head slightly, her voice lowering as well. She said, "Just stay there." The moment she finished speaking, she charged forward without hesitation. While worrying about Jo Neonwei, I also picked up my phone to prepare to call the police. But the moment I picked up my phone, I froze. That group of thugs was completely no match for Jo Neonwei. Everything Jo Neonwei did clearly showed professional training. It was extremely professional. Even someone inexperienced like me could tell she was at a professional level. Jo Neonwei took down 3 of them immediately. The remaining directly shouted, "Stop fighting! Stop fighting!" We didn't mean to fight. They surrendered on the spot. Xia Yushin came early to pick me up and was startled when she heard fighting sounds inside. She immediately parked, turned off the engine, got out, and ran into the shop. The first thing she saw was 3 tattooed men lying on the ground. "Are you okay?" I shook my head. "I'm fine." "What exactly happened?" Xia Yushin looked at the 2 men still standing there, her tone turning icy. Jo Neonwei, with her fiery temper, snapped, "She's asking you a question." The moment she raised her voice, the 2 men immediately confessed. "Someone paid us to come cause trouble. It was a guy. Pretty handsome. We don't know his name. He didn't tell us to do much. Just to pick a fight and smash some chairs to scare you. They were basically just local street punks anyway. What professional ethics could they possibly have compared to the fierce little girl in front of them? They really didn't want to get beaten up." Another thug covered his bruised and swollen face. "You're seriously fierce." "You came up swinging right away." Jo Neonwei shouted back. "Your fist was about to hit my face. That was self-defense. How could I not hit you?" Xia Yushin thought about what the thugs had said, trying to guess who it was. She took out her phone and sent Zhou Xingtong a message. "Do you have a photo of Shen Yu?" Zhou Xingtong almost choked. Why do you want his photo? Even as she asked, she still opened Shen Yu's social media and screenshot a picture for her, then sent it to Xia Yushin. Xia Yushin showed the photo to the group and asked, "Was it him?" They shook their heads, "No." I suddenly thought of Li Zhao. The last time we met, things hadn't gone well at all. And he wasn't familiar with Yana now either. She showed them a photo of Li Zhao too. It was a picture from several years ago, but the moment they saw it, they nodded repeatedly. That's him, Li Zhao. Finding people with no professional ethics to cause trouble like this made it way too easy to trace back to him. No matter how stupid he was, he wouldn't go that far. No one was actually hurt. So even if the police got involved, there'd be no evidence pointing to him. Then there was only one possibility left. He did it on purpose. I suddenly understood what was really going on. I sneered inwardly. What an annoying pest that wouldn't go away. Wasn't he just trying to use me to test Luo Yuding? How do you want to handle this? Xia Yushin asked. Of course, I'm going to demand compensation. I called Chua. The call was picked up very quickly. I asked directly and bluntly, "Do you know where Li Zhao is staying right now?" Chua froze for a moment, then glanced at Luo Yuding, who was sitting beside her, then casually asked, "Why are you asking about him? He hired people to come cause trouble at my shop. Shouldn't I go find him because of that?" Chua immediately frowned. "Are you okay?" I replied. "The people he hired weren't professionals. Are you still at the shop?" "I'm coming over right now," I said. "No need to come over. Just help me ask where Li Zhao is." So it turned out he wanted Chua to ask Luo Yuding. Apparently, even for something like this, Xian wasn't willing to contact Luo Yuding directly anymore. Even if Chua were beaten to death, She never would have imagined that the friendship from their youth would become like this today. Stay at the shop and wait, without giving him a chance to argue. Chua hung up the phone the moment the call ended. Luo Yuding asked, "What did Xian say?" "Your ex-boyfriend's ex-boyfriend caused trouble again. He hired people to make trouble at your ex-boyfriend's shop. He asked me for Li Zhao's address." Hearing that, Luo Yuding looked a little unable to believe it. The next second, she called Li Zhao directly. As soon as the call connected, the other side called out, "Yuding." Before he could even finish her name, Luo Yuding asked coldly, "You sent people to cause trouble at Xian's shop?" Li Zhao fell silent for 2 seconds, then responded stiffly, "Yes." She hadn't expected him to admit it so quickly. "Why?" Li Zhao sounded somewhat sorrowful. "Because I felt it wasn't worth it for you. You had just broken up, and he already found someone else to marry. The way you looked at him was so heartbreaking. I was really angry for you, but I never intended to actually hurt him. I just wanted to scare him a little." After hearing that, Luo Yuding felt even more irritated. Once things cross the line, it's meaningless. "Yuding, can you help me handle this? I don't want to go." "Can I not go? I'll come find you later." After saying that, she hung up the phone. Chua clicked her tongue twice and stood up. "Since he doesn't want to go, then you're definitely the one who has to go compensate them. After all, broken things still need to be paid for." Not long after, the two of them arrived at the shop. "I didn't see Li Zhao, so by default, I assumed Luo Yuding wanted to handle this matter herself. It didn't matter anyway. It was only some property damage, plus compensation for Zhou Nianwei's emotional distress. I asked Li Zhao. It really was him." Luo Yuding's gaze fell on Xian. Filled with lingering affection, Xia Yushin placed her hand over mine, as if declaring her claim openly. Luo Yuding's gaze shifted slightly, instantly changing from affection to hostility. Zhou Nianwei silently watched the drama unfold.